Well, good morning there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. That's right, you heard it first, the World Challenge. But first, it's the domestic competition, the domestic match. The West Coast Enforcers taking on the Queensland side, the Queensland Cyclones. And alongside me, we have Jason Anderson. And Jace, welcome to the commentary box, welcome to Court 2, and what a start in this domestic competition here on Court 2.
Yeah, big game this one. Both teams looking to get their campaign underway with a win on the board early. The Cyclones last year, runners-up in the tournament. The Enforcers, not so lucky last year. They finished on the bottom of Division 1, but they'll be looking to bounce back and hopefully have a good one this year.
Looking forward to this contest, and as I said, Jason Anderson alongside me. My name is Ben Eisenhuth, and I will be your lead caller for this clash. And up first, we have the team from up north, the team from Queensland, and of course that is your Suncorp Queensland Cyclones. Number 3, Shinichi Shimakawa. Number 6, Nick Kovac. Number 12, Josh Nicholson. Number 8, Cameron, or Cam, as he likes to be known, Cam Whitaker. Number 5, Matt Thompson. Number 9, Dan Horton. Number 10, Nathan Plascott. Number 11, Bo Vernon. Number 4, Ryan Boyd. And of course the coach, Benny Newton, and manager, Nat Charlton. And Jace, we have the West Coast Enforcers, the black and the gold. Can you run us through their starting lineup?
Yeah, absolutely. Number 9, Zion Reddington. 3, Robin Lambert. 2, Rodolfo Fernando Polidoro, the Brazilian import. 10, Antonio Vecchio. 12, Ben Lourdes. 15, Ashley Tressida. 4, Jake Howe. And 5, Cam Wales.
And that's the West Coast Enforcers, but on your screens there, it's the Queenslanders. Less than 24 hours ago, Queensland suffering defeat in the game of rugby league. But on your screens, it's wheelchair rugby. This is the domestic competition. The Cyclones, the Enforcers, doing battle. The starting 4 for the Enforcers up against the starting 4 for the Cyclones. And it's great to have your company here live on KO Sports. And what an exciting clash we have coming your way. Shimakawa tries to bat the ball, but it's taken cleanly by Jakey Howe. And now in the possession of Reddington. Reddington twisting, turning, navigates his way past a few Queensland defenders. And it's a loose ball and taken back cleanly by Reddington. So early nerves for Zion there. And the front tyre may have touched the corner post, but on that occasion the umpires let it go, and the ball will trickle over the touchline. So a few early nerves, less than a minute gone, but a few early nerves from the West Coast Enforcers. Yeah,
great defence by Matty Thompson there on the line as well. You're right, forced Reddington to hit the corner post there. Couldn't quite get in through the gap. Great bit of defence on the line.
And some discussions happening here off camera, but on your screens there is the West Coast Enforcers, of course, number 15, Ash Tressida, a stalwart for the West Coast side. And he'll look to inbound, and of course he'll try and find Reddington. Does so. Reddington navigates his way past a few. Shot clock, great defence, offloads, intercepted by Shimakawa. And we have 4 seconds remaining as a tumble from Reddington. And the team of the West Coast Enforcers making their way a couple of hours across Australia help that young man Zion Reddington back onto 2 wheels. A 3.5 pointer, so a higher classification for Zion, and they'll need him to be at his best here today.
Yeah, a few hours on the plane for most of this team, but Reddington's the US import, so an even bigger journey for him. Up-and-coming player in the US, really highly regarded, played at the Paralympics just recently as well. He's going to be a focal point of their offense for sure.
And Zion tries to navigate his way past a few defenders, does so, and our first try and our first points. And the West Coast Enforcers take a 1-0 lead early here in the first term. Now the Cyclones looking to make their way down the court. The ball in the grasp of Whitaker, being pestered, and the ball intercepted. The long arms, very long arms of Reddington. Some of the longest arms I've seen. He'd do well in the NBA, that young man.
Loose ball, hard to get there, and he's plucked it out of nowhere.
Reddington looking to double up. Great pass. Finds Lambert. And a try. Another try to the West Coast Enforcers. The 3.0 female classification, and Robin Lambert, one of the stars in this domestic competition here this weekend. Now Shimakawa, looping pass, can't be taken cleanly. Whittaker turns the ball over, and a lovely pass from Lambert finds that man once more in Zion Reddington, and just like that, the Enforcers lead 3-0.
Hot start for the Enforcers, 3 on the board early. Queensland just a little bit loose with the ball. They've had a couple of turnovers that they wouldn't be too pleased with so far, given the opportunity to the Enforcers already.
The uncharacteristic errors from the Cyclones, especially that man on your screen, Whittaker, who navigates his way past Reddington. In fact, Reddington, another effort, dislodges that ball. The challenge, of course, in the sport of wheelchair rugby is to ensure that when you are trying to dislodge the ball from your opponent's grasp, you cannot touch any of their skin, any of their body parts. And Reddington, with those long arms, turn the ball over, but it will remain in the possession of Queensland. Thompson, number 5 there for the Cyclones. Thompson, great work, lovely pass. That time it's taken cleanly, and Whittaker, the left hand, grasps the ball, and Queensland get there first.
Yeah, needed that one. Needed to get on the board, settle a few of the nerves. I think a great bit of defence off the ball by Howe, blocking out Shimakawa. He's the 3.5, or the 3.0, I should say, from Japan. So they really had to go through Whittaker there, and he plucked it with the left paw and did a great job.
Shimakawa, the 3 on your screen. So good on 2 wheels. And just like that, the Cyclones go back-to-back. We spoke about nerves early in the call, and certainly Queensland were showing plenty of them. Uncharacteristic errors, turning the ball over, but maybe with 2 on the trot, things might be changing. But with Lambert and Reddington, that little combination, the 3.0 for the female, and of course Reddington with the 3.5, I'm sure West Coast will be wanting them to combine a few more times here this morning.
Yeah, a bit of a high-low outfit out there at the moment. The 3-pointer and the 3.5. We're going to do a fair bit of the ball carrying and get over the line the most, while some of those low pointers will be putting in the blocks, putting in the lanes for them to try and work their way through, and the defensive efforts as well. But yeah, they'll be looking for Lambert and Reddington in particular to get over the line as much as possible.
So Shimakawa on your screens. You can see in the background there the game on court 1. The Steelers up against Germany. The first time Australian Steelers have played on home soil since the 2018 IWRF Wheelchair Rugby Championships. But on your screens here this morning, it's the 2025 World Challenge, and this, the domestic competition, as the Cyclones reduce the lead from 4 to 3, and have Queenslanders trail by just the 1 try. Lambert loses the ball. Whittaker can't take it though. The ball just took the right tyre, the right wheel of Whittaker. So one would assume that the ball should go the way of the Enforcers, because it did come off Whittaker's right tyre. But no, in fact, it's going the way of Queensland. Here, commentary side of the court. Inbound. Thompson. Shimakawa. Shinichi Shimakawa bounces once, reclaims the ball, uses brute force, gets past Lambert, and the margin all square. 4 plays 4, 4 minutes 30 remain, first term.
Shows how important those turnovers are. Gave away an early lead to Cyclones, but then forced a couple of turnovers on their defensive side, managed to get the ball back and score a couple of times, and we've evened it up now 4 apiece.
Enforcers. Reddington. Good defence by Shimakawa. Whittaker 2, turned over. But it's called a foul play, possibly some contact during that transfer, but the West Coast Enforcers survive a little scare there, and the score remains 4 apiece.
Looks like they could be making a few changes to their lineup as well. Got a few of their players preparing themselves on the sidelines, just getting ready. Might make a bit of a change, see if they can get things back on their terms. They've turned it over a few times in the last couple of minutes and just looking for a bit of a different lineup now. They'll welcome into their lineup Polidoro, he's the Brazilian import, and also Cam Wales. Wales making his Division 1 debut here, so first time on the court in Division 1 for him.
Shimakawa, very quick on 2 wheels. Look at the arms power his way over the try line. And for the first time in this clash, Queensland lead the West Coast Enforcers 5-4.
Shimakawa, the fantastic play there. He's been over the line a few times now. He's a 4-time Paralympian for the Japanese. He's won gold in the most recent Olympics over in Paris in 2024. At 49 years of age, he was at those Paralympics, and have a look at the speed that he's shown there. Hopefully I can do the same when I'm 49 years of age myself.
He certainly moves well on 2 wheels. And how will West Coast respond? Brute force! The long arms and the weight that Reddington carries. The big frame of Reddington narrows the margin. In fact, it's all square at 5 apiece as Whittaker's bested. Great blocking there, shown by Vernon.
Going in reverse, Whittaker, and he's managed to offload. He's gone over the back. That's a great pass if Vernon can get onto it. And he can.
Vernon, great hands. Lovely pass. And for an 0.5er to take the ball that cleanly just shows Bo Vernon's class.
Absolutely. He's an experienced campaigner. He's one of only 2 players that were actually here for the Cyclones last year. So I mentioned they were runners-up in last year's edition, but a very different and new look lineup. That happens with the Steelers now being part of the show here, taking a few of the top liners away. But himself and Josh Nicholson, they're backing up from last year, and they'll be hoping to go one better than they were last season.
And on your screens, Queensland trying to extend their lead, or at least try and reclaim it for now, as the ball slapped away by Polidoro. And a coach's timeout called by Queensland, and entering the court is the number 12 on your screens there, Joshy Nicholson, a 2.0. Certainly has found himself representing his country on more than one occasion, but today he represents his state, and he represents that state of Queensland. But it's the West Coast Enforcers who attack the Queensland try line, and again the large frame of Reddington ensures that the Enforcers reclaim the lead. 7 tries to 6. Shimakawa, pop pass, lovely pass, finds Newton. In fact, it's Thompson. Thompson, ball tries to be dislodged by the Enforcers. Thompson will look to find Shimakawa, does so. Open pasture. Polidoro does his best, but Queensland level it back up once more. 2:40 remain first term. 7 tries apiece.
Yeah, getting that speed on show. Found a lane around the outside. A burst of speed, managed to get over the line. For Reddington, it's probably been brute force. Let's see if it's that same strategy again this time. No, it looks for the offload.
Lovely pass, and finds that man, Polidoro. Rodolfo Fernando Polidoro. It sounds so nice to say, and he looks like he'll be a very integral part of this West Coast lineup, as the inbound can't be taken cleanly. And again, we use the frame uncharacteristic, and that certainly is the case for Josh Nicholson. As we mentioned, he's played for the Steelers on many occasions. It just turns the ball over there. So maybe some early nerves. It is just day one. It is just Thursday. I'm sure as the weekend goes on, these teams will start to become a bit cleaner with their possession.
Yeah, 4-day tournament. Plenty of time for them to work their way into it. This is the early game for the first of the Division 1 games, so plenty of time to recover from this. But yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic early.
Reddington tried to be patient, but did have 4 Queensland defenders around him, and he scores a try. So the Enforcers 9, Cyclones 7. Pass, that time finds Vernon. Vernon bounce pass. Shimakawa can't be taken by Nico. Now he does. Back to Thompson. Thompson tries to find Nicholson. Still with Thompson. Good defence, but the right arm of that number 9 on your screens. Reddington claims Thompson's, and so he will find himself out of bounds for the next phase of play.
Yeah, the penalty situation, if you do give away a penalty, you find yourself on the side for the next 60 seconds or until the next score. So they'll play a man down until the ball crosses the line or until that clock winds its way down through the next 60 seconds.
So Reddington, on the top right of your screen there, will be in the penalty box for the next phase of plays, which means West Coast will be defending with just 3 players on the court. So the advantage, Queensland, whom trail 9 tries to 7. But a technical timeout called by the number 12 from Queensland, and that of course is Josh Nicholson. In fact, it's Shimakawa, the number 3.
Just some running repairs. First time we've seen the team mechanic out there, but certainly won't be the last time across this tournament. This happens quite a bit. Yeah, they're one of the busiest roles in wheelchair rugby across a weekend like this. Out there a lot. Plenty of damage on these tyres and rims across the course of an event.
They certainly earn their paychecks, the technical managers for both sides and all the sides here at this year's edition of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, as Shimakawa looks to narrow the margin and does just that. Shimakawa is now calling for some running repairs for himself as the signal, as you can see. Touching both shoulders is a sign of a technical timeout. And it looks like that right tyre may be somewhat deflated, and there's no surprises why, how quickly he moves on 2 wheels. And that, of course, is Shinichi Shimakawa.
Might just be running out of tread. He's just going too fast on these tyres. Hopefully he's brought a few spares over with him from Japan.
Of course, you can see in your screens there, the South Australian government have been so fantastic in allowing us to be in their state for, again, this year's 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. We thank them for their support, and of course we look forward for the rest of this year's tournament, and of course we'll be here again next year in 2026. But for now, Tressida on your screens, looking to inbound. I'd imagine he'll try and find one of his teammates, and finds Benny Ledays. First time we've seen him with the ball in his hands. Ledays met in good defence by Vernon. Needs to find a pass. Does so, but intercepted. Intercepted by Thompson. Not a great pass from Benny Ledays. And a try scored by Queensland, and the margin is now all level. 9-9. Cyclones and Enforcers. Nothing separates the two.
Yeah, and the time pressure of getting it over halfway there. So Ledays caught with the ball. Really good defence from the Cyclones. But you've only got 12 seconds to get it over that halfway line. So as the clock wound down, he had to throw the pass, and it just couldn't come off for him.
Polidoro intercepted again by Thompson. He's been fantastic at the back for Queensland. The Enforcers will get the ball back in their possession. And we talk about the high pointers often. They tend to get a lot of commentators' times, but it's so important for some of these mid-pointers and the likes of Matt Thompson, a 2.0, and how busy he's been, not just in attack, but also in defence. Yeah,
real point of difference. That they've got a good range of mobility out there. They're pretty agile. They've got a good amount of speed as well. They can do it all, really. And when you have a team out there that's got a few of them, that's a real advantage, that you can have a bit of a mixed lineup, team that's pretty balanced, and that helps them a lot.
And it looks to be a inbound here for Queensland. And the man we speak of, Matt Thompson, the long arms and the very defined arms. Look at the deltoids in that man as he gets a little bounce pass, finds Shimakawa. And some desperate defence from Lambert and Polidoro, but it's Shimakawa who scores another try to add to his tally, which is looking quite healthy here this morning.
Clever bit of play. Saw the defence coming, almost stopped on a dime there, let them go past him, and then found his way over the line. So really clever, good vision.
Some coaches' messages being passed out there, and players on your screen, the likes of number 4 in Jakey Howe, once upon a time an Australian stealer, so I'm sure his words of wisdom will be well listened to. And on your screens as well there, Robin Lambert, the number 3, who has also found herself representing her country on more than one occasion. So a star-studded outfit are the Enforcers, but much the same are the Cyclones. Ash Tressida there at the top of your screen, obtaining some range of motion in that right shoulder, ensuring those rotator cuffs and deltoids are ready to wheel himself around here on your court. The Cyclones 10, Enforcers 9. Half a minute remains here in the first term. Tressida, bounce pass, finds Lodays. Lodays, lovely pass, beautiful pass, finds Lambert. Shimakawa coming across in cover defence. Lambert needs the pass. Shimakawa, surely some hand contact. The umpires allow play on though. 11 seconds remains, first turn. Can Lambert level it up before the end of the first term? But with 5 seconds to go, the ball trickles over the sideline, and it's going to be difficult for the Enforcers to get another try just before the break.
The Cyclones deep in defence, parking the bus essentially at this point. 5 seconds to go.
Tressida finds Lambert. Thompson, great defence again. Lambert, 2 seconds, just the one. The clock will beat her, and the score remains 10 tries to 9. The Queensland Cyclones, they started slow, but they've come back and they are leading 10-9 at the break. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you on the other side of this. It's 10-9. The Cyclones lead the Enforcers.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And welcome back. Getting ready for the second quarter here. Division 1 action between the Queensland Cyclones and the West Coast Enforcers. At quarter time, Cyclones take a 10-9 lead. A first quarter that saw a lot of turnovers. Some early jitters, some early nerves as the teams felt their way into this tournament. Plenty of games to go. But we're looking forward to the second quarter now. We're just about to get underway. We've got Dan Horton tossing the ball in. Shimakawa's got it. He's probably been the biggest playmaker out there for the Cyclones in the first quarter. Trying to edge his way around. Reddington with the defence. Shimakawa, impressive bit of play as he falls to the floor, gets the offload. Kovac, I think the first time we've seen Kovac out there for the Cyclones. He manages to get over the line, and we'll take a brief pause just while they help Shimakawa up off the floor, but that was an amazing bit of play.
How about the pass from Shimakawa? He was on one wheel, absolutely no preservation of his body, offloaded and it was in their hands and in the grasp of the number 6 from the Cyclones, and that is incredible from Shinichi Shimakawa, the number 3 from Queensland.
And you're right, just the physical impact of that, and we touched on it a little bit with some of the players warming up and stretching through the breaks in the first quarter. This game takes an amazing physical toll on the athletes. It really does take a great deal of preparation and strength throughout the game. And Shimakawa shows it there, just no fear, falls to the floor, takes the impact, gets straight back up. Now the Enforcers have turned it over. Did mention the first quarter was typified by quite a few turnovers, and Shimakawa is going to be the winner, the beneficiary out of that. Gets the inbound pass to him and finds his way basically from end to end. That speed on show again. Vecchio for the Enforcers, tosses it back in. Reddington, the US import, finds Lambert. Reddington to Lambert's been a combo that they've looked for quite a bit. Back to Reddington. He finds a bit of space and he'll get over the line. Horton with the inbound. Finds the Japanese import. Vernon doing some blocking work, trying to find a lane for him. Dangerous pass. Doesn't look like it's going to come off. No, Reddington finds it, but then he coughs it up as well.
Yeah, unnecessary pass there. That was a big, big chance for the Enforcers to narrow the margin. And now a chance for Queensland to extend it, and they'll do so. And that man, Kovac, the margin now 3. The Enforcers, they want to stay close, or this could get messy.
Kovac, another of those international imports. Canadian athlete. The Canadians are here playing in the international tournament. He's not part of that squad, but is an experienced campaigner and finds his way over here, took the flight over, and he's joined the Cyclones outfit. Enforcers find their way over. 13-11, Cyclones still with a lead, looking to extend that now. Shimakawa, it's import to import, Kovacs finds it. Lambert with a good bit of defence though. Puts a stop to that play, they'll reset. Slower build up now. Shimakawa trying to navigate his way through, finds Kovacs again. Back to Shimakawa. Enforcers doing a good job on defence. And they do find their way over though. Good pass. Finds Horton in the corner.
I think the most difficult thing about wheelchair rugby and what people don't tend to give enough credit for is the core control these athletes have. In order for Shimakawa to move his way down the court, allow a pass executed that perfectly, it just highlights how much of an athlete that man is. And Shinichi Shimakawa certainly showing why the Cyclones are leading, and at the moment they lead by 2.
Yeah, that physical toll. There's some research into some of these games, and they've had some of the trackers on the athletes. 200 plus turns, big turns, a lot of power that goes through those wheels to make those turns. The athletes are constantly on the move. They're doing over 4 kilometres of court work, up and back the court a lot of times. There's a lot of energy that goes into this. But Shimakawa that time can't use that energy in the right way, tosses the ball away, and it looks like the Enforcers might have a chance to get the ball back, and they'll be looking to trim the margin down to 1.
Yeah, it's really good that both these sides have Australian representatives in their side, international representatives of course as well. It just allows when you start to get a 2 or 3 margin gap, you really can stay in the fight and stay in the battle. These younger sides really struggle to do that, and you can see the Enforcers, whom trail by 2, are looking to do so, and with a lovely pass like that, but can't be taken. And the Cyclones, can they extend their lead, and can the margin go to 3?
No, turned over back the other way again. Reddington gets it this time. Polidoro is able to get on the end of it. He's over the line. It's the American to the Brazilian. We've talked a few times about these internationals. You mentioned the Steelers representatives and the Australian representatives that are out there. But there's also some of those imports that have come over to add some depth to the tournament. They'll be really important players. Adds a lot to the tournament. Here we see one. Shimakawa nearly found Kovacs, but it's just come off the side of the rims there. Goes out of bounds. It's been back and forth with a few turnovers in this quarter. Somebody will be looking to just control the ball here. Could be Reddington. No, the defense is strong. Pop ball over the top. Polidoro gets onto it. He's worked his way through. Does it backwards in the end. stylish bit of play.
Yeah, great pass there. He doesn't just score them, he can also pass them too. And that was a beautiful pass in the lap of Polidoro. And the score, 14-all. So the Enforcers hanging in there, and that international talent like we spoke of certainly helping. And now the Enforcers will reclaim the lead, 15-14. And he has been instrumental, has Reddington, in the Enforcers fight back.
From nowhere, find their way back in front. It's been back and forth this game. Certainly hasn't just been end-to-end and keeping within 1-all game. It's been a lot of turnovers, a lot of changes. Shimakawa takes it upon himself this time, though. Says, I'll get it done. Bursts away with the speed and gets over the line.
Unbelievable speed. Just the power that that man has in his core and in his arms and shoulders is just incredible. Shinichi Shimakawa, it is amazing to watch. If you've ever found yourself in a chair or one of these chairs and you scream, in order to produce the force that these players do, like you said, for 4 kilometres in a match at high intensities, they are the epitome of athlete, and they deserve all the screen time and all the commentary that they deserve. It is unbelievable to watch, and I'm very proud to be part of this year's Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's a Paralympian, a 4-time Paralympian, in fact. Gold medalist, but he's won a couple of bronze medals in his career as well. An elite athlete, and that's why they brought him over here. He's going to make a huge impact on this tournament. As is this man, Reddington, on the end of it. We'll have a little break in play. Little incident off the ball there.
Nothing really separates these two at the moment. I know it's quite cliche to say, given that it's all level at 15 apiece, but really everything that the Enforcers throw at the Cyclones, they seem to have a response. It's just unbelievable from both teams. It's great wheelchair rugby, considering this is the domestic competition, but it is really world-class stuff.
Yeah, great start to the tournament. This is the first of the National Championships Division 1 games. And what a great start it's been. These two teams going at it. There's been brute force. There's been some real classy plays. There's one of them there. Reddington finds Polidoro again. He gets over the line, not for the first time this quarter. But yeah, this is a high level of wheelchair rugby, which says a lot when the national team is playing just a couple of courts over in battle against the Germans.
Well, there's plenty of eyes around the ground, and they're all keeping a close eye on this battle. But the number 9 on your screens there, Reddington, 18 years of age, and to show the patience that he has. A lot of young youth athletes in any sport across the world, they really struggle with patience. They make rash decisions. They tend to really try and rush things. But the patience that young man, Reddington, has shown on your screens has been nothing short of incredible. I'm looking forward to seeing how he progresses over the next couple of days here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
Yeah, you mentioned 18 years of age. Oh, turnover there. We'll come back to that, but Shimakawa manages to pick it off. Again, the speed on defence this time. Reads the pass, cuts in, takes it, and then gets himself over the line. But yeah, we're mentioning Reddington, 18 years of age. He's the youngest athlete to have ever competed in the US Wheelchair Rugby Paralympic team. It says a lot. His experience beyond his years. He's making a real difference here. Tressida with the inbound. Polidoro works his way onto it. Again, a methodical build-up. Oh, and he finds a gap. Well played. They didn't offer him much of a gap there. The Cyclones' defence was strong, but he managed to find his way through. Gets over the line, and we're tied at 17 apiece again.
17-all, nothing separates the two. The Cyclones looking to go one better, as we said, than they did in the 2024 edition. With the West Coast Enforcers with the international talent, like we've been mentioning a few times in Reddington, but of course the expertise of Robin Lambert, a bronze medalist in Tokyo in 2020 at the Paralympics. She's been instrumental, finds herself on the sideline for now, but a very, very classy lineup for both these two sides here on the court.
Lambert's a really interesting athlete. You mentioned that she was that medalist in the Tokyo Paralympics. That was in the wheelchair sprinting, so looking forward to seeing her burst of speed showing out on the court today. She'll be able to get away from the rest of the traffic. She checks into the game now, so we might see it on show pretty soon. And she's also recently taken to para ice hockey. Harbour's ambitions of perhaps representing the Australians in the Winter Paralympics at some stage, which would be an amazing achievement to do it in the summer and winter games. But for today, the focus is here on the wheelchair rugby as the Cyclones managed to get it over halfway. Lambert there on defence, knocking the ball free, trying to rip it away, and it's going to be all tied up there. And she has forced a turnover. I think it's going to be going the enforcer's way.
It's a busy calendar for Robin Lambert, finding herself not just in the Summer Olympics but also the winter one too. It's good to see the diversity that these athletes show, and Robin Lambert instrumental for the enforcers, but it sounds like she'll be donning the green and gold in maybe a few years to come. I think next year is the Winter Olympics, in fact.
Yeah, I don't know that we've had a team that's made it over into the para ice hockey before. I think they'd be hoping to try and qualify for the first time. She's based out of Perth. Not sure there's a lot of snow and ice over in Perth as well, so quite difficult to try and achieve, but she's got those ambitions and does it and enjoys the sport, so good luck to her.
If it starts snowing in Perth, we run for the hills. That's what we do. There's Whittaker. Can he find Shimakawa? Does so. Pass.
Back to Whittaker. Yeah, really good pass there.
The combinations are so important in any side in the sport of wheelchair rugby. We know the Riley Batt and the Chris Bond combination the Steelers have shown for years. Of course, this year's tournament, without Riley Batt, who's recovering from multiple surgeries of the elbow and the shoulder. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this tournament will go in regards to the combinations and for the Cyclones. It was Shimakawa and Whittaker on that occasion.
Yeah, these athletes wouldn't have played together a lot. They've got a bit of a mixed squad. Obviously, the imports don't get the opportunity to play with these guys too often at all. But most of the athletes have started arriving into Adelaide from about Saturday or Sunday. They've spent a few days training together, working together, going through a lot of drills. So hopefully by now they've found their combinations. They know what their strengths are. They know what to look for with each other. And I think as this tournament goes on, they'll only get more familiar with each other, and we'll see the standard continue to rise, which is impressive based off the standard that we've seen early in this one. Couple of minutes to go in the second quarter. Really tight tussle. It's going to be a Cyclones ball. Nicholson with the inbound. Goes the long ball. Shimakawa again with the pace over the back. Really smart bit of play. Found the space. Tossed the ball over the top. Nicholson with a fantastic inbound. And they managed to stretch the lead to 2.
Just so difficult to get the ball past, isn't he, Shimakawa? He's just so quick on two wheels, and the power in those arms is the other elite athlete on your screen. Plenty of them on your screens, but that 18-year-old from the United States of America, Zion Reddington, those long arms of his and those powerful arms. It's a nice little battle we see. Shimakawa and Reddington. As Reddington, big contact on Shimakawa. But the experience of Shimakawa reclaims the ball, and it's Whittaker who has it for the Cyclones.
Got the technical timeout called there, you might have seen. Shimakawa again putting those hands on the shoulders. Pointing to the right wheel there, so the mechanic out again. Get used to seeing them out there. Shimakawa in particular having some issues. Not the first time they've had to visit him during this game, but it's a quick changeover.
Tell you what, if the mechanics get paid per effort, they'd be banking some serious cash. I hope it's on an hourly rate, because they certainly deserve, I guess, a pay rise every effort that they get out there on that court.
You'd be looking for a rate per tyre rather than per hour. They're not spending too long out there. They managed to make those changes quicker than an F1 team.
They certainly are. Shout out to Max Verstappen. Let's hope he can do a job this coming weekend. In fact, it should be Oscar Piastri these days, shouldn't it? As Zion once again. Reddington, Shimakawa, what a clash. What power, what pace, what speed. And Reddington gets the better on that occasion.
Yeah, two of the fastest athletes going head-to-head there. Mentioned about the amount of court that they cover, the amount of turns they make. Most of these 3 and 3.5 pointers travelling at 25 kilometres an hour or above when they're reaching their top speed. So it's elite speed for them as well. And we saw two of the best on the break just then. Cyclones turn it over though. Ball goes out of bounds. Enforcers have an opportunity to get one back. Looking to tie it up again if they can. And they can. The offload to Tressida. Tressida gets over the line. Vernon finds Whitaker on the inbound. Bit of traffic there. Finds Shimakawa though. He's going to get over. Stretch that lead out again. Just the 1 point lead for the Cyclones. With just a tick under 36 seconds to go. We've got a 40-second shot clock in these events, so the shot clock now switched off. Be interesting whether West Coast choose to chew up some of the time here, let it wind down and see if they can take one try before the clock hits zero and maybe take a tied game into half-time.
Yeah, they'll certainly want to try. They'll want a level score going into the break, West Coast. I feel like West Coast deserves the lead. They're not going to get it, of course. They'll be lucky to even be all level at the break, and they may even be trailing by 2 as Whitaker takes the ball and Shimakawa, but West Coast have been the better side, but just turnovers like that in the sport of wheelchair rugby, they just capitalise, especially athletes like Whitaker, like Shimakawa. You cannot afford to turn the ball over that easy.
Shows how quickly the game can change. 8 seconds ago, we're talking about West Coast trying to tie it up, and now we find ourselves with the Cyclones definitely taking a lead into the break. West Coast looking to reduce that, though. They've got 20 seconds here. Reddington chooses not to take it all, finds a gap, gets over the line. Tough to do, 16 seconds to try and work their way down the court here, the Cyclones.
Yeah, what's the defence here? Watch the defence. Can the Enforcers turn it over? They'll do their best. Shimakawa, though, with the ball in his disposal.
Does it with time to spare. Has a little look around, looking at the clock.
No goal, no try. So a no try called there, and that is, confusing play, but regardless, an inbound.
Tosses it up. Doesn't look like they'll get on the end of it. No, ball comes loose. And it's going to be a Cyclones 22 to the Enforcers 21. A 1 point lead for the Cyclones as we hit half-time. We'll be back soon to take you through the second half.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half here on day one of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And at the break, it's the Queensland Cyclones whom lead the Enforcers 22-21. And the Cyclones were fantastic in fighting their way back in that first half. They trailed by 3 early in the term, but with the class on display by the Queenslanders with the likes of course, Kovac, Nicholson, Whitaker, Thompson, but of course, Shinichi Shimakawa, and the Japanese import, wasn't he impressive in that first term?
Yeah, he's been the standout so far. Elite pace. Shows why he's been around the blocks for a long time. 4-time Paralympian. Won quite a few medals in those Paralympics as well. But yeah, he's been brilliant so far. And the matchup between him and Reddington really as the high pointers has been a really interesting one to watch. Reddington's been important for the Enforcers, but for the Cyclones, yeah, a lot of the plays gone through Shimakawa. I've been impressed with Cam Whitaker, the big frame, big fella out there. He's done a lot of work, whether that's blocking or even with ball in hand. A few clever passes out there as well. And then Bo Vernon, one of the low pointers. He's been brilliant. He's got over the line a couple of times himself as well.
And while we give plenty of kudos to the Cyclones, whom lead 22-21. It's the side to your left there on your screens, the West Coast Enforcers, whom travelled very much from some near, but many afar. And it's the number 9 who has been oh so impressive from the United States of America, Zion Reddington. And Reddington alongside that lady there, Robin Lambert, of course, Ash Tressida. And the number 4 for the Enforcers has been quite impressive too, Jakey Howe. But it's the Enforcers whom will inbound first. They will try and level things back up. And absolutely great lead play there by Lambert. She knew exactly what she was doing. A lovely pop pass. And the Enforcers, just how the game started, it is all level. But this time it's 22-22 early in the second half as Lambert forces a turnover. And West Coast will get an early opportunity to try and take the lead in the second half. Tressida, bounce pass, finds the young man in Reddington. Gets past a Cyclones defender. Can he get past Shimakawa? Look at the power. Look on that absolute strength on display. And the left arm was trying to motor his way over the try line, and he did just that. 23-22 Enforcers. And again, the 9 and the 3, the Cyclones and the Enforcers. What a great start here in the second half.
Yeah, Shimakawa is going to get through again. Interesting on the defence there. I think all he could do was laugh. Probably saw him with a bit of a smile on his face. Reddington, big crash into him. I think Shimakawa thought he had him stopped, but Reddington, just the brute force, managed to get past him. And now this one probably not going to take brute force. Looks like he's found a little break and he'll find himself over the line for a relatively easy one this time.
Instrumental in the Enforcers side thus far this match has been Robin Lambert. Just what a lovely pop pass as the inbound will come the way.
Horton tossing it in.
Daniel Horton. Horton just can't find Thompson, and it will be turned over, and not a very good pass there from Horton. Uncharacteristic. Dan has been a part of the Queensland side for some years, but nonetheless he'll make up for that, I'm sure, here at the 2025 World Challenge as Reddington. Ball at his disposal, rests in his lap. One bounce, back in the lap of Reddington, and navigates his way past the Queensland defenders. Inbound, better from that time. Horton finds the clean grasp of Thompson. Thompson being pestered. The ball taken out cleanly by Reddington, but Queensland will get the ball back. In fact, no, it was a turnover, or is Horton will get the ball and Cyclones no. In fact, the Queenslanders will have the inbound. Shimakawa. Time of the essence. The umpire informing him that he needs to send the pass down the court, but great defence by the Enforcers. They've done all the attacking, but it is defence that can be the difference if you are going to win a narrow and tight match like we see here. And the Enforcers 25, lead by 2 over the Cyclones 23.
Yeah, Tressiter and Howe there. The teamwork on defence. One in front, one behind. Left Shimakawa with nowhere to go. Had to get it over the line. Went for the ambitious pass but couldn't find a teammate, and it does create the turnover. Now the enforcers have an opportunity, but they turn it over as well.
Great defence by both sides. Obviously their high-scoring matches is the sport of wheelchair rugby, but an undervalued skill is defence. But on that occasion, it's the skill, the speed and the core control. Once again from Shimakawa, the experience of Shinichi is just something to behold as Lambert gets past Thompson. Good blocking by Ladays. Lovely pass, Lambert. And Reddington will get his way past the Cyclones defence and extend the lead back out to 2.
Yeah, you mentioned the high-scoring nature of wheelchair rugby. It is a high-scoring game. Last year's Division 1 National Championship saw an average score of 100 tries in each game. The defence has stood out in this one. I don't think we're going to quite reach those levels, as the defensive effort from both teams has been a standout. Not a great deal of defence required on that one, though, as Shimakawa throws it away. Vernon couldn't get on the end of it.
And the umpire asked for the ball, and it should be a Queensland inbound, and Josh Nicholson will make his way over to inbound for the Cyclones. 26-24, 6 minute remains here in the third term, as there's some substitutions made by West Coast. Lambert and Ladays make their way from the court, and we welcome onto the court number 5, Cam Wales, and the number 12 in Benny Ladays. In fact, it's Jake Howe who makes his way off the court. So Ladays, Reddington, Vecchio and Wales on the court for the West Coast Enforcers. Some discussion between the manager of West Coast and Lewis. In fact, it's Adrian Walsh who's just having a couple of questions of the referee, who goes over to the bench and informs the referee or informs the sideline official of what exactly is happening, as Tressiter finds himself in the penalty box, and West Coast will be defending with just 3 on the court.
Yeah, I think they tried to take Tressiter off and put Wales on, but then found that Tressiter was actually meant to be over in that penalty box, so they couldn't sub him out. So probably keep an eye on Wales to come into the game soon.
Tactical or accidental? Time will tell, I guess.
Yes. Game just coming to a little bit of a standstill now. The officials still trying to work their way through a few changes and figure out what's going on.
Well, as we said, it's day 1 here at the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, and in previous editions we haven't had the international involvement, but this year we have both the domestic competition and the international competition. And the Australian Steelers, we mentioned it early in the call, but it's their first time playing on home soil as the Australian Steelers since 2018. And what does that mean for the team that is very young and plenty of debutants in the Australian Steelers?
Yeah, they'd be hoping to play on home soil quite a bit more going forward. Obviously a lot of prep already going into the 2032 Brisbane games. But they'll be looking to play on home soil quite regularly between now and then. And to get some of these emerging and developing players, you mentioned there's 4 debutants that have been out there this morning for the Steelers. They'll be hoping to put on show their capabilities and work towards those elite tournaments that are coming up.
We speak about the international involvement, but also the international imports, and that man on your screen has got plenty of our attention this morning in Shinichi Shimakawa, and he narrows the margin to 1. Reddington. Great defence by Nicholson. Bounce once. Patient play. Reddington. Great pass. Finds Vecchio. Great defence by the Cyclones, but a beautiful lob pass by Vecchio, and brute strength by both Reddington and Whitaker. Vernon there as well. And the Enforcers extend the lead out to 2.
Oh, how's the strength from Reddington then? Managed to find his way through. Whitaker put the block on. It was a big hit too. But Reddington managed to just force his way through. The brute force, he's shown that a few times in this game.
Lob pass down the court. Can't be taken by Nicholson on the first occasion, neither the second. But Vernon can take it cleanly. Great control there by Vernon. Hands the ball off. Now is Shimakawa, and the class prevails, and the margin back to 1.
Really impressive from Vernon. A lot of pressure all around him there. Managed to find the ball and find its way free. Found Nicholson and then found Shimakawa to get over the line. And Shimakawa gets a hand in. Can he force a turnover? Oh, he can. Doing it at both ends. Tosses over the top. And they'll get over the line. Matty Thompson.
Try scored by Matt Thompson, and 27 plays 27. Nothing separates the two. And if any game deserved overtime, it's certainly this one. Every question and every effort that the enforcers have posed, the Cyclones have had an answer, and that has certainly been reciprocal for both these two sides. As another turnover, and the enforcers at the moment are their own worst enemy. As Josh Nicholson at the top of your screens there looks to inbound and see if Thompson can score another try to add to his tally. In fact, he goes the way of Shimakawa. Good defence by the enforcers. Pass, lob pass, one bounce, finds Thompson, and Queensland take the lead. They lead 28-27. Tressida finds Reddington. Well blocked. Great offensive blocking. There's plenty of defensive blocking, but offensively it is so important. And that was wonderful by Tressida. And the lob pass by Reddington finds Polidoro. And Rodolfo Fernando Polidoro scores another. And the scores are once again all level.
Yeah, Polidoro is one of a big contingent of the Brazilians that have come across. He's part of their development squad, so not playing in their national outfit in the World Challenge. But he'll be hoping to impress a few. They'll be watching for sure, impress a few and force his way into their national setup. But they've brought a big contingent over, and we'll see them out on the court later this afternoon.
Inbound from Tressida. Great defence there. The ball taken out, but what control. Great wheelchair rugby, great skill. And the American import once again shows why he is the future of this sport, wheelchair rugby. Another try to Zion Reddington, and the reach was just superb by the young man. Turnover, and forces get the ball back. Polidoro, pass over the top. Shimakawa throws the right mitt at it. Vernon's there, the last touch, inbound from Queensland. Reddington over the top. Can Polidoro get it? Yes, he can. And the enforcers reclaim the lead. Great wheelchair rugby and a fantastic pass by Reddington, and taken cleanly for the try by Polidoro.
Yeah, great pickup. Ball boggling around on the floor. Shimakawa putting the pressure on, chasing him down from behind, and Polidoro just managed to pluck it off the floor and then roll it in nice and easy. That was fantastic play.
And the last touch, was it off the enforcers? It was, and I'm not sure Reddington agrees, but a good effort nonetheless. Nicholson finds Thompson. Shimakawa. Patient wheelchair rugby. And then brute force by Shimakawa. And the try scored by Queensland. Polidoro. Good defence. Blocked up is Reddington. So Polidoro needs to do it himself. Tressida is there to provide the block. Polidoro still with the ball in his grasp. Tressida, great blocking. Polidoro, though, he needs his teammate who's up at the other end of the court. But no, he doesn't. The Brazilian, Polidoro, and the enforcers lead by 1.
Yeah, needed to go about that himself on that occasion. Reddington, normally the guy that you'd be looking for, but the Queenslanders had him pinned at the opposite end of the court. You wouldn't have been able to see it off screen there, but it was two of them blocking him out. Polidoro took it upon himself and got the job done. But the Cyclones respond quickly.
Good lob pass, another try for Queensland. So it seems at the moment that West Coast are working a little bit harder for their tries. So I'd almost say it's advantage Queensland, but Polidoro looking to try and get the lead back the way of the Western Australians, and he does just that with 2 minutes remaining here in the third term. Thompson. No one in front of him. Coming across in cover defence is Reddington. A reach, but Thompson reclaims the ball, still has it. One bounce, good defence by the enforcers. 4 black singlets surround him, but a great pass. Shimakawa, a bounce pass to Vernon, and the low pointer scores another. And how instrumental has he been in Bo Vernon for the Queensland Cyclones?
Yeah, gets on the end of a really good try there. It was the initial offload. You mentioned the 4 black singlets all surrounding Matty Thompson, but he managed to find a way to get the ball out, and then it finds its way over to Vernon, who found space and got over the line. As Polidoro crosses again, he's been very busy since coming on in this quarter.
Yeah, just a bit of intensity, I'd say, has increased or has certainly lifted for Polidoro. He was a little bit quieter in that first half, but maybe he's got the season travel jitters out of his system as we see Nicholson make his way down the court, throws his body weight into the tyre of Polidoro. Now Shimakawa. Ball in his disposal. Can't get past Tressida. And 4 in the key is the call, or 3 in the key, I should say, against the enforcers, and it will be a penalty and a timeout going the way of the Queenslanders.
Yeah, you're right. That 4 in the key, important rule. It's a little bit similar to your basketball rules in that you can't just pack the key and put all of your defence down there. You can put 3 down there, but as soon as that 4th one rolls into the zone, it's that 4th defender that goes into the key that he'll find himself in the penalty box.
You can see the yellow rectangle on the bottom right of your screens there, and the corner post, of course, that really does show what the key is, and 4 players defensively enter that. It is a penalty, and the player whom entered last will find themselves in the penalty box. But on that occasion, the 4-on-3 advantage for Queensland ensures that nothing separates these two once more. 33 all. Polidoro can't get past Shimakawa. Great block by Tressida. Polidoro, clean path, gets past Vernon, gets past Nicholson, and the enforcers at the moment probably advantage West Coast. It is end-to-end, it is tit for tat. Nothing separates these two. Very close contest.
The burst out of the penalty box from Polidoro, taking a little break on the side after giving away the penalty, but then bursts in, finds the ball, makes his way through to the try zone immediately.
Good block there by Tressida, and of course Reddington. Shimakawa needs a maroon jersey or a maroon singlet to support him. He'll look for Nicholson.
Shot clock off now, so just a bit of time management as well.
Turned over, but Queensland will get the ball back. Good effort there by Thompson.
Less than 10 seconds.
So 9 seconds remains. The enforcers lead by 1 try. Ken's Queensland level it up. Going into the final term. Lob pass. Finds Vernon. And with 8 to go, 8 seconds to go here in the third term. It's all level, and what a pass from Nicholson. Finds Vernon. 34 plays 34. So a timeout called, and Tressida will inbound for the enforcers. Making his way on the side of your screen there, the 15 for West Coast. He'll have 8.3 seconds to try and add another try to the tally. At the moment, it's all level. Looks to inbound, turned over, Shimakawa, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, he'll of course do it. And with 1 second on the clock, just like that, the Cyclones take the lead going into the final quarter. And who would have thought the attack was going the way of the enforcers? But it's the Cyclones who lead at the break 35-34. But don't you go anywhere. The fourth and final quarter coming your way right after this.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be a part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
And welcome back here to beautiful Adelaide in South Australia. We're 3/4 of the way through the opening game of the National Championships Division 1 clash between the Cyclones from Queensland and the Enforcers from Western Australia. Tight game so far. The Cyclones take a narrow 1-point lead, 1 try lead into the final term. We're underway. Shimakawa has the ball for the Cyclones. Just a tactical build-up here, taking a little bit of time, directing some traffic, trying to work his way through. Found a little gap, but it's not going to count. Picked up for a foul there. Turns the ball over. The inbound pass, a little bit loose. Tapped free. But it looks like it'll be the Enforcers' ball again, so I'll have another go at it. Really difficult position on the court to try and inbound from, buried in that corner. You can see all the traffic down there on your screen. Reddington finds it. If there's one man that can get free from there, it's probably him. Goes the long ball over the top. Tressida does well to get onto it. Finds Lambert. And Lambert gets over the line. The former Paralympic sprinter using the pace to get free, find some space at the end of the court. Horton with the inbound, finding it a little bit difficult. Finds Shimakawa though. Good pass and a good burst of speed to try and get away. Reddington with the defense, manages to stop the Japanese import in his tracks, but he gets it over to Kovacs. Goes over to Horton now. Shimakawa buried deep, trying to find a path through. Ball comes loose. There's a penalty on the play. Looks like it might have been called against Lambert. Lambert working their way towards the penalty box now. So it'll be 4-on-3. The Cyclones might have an opportunity here to take the lead back. The extra number. Shot clock resets as well, so they'll have some time to set up the play. As Horton inbounds to Shimakawa. Lambert fresh from the penalty box. Finds it off the inbound. Has a bit of space to work into, and then over the top, the lob pass. Reddington finds it. Lambert to Reddington. We've called that a few times already. Important combination for them. Horton seems to have a lot of the responsibilities for the inbound. Tosses it in, finds Boyd, who goes back to Horton. Tossed out in front of Kovac. Oh, clever tap. Kovac knew it was going to be difficult to try and grab it and control it. Tapped it forward, found Shimakawa in some space. I think they've ran the same play 2 times in a row there. Lambert bringing it down on the right side, waiting for Reddington to find some space down the left, and then the late toss over pass. It's worked a treat both times. Why not keep trying to do it? And now the Enforcers have an opportunity. They create the turnover off the inbound. They'll have a chance through Tressida. Finds Lambert. Penalty on the play. They'll set up again. Kovacs managed to prevent a try, but gave away the penalty in the meantime. No penalty try awarded. He finds himself taking a little rest. Tressida with another opportunity for the inbound. Lambert over the top, or Reddington in closer. It goes to Reddington. Lambert has space over the top, and it comes there now. And for the first time in this final term, the Enforcers find themselves in front. The defense again, forcing the turnover. Horton trying to toss it to Shimakawa, but Reddington, the man in front, managed to tap it to himself and then get over the line. And Howe really important as well on the defense there, making it difficult for the inbound. Parked himself behind Shimakawa. Blocked any kind of exit with the 5 seconds to inbound. Horton had to toss the ball in, but the turnover creates that 2-try gap, just as you mentioned earlier, Ben. No, stay confident, Ben. You've called it early. Stay with it now. You're on the Enforcers from here, mate. They find Lambert. 2-on-2 down the court. Lambert crosses halfway. There's that speed we've referenced a few times. That's the type of speed that wins you a bronze medal in the Paralympics. It's back out to that 2-try gap. Vernon this time will have the responsibility to toss it in. It goes to Thompson. Then over to Whittaker. Big clash in the middle of the court, but Whittaker takes it. Doesn't faze him in the slightest, and then he tosses it over for Shimakawa. Over the line again. The quick inbound. The ball comes free. Still in dispute. But Reddington swoops in. Saves the day. That looked very risky for the Enforcers. It is elite athleticism. These athletes have a minimum of an impairment to 3 of their limbs, so there is going to be difficulties with handling that ball, but you see when it hits the floor, it doesn't faze them at all. It's the quick pickup, it's the offloads, those long passes and the gathers, they can do it all, and the level of function they have far exceeds what you would normally expect, and that just shows how elite they are. Yeah. Yeah, the team out there quickly. Get him up on 2 wheels again, and we'll be back into it shortly. Big hits, not the first time we've seen Reddington go down. We've seen a number of the athletes go down. They take some big hits in this as well, the power that they generate, the impact that they can have. I know calling it live, the sound is also something that stands out, that sound of wheel on wheel, metal on metal, that comes through loud and clear. Hopefully it comes through the broadcast as well. Tressida with the inbound. Finds Polidoro, who's recently entered the game. Polidoro with the long ball forward. Reddington. Great chair control. Looked like that ball might be beating him and heading over the sideline, but managed to get there. On 1 wheel at one point, I think there. Gathered and stretches that lead out to 2 again.
Well, we spoke about the 2-point buffer, and the Enforcers have that lead. Nicholson passes the ball, finds Shimakawa, and the 2-point buffer, well, with 3 minutes 30 in the final term, it's now down to 1. Can the Queenslanders defend? They really need to lift their intensity.
Mentioned the potential of overtime earlier. Scheduler's worst nightmare to get overtime in game 1 of the tournament. Push everything back a little bit, but
there
it's still very much on the cards. The turnover created. And then Reddington reaching in. Shimakawa tips over. They'll be out there to help him up. Reddington probably going to find himself on the side there. A penalty. He'll be off for the next 60 seconds or until the next score. And the Cyclones will have an opportunity to tie things up with a 1-player advantage.
Youth on experience there, and the 18-year-old, he was not letting Shimakawa out of his sights. He went straight at him and turned the ball over. So Queensland, like you said, 4 on 3. West Coast defending with a player down. And the margin, one would assume, but I guess you should assume in the sport of wheelchair rugby, the margin's set to be all locked up at 42 apiece. Can Shimakawa do just that?
Good defence. Managed to delay things, but it did seem inevitable. He was going to find his way over. And does, and we're tied up. With less than 3 minutes to play. What a game to start the tournament. This is exactly what we'd be looking for to start the tournament. 2 teams coming together and putting on an absolute performance that's going to go down to the last seconds.
Well, 42 plays 42, and look, it doesn't get enough of a mention because it is an attacking sport, but it's going to come down to these final 3 minutes, which team defends better. Who is going to dislodge the ball, who's not going to ensure that they get some skin-on-skin contact, who's going to take the ball cleaner, and who is going to capitalise on those opportunities. Those opportunities will come. They'll be far and few, but they need to ensure that they do capitalise. And as we said, nothing separates the two. The Enforcers having some orders being barked by Adrian Walsh on your screens, really trying to get his team of 4 to reclaim the margin, reclaim the lead. Nothing separates the two. 3 minutes to go, final term.
Yeah, pressure for Walsh. First year coaching the Enforcers. He was a member of their playing squad last year and also played in Division 2 for the ACT Buccaneers. But he's out there coaching this time, giving some orders. And I don't think that's the inbound that they would have drawn up. Taking a little too long to get the ball in, and they're going to turn it over. You mentioned the defence. The forcing of a turnover could create the opportunity, and they've done it immediately after that break. And the Cyclones now will take possession of the ball on the sidelines.
Yeah, look, I like these substitutions. West Coast have obviously been fantastic all day, all of the players that have entered the court, but they really need to look Robin Lambert out there for the final few minutes, and they've done that. So Lambert on the court, she's been fantastic. She's been instrumental, really, in the reason why the Enforcers are all locked up. So Can she turn the ball over here as Thompson has the ball for Queensland?
Yeah, I think these lineups now are probably the ones that will see us through to the finish. They've got their strongest outfits out there, or at least what they think is going to be their strongest finishing outfit. The Queenslanders do manage to find their way over. It is Maddie Thompson that finds the try line, and they take the lead back. Hoping for a better inbound this time for the Enforcers.
Jake Howe, an ex-Steeler, needs to find Lambert. Not a great pass and a turnover. Queensland ball, and Howe, not a great pass. And they're the moments where you can go from a winning side to a losing one.
Yeah, and now the opportunity comes for the Cyclones to put that 2-point gap on, which at this stage of the game does start to make things difficult for the Enforcers. There'll be some clock management. We mentioned the 40-second shot clock. If Queensland can manage to get that 2-try break and then use the clock to their advantage, it does make things very difficult. But they need to get over the line first. Shimakawa trying to find that gap. Vernon puts the block on Lambert and helps Shimakawa find a hole down that left side of the defence and find his way over the line. And that 2-point gap does come about. The quick inbound this time, ensuring they don't have the turnover. Dangerous cross-court pass, but Lambert gets onto it. Back to Reddington, and they get the ball over halfway. But then the pass doesn't go their way. Looking for Jake Howe. Couldn't find him. Ball comes off and goes out of bounds, and the Cyclones now have an opportunity.
Yeah, it's a big moment, that one. Uncharacteristic. We've used the term a few times today, but Jake Howe, he knows he should have taken that one, and he'll want to really make up for it in the final 2 minutes. But Queensland, we said 2 would be a big buffer, but 3, that's difficult. That's really, really tough now for the Enforcers.
Yeah, I made you stick fat with your call earlier at the Enforcers, and it's not looking as good for you now. The 3-point break, minute 49 left to play in this one. That was a quick try from the Cyclones to get that lead out to 3 as well. Ball goes out of play now. Enforcers do keep hold of it though. Got a technical timeout that's been called. See the mechanic heading out there again for the Enforcers.
Jakey Howe, he'll certainly want to try and make sure he inbounds this, I guess, a bit more cleaner. He's a very, very good wheelchair rugby athlete, but just a couple of uncharacteristic errors in the last few minutes, and he'll certainly want to take some confidence going into their match later this afternoon. It is day one, so plenty of time to make up for some errors. But the West Coast Enforcers, can they keep the scoreboard respectable? This has deserved overtime. It's deserved a draw, but Queensland just a little bit better at executing in the final term.
Yeah, it's been close all the way through, and it really has come down to the last couple of minutes where the Cyclones have just executed better. Not over yet. Enforcers be looking to score really quickly here. Reddington out the back looking to break away will probably be the play. No, hits up towards the inbound pass now. And perhaps look for Lambert, who's going to work her way with speed down the court. Loose pass, though, couldn't get it over to her. The play was there. That's what they needed to do. They had to score quickly. Worth a shot, but it comes loose. Shimakawa recovered it. Queensland gets it over halfway. Maddie Thompson gets it back to Shimakawa now. And with a minute 20 to play, it does look like the Cyclones are going to be safe in this one.
Yeah, but this is where the Enforcers will want to try and really capitalise on just some last-minute effort. They'd like to stay within 3. You wouldn't want it to get out at 4. 4 and against can be really important in the sport of wheelchair rugby when it comes finals time. So that's better defence by Lambert, but geez, it's tough when you got Thompson handing the ball across to Shimakawa, and that 5 and that 3 combination. Oh, it's very, very classy for the Cyclones.
Yeah, you mentioned the goal difference. There's 5 teams in Division 1 in this tournament. We've seen the Cyclones, Queensland team, and the West Coast Enforcers in this one. Victoria and New South Wales also in this, and some international visitors, Chungnam from South Korea. But the goal difference will be really important, or the try difference will be really important for the standings later on in this tournament. So the Enforcers looking to get over the line, and Lambert does get over the line now.
Shimakawa on your screens. Can he try and get the lead out to 4? It's 3 the margin, only 20 seconds remains, and if we had a 3-2-1, I'd say Shimakawa would be close to getting all three. He's been absolutely fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes over the coming days here at this year's event.
Yeah, support team starting to count down here as well, so they know how long they've got as we go down to the last 2 seconds. Managed to score that late try and extend the lead. It looks like it'll be a 4-point victory for the Cyclones. It's a brilliant start to the tournament for the Queensland outfit. They've got Shinichi Shimakawa as the star of the day. He'll be back out on court again a little bit later this afternoon playing against the Victorians, so they'll be hoping for a repeat performance like that. But a brilliant performance from the Cyclones. Even start to the game, but they've managed to break free in the last few minutes for a 4-point victory.
Yeah, absolute class from both sides, really. I mean, it's day one. It's the first match. There's plenty of work to do for both sides. Plenty of abilities shown by both sides. A lot of errors, a lot of turnovers, uncharacteristic, as we mentioned. But I'm looking forward to seeing both these sides later on day one and, of course, over the weekend. But it is that side on screen, the Cyclones, led, of course, by Shinichi Shimakawa. But we can't forget the likes of Kovac, Nicholson, Whitaker, and, of course, Thompson. The Cyclones, too good. They win 47-43, but it's not over. Coming up next, we've got Chungnam, I should say, going up against the Victorian Protec Thunder, and I'm looking forward to seeing the side coming across from the Asian part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time here on day one, match number one. But as we said, don't go anywhere. One match down, but plenty to come. We'll be seeing you just after this for match number 2 here on Show Court 2.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
2 of Division 1 of the National Championships as part of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And we're seeing our first international team playing in the domestic competition, which is an interesting twist to the event. But Chungnam from South Korea, we've got Kyungmin, Younghoon, Park Ucheol, Park Jeon, Kim Taeyun, and their coach Choi Jae-woong. Experienced outfit. They're coming up against the Victorian Protect Thunder. My tip to take it out this year, I'll get into that as the call goes on. But for the Victorians, we've got Stu Robinson, Jaden Warren, Weberson de Cruz Rodriguez, Andrew Harrison, Kadir Faki, Will Tahini, and Ben Fawcett. We're counting down towards this game. Alongside me is Ben Eisenhuth again, and Ben, very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah, thanks, Jace. Looking forward to the call. Looking forward to, of course, seeing what Chungnam will bring over from South Korea. Of course, the side on your screens, though, the Victorian Protect Thunder, raging hot favourites, one would assume, to take out the Division 1 title in this year's 2025 World Challenge, the domestic competition, of course. But there is some international flair, as we said. Chungnam, only the 5 players representing them, where Victorian Protect Thunder have some international flair on the right of your screen. The number 3, Stu Robinson. But keeping on with that international comments, there's that side we speak of, the South Korean team, Chungnam. And there'll be 4 players on the court. Kyungmin, number 1, number 5, Park Jun, number 9, Park Ucheol, and the number 14 in Kim Young-hoon.
Yeah, the international team finds their way over here for the first time. One of their players, for those that were tuning in last year, might remember that Park Ucheol was actually a member of the Victorian team in last year's event, but comes back this year to represent his more local team from South Korea. So he's no stranger to these shores. We're underway here, though. Stu Robinson, the big Great Britain import, gets us underway with the tap. The ball rolls out of bounds, and it will be Chungnam who get first opportunity to try and attack.
Well, we speak about size, and there's plenty of it on display in the Victorian side as the South Koreans open the scoring through the number 9 in Park Ucheol. But the sheer size of that number 3, the Brit in Stu Robinson, and the number 12 as well, Andrew Harrison, some really big frames. So will it be size, or will it be the more, I guess, the shorter statures and the smaller statures of Chungnam that will take out this match here in match number 2 on day 1?
Yeah, I did mention right at the top of this broadcast that the Victorians, I think, have a really good opportunity to win it this year. Missed out on taking it out last season after being finalists the year before that. But this year, a really strong outfit that they've got out there, highlighted by Stu Robinson, that man that's in picture with the ball at the moment. He's an import over from Great Britain. Big man's going to find his way over the try line early in this one to open the scoring for the Victorians. But alongside him, Jaden Warren, an experienced stealer that's been around for a long time, a real asset to have currently on the sidelines, but will come on fresh and have a real impact for them. A number of other Steeler representatives and a strong, deep squad that they've got. So I think they'd be coming into this with high hopes. Although Chungnam take a couple of tries early in this one and have a narrow lead in the first minute.
Kadir Faki on your screens there, inbounds and finds the number 12 in Andrew Harrison. Harrison will look to try and find the high pointer in Stewie Robinson. Instead, he goes himself. Harrison, can he find Robinson, or will he elect to go himself? The big frame, and that's what we spoke about. The larger bodies and the larger frames can really be advantageous when you're trying to cross the try line. And on that occasion, he does just that, and it's 2-on-2, Thunder and Chungnam. Nothing separates the two.
Yeah, love that from the big fella Harrison. He's also coaching this outfit, so the player coach, taking the liberty himself as coach to just go all the way, force his way over the line. That's what you do as a leader. Get the job done early, set the tone. Victoria inbounds the ball. Look at that reach from Robinson. Probably the only player on the court that could have plucked that inbound, and he did it easily. Finds his way through. Gets it over the top. And Kadir Farki gets the score. Inbound comes in. Park Uchiol working his way through, gets the block on up front. And then finds the gap and gets over. Clever bit of play. Young Min created the lane for him to go through, put the block on. Park Uchiol saw it, went for it and got through.
Geez, it really is end-to-end stuff. Whatever I can do, whatever you can do, I can do better at the moment. Everything that Chungnam is throwing at the Thunder, they're responding emphatically, and it's really good wheelchair rugby. All about attack at the moment. Both these sides are attacking, and what a pass. Finds the 9, finds Park Uchiol. And Chungnam reclaim the lead, 5 tries to 4.
It is a really clean start to this contest. We called the last game between the Queensland Cyclones and the West Coast Enforcers, and that was a game that was highlighted by a number of turnovers. Really strong defensive effort, but a number of unforced turnovers in that game as well. This one has started early with both teams protecting the ball well, finding the gaps and scoring each time they've gone down the court. And they'll get it done again. Stu Robinson got trapped trying to go down that right side, was at the corner post, needed to find an option and found one. The long inbound. Oh, Harrison picks it off. Brilliant bit of defense from Harrison. Read the play well. The long inbound hasn't come off, and that has created the turnover and an opportunity for Victoria now to hit the front, and they do.
Yeah, the first real turnover in this contest. Maybe a couple of nerves for the South Koreans in Chungnam, but it's really important that your high pointers don't just score tries, but they know how to find the mid pointers and the low pointers for some tries. And Harrison, great skill, not just scoring tries, but setting them up, and a great response by Kim Young-chun there, and a try scored by South Korea, and Chungnam, the margin all square once again.
Yeah, Chungnam, South Korean team. They're a province in South Korea, population of a bit over 2 million people. But they're a team that's accustomed to going on some of these international junkets. They've been overseas for a few tournaments now. Most recently, they were over in Prague playing at the back end of 2024 in a tournament that these players were part of, but also a number of others that are here for other teams are also out there. I think there's one that's on court over on court 1 for the Netherlands, Davy Vandendop. He was the MVP in that tournament, the Rugby Mania tournament. So they're well-travelled, this team. They're a well-balanced team. You might see in their team list the classifications. No 3 or 3.5 classifications, no 0.5 classifications out there either. So they are forced to have a fairly balanced lineup. But they're using that well so far, as we're 7 apiece early in this game. Robinson takes a bounce, looks for the gap. There's a penalty called on the play, and it will be a penalty try that's awarded to the Victorians.
Well done there. Got away from Kadir Farki, did the number 9 and Park Uchiol. And they are staying in this contest are Chungnam. And 2 siblings on the court, in fact, for the South Korean outfit. The number 9, Park Uchiol, and the number 5, Park Jiun. So siblings on the court. Just the 5 players from the province of Chungnam, 2 of which are siblings. So let's see whether that theme of combinations proves true and familial for the Chungnam team.
Yeah, might be some sibling rivalry. They might be counting their tries throughout the game, or who set up who, or who put on the block for who. But yeah, you'd expect they should work pretty well together. It's a small squad that's come over, but they have flown in on Sunday. Have been here in Adelaide for a few days now, had the opportunity to train together, get used to the facilities and get used to everything that's on offer here in Adelaide.
As we see, the number 2 takes the ball, but just drops the ball, does Rodriguez, an import from Brazil, in fact. So again, the international component, international imports, very busy here on court, but it's the number 9 in Park Uchiol who will wheel away and reclaim the lead for Chungnam. 9 tries to 8, 3 minutes 30 here remaining in the first term.
Yeah, the second Brazilian import that we've seen early on in day one. Also had one out there, Palladino, in the first game of the tournament for the West Coast Enforcers. Brazil's brought over a big squad for this one. They've got a couple of their development players playing in the national championships here, as well as their international team that's on show in the World Challenge. But a big squad in contrast to Chungnam bringing over just a handful. The Brazilians have a dozen or more that are here in some capacity. Back to this game though. Stu Robinson gets a hand in on defence, taps the ball free, and he's going to be the first one that then gets onto it. Shows the power and the speed as the first one to read the play, get the hand in, tap it free, and then get onto it and get to the other end of the court. As Victoria get another try on the board with 10-9 early in this game. 3 minutes still to play in the first term.
Yeah, I had a chat with Stu Robinson last year in the 2024 tournament, and he really touched on how much he enjoys playing wheelchair rugby in Australia. He said that the contests are always very physical, very close, and he said there's always a lot of emotion on the court. That was the thing that he enjoyed the most. So looking forward to seeing Stu over the next few days, and plenty of emotion here on your screens. Of course, all the action brought to you live by KO.
Stu Robinson has some bragging rights against a few of the Australian athletes that he'll see across the next few days as well. He's, of course, a bronze medalist in the Tokyo Paralympics, and he's had some big clashes against the Australians over the years, and he's got free there. He's gone the old 1-2 play over the top with Rodriguez. Gets it back. The defence is strong, but not strong enough to hold him out, Stu Robinson. He's a big man, big, powerful athlete, finds his way over the line. Yeah, he's a two-time Paralympian, a very successful athlete at the international level, over 120 caps for his country. A lot of the play is going to go through him. It does again as the Victorians force a turnover this time. Find Robinson, and they get their first little break in this game. We're going to take a little break with the athletes coming to the side as Victoria takes that 12-10 lead.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Chungnam will, of course, struggle with as the tournament progresses will be the lack of substitutions. Of course, only the 5 players have made the journey from South Korea here to Adelaide, and one substitute for 4 days of wheelchair rugby will be very, very difficult. So let's hope that their team of physiotherapists and their team of strength conditioning coaches can provide the care that I'm sure all these athletes will need as the days roll on over the next 4 days to come.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a small squad. They'll have to stay fit throughout the tournament. Organisers have done well to make sure that they have a few breaks through play, not playing too close together, get an opportunity to rest up a little bit as the tournament goes on. It is a 4-day tournament, extra day than we've had in previous editions, so it does give them the opportunity to just space those games out slightly more. Having a little bit of trouble on the inbound pass here, but do find it just in the nick of time. Uchiol finds it with pace down the court. See Jaden Warren put the block on defence. He's been added into the game fresh for the Victorians. They force the ball free. Warren and Robinson with the defensive effort there, but Chungnam will manage to keep hold of it. It was the last touch by the Victorians before going out of bounds.
Imagine trying to defend the Victorian Protect Thunder with the likes of Harrison and, of course, Robinson, and then an Australian stealer like Jabs Warren enters the centre of play. That would just be so difficult. Of course, we can see on your screens there, making his way to inbound the ball, it's Benny Fawcett. Once upon a time, of course, an Australian stealer himself. So a very, very formidable outfit are the Victorian Protect Thunder, and Jaden Warren, a stealer himself, making his way down centre court.
Yeah, Warren, former stealer, with ambitions of still getting back into that stealer outfit. He was also an MVP of this tournament only a couple of years ago, and the luxury of bringing him off the bench in this game and having him as more of an impact player. That's why I think the Victorians would be confident about their ability to go deep into this tournament. The combination with Robinson and Warren, it's as strong as any out there.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for any side to try and beat the Victorian Protect Thunder. Plenty of depth as well, plenty of substitutions, but it's Chungnam on your screens. Park Uchiol. Offensive block by his sister in Park Jiun. And another try for Uchiol.
He's had a busy start to this game. Elite international athlete, playing for the domestic team in Chungnam here, but has experience at the international level as well. He's played in tournaments all over the world. As a two-pointer, it's one of those mid-pointers. A lot of the play is going to go through him, which is a little different to some of the style where you see the high pointers, the likes of Robinson and Warren as the high pointers for the Victorians. So a contrasting kind of style, but yeah, Park Cheol's been very busy and he brings the ball up the court again for Chungnam this time. Clock management starting to come into it. There's 30 seconds to go, 26 on the shot clock, so a small gap between them. They'll try and whittle that down, give the Victorians very little to work with for the last play of the game.
Important here for Chungnam to make sure they get across that try line. They trail by 2.
And they do. It's a sibling combination again, creating a gap down the right side. 14 seconds to go. Warren with the long ball off the inbound. Robinson gets a hold of it. As the seconds count down, Warren gets the other end of the court. Back to Robinson, and I think they've done it just in the nick of time. That's a fantastic bit of play. The clock here says 0.1, so there's nothing more that's going to come from this one. And we have quarter time in this Division 1 game. It's the Victorians leading 15-13 against Chungnam, and we'll take a short break and be back with the second quarter very soon.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Are the team whom lead 15 tries to 13. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the second term in our first half. And there on your screens are, of course, the Victorian Protect Thunder, whom lead 15 tries to 13 over Chungnam, the domestic side, coming across from South Korea. And they have been fantastic here in the first half. But it's the likes of Jaden Warren, Andrew Harrison, Benny Fawcett, and, of course, the man on the left of your screens there, Stuart Robinson, who have been fantastic in the first term. So how will that side on your screens, Chungnam, respond? Only time will tell. We spoke about siblings at the top of your screens there. The two Parks, Uchiol and Jiun. As Victoria go on the attack through the Brit and Stu Robinson in the large frame. Wheels his way past two defenders. And the margin now out to 3. In fact, was the try awarded? It was, yes. And an inbound from South Korea. Kim trying to navigate his way past Fawcett. Does so. Kim still with the ball at his disposal. Gets past Jabs Warren, and Jabs just takes a tyre as Kim takes his time, bounces the ball to his left. Good defence by Fawcett, but a nice pass. Finds Chun. Chun, lob pass, finds Park, Uchiol Park. And Chungnam score their first here in the second term. 2 tries the margin. And how will the South Koreans hold on in this second term? Warren finds Harrison, takes it cleanly. Nothing in his path but the yellow line and the try line. And the margin back out to 3.
Yeah, the opportunity to get out in some open court. You've got the speed of Robinson and Warren out there as well. That fast break, get into some free court and get over the line easily. That's something that probably the South Korean outfit just hasn't had the opportunity to do so far. They've been really clever the way they've blocked and created opportunities in the half-court offense, but they probably haven't had the access to some of that easy ball like the Victorians have.
Uchiol Park, plenty of defenders. They'll be lucky not to get 4 in the key here, Victoria, but regardless, the ball stays in the possession of the South Koreans and a timeout is called. Great defence by Victoria. Great defence. An inbound by Victoria and Ben Fawcett. We mentioned the star-studded outfit that Victoria possess. And there's 2 Australian players or ex-Steelers on your screen in Fawcett, and that man with the ball in his hands, and Jaden Warren. Gets Park, Uchiol Park. Lobs the ball, finds Stu Robinson. Robinson, good offensive blocking by the Thunder. Ben Fawcett trying to clear a path for Robinson. He'll instead have to go around, and Jabs Warren clears that path, and another try goes the way of the Thunder. Turnover, but great clean-up work by Jun Park. Hands the ball back to Chun. Now to Uchiol Park. Tap the ball down the court. Can Chun get there? The ball may beat him across the line. Tries to take the ball, can't. The ball's rolled over by Stu Robinson. But South Korea and Chungnam should repossess the ball. The score 18. The Thunder lead Chungnam 18-14.
Robinson arguing the point a little bit there, but I think it's hard to get away with it when the ball is underneath your chair as you roll out of bounds. I think it's pretty clearly off of Robinson. The team comes out to dislodge that. And now Chungnam will have the opportunity to inbound.
Chun finds Park. Uchiol Park gets past Rodriguez. Lob pass. Can it be taken? It can. Great hands by Chun. And the margin back to 3. Chungnam are hanging in there just by the skin of their teeth. Robinson. Still with Robinson. Good offensive blocking there by Tahini. Robinson. Again, well done by Tahini. Robinson passes the ball right into the lap of Harrison. And at the moment, the Victorian Thunder are doing it quite easy. A 4-point margin, 5 to go in this first half.
Harrison had just checked into the game. A couple of changes. Warren finds his way off for a well-earned rest. Harrison comes on. And the Brazilian import back into the game. Weberson, De Cruz, Rodriguez. Fawcett takes a rest as well. Robinson and Tahini stay out there. Will Tahini, he's someone that represented the local SA Sharks in last year's edition. He's a local South Australian boy, but playing for the Victorian team this year, earning the rights to come up into Division 1 of the competition off the back of his performances. Helping his team out here, and Robinson finds his way over the line. Had to use his power to find his way through. The block was on, but managed to get over.
And the biggest margin in this contest, 20 plays, 15, but Park really trying to keep Chungnam in this, and he'll wheel his way past Rodriguez, and the margin back to 4. Rodriguez, can he find Robinson? Does. Big contact, but a great pass. Great patience by the Brit. Harrison passes, taken cleanly off the wheels by Robinson. Great hands. Tahini. Good defence by South Korea. But Victoria will repossess the ball. And it will be an inbound, one would assume, by the Victorian Protect Thunder. Some running repairs from South Korea. The players just caught up there, as you can see. Park caught up on the tyre of Kim. But we will be back underway momentarily as Rodriguez finds Stu Robinson. Robertson trying to muscle his way past the Chungnam defence. And great blocking there by Tahini. Another try to add to the long, long tally of Stu Robinson's. And Chungnam with it all to do. Whom trail by 5, and big contact from Robinson. And a little tap on the shoulder. And Jun Park, bit of a smile on her face, and she'll be A-OK once she's back up on her 2 wheels in a few moments' time.
Showing absolutely no fear at all. We've talked about their short roster, just the 5 of them that are available to play, but they're not holding back at all. Doesn't limit them from having a real crack, not fearful of those big hits and falling to the floor, even having a good laugh about it when the tumble to the floor does happen. She's getting assisted up now.
And she's back on her 2 wheels is Jun Park. And a bit of a smile and a laugh saying, I'm fine. And maybe that's a little bit of welcome to Australia from Stu Robinson. But she has been substituted off, so she'll get some running repairs and maybe a drink of water for good fortune. As Chun wheels his way down the court, goes past Rodriguez. And Kyungmin Chun keeps Chungnam within reach of this Victorian lead. Harrison, big contact taken cleanly, and there's the turnover, and the margin now will be 3 as Chungnam, great defence, desperate defence, and another try scored to Kyung Min Chun.
Yeah, just as it looked like the Victorians were pulling away and going to make a real gap of this game, they forced a turnover, the South Korean outfit, managed to bring it back to 3. They're going to need a few more of those, but they're hanging in there. They're playing really well.
Great pass, finds Rodriguez, and the Brazilian import will score his first try of the afternoon. Chun finds Park. Gets past Rodriguez. Cover defense from Harrison, but Chun has the ball. Big contact from Robinson on Chun. And that large frame of Stuart Robinson. Right in front of the commentary box is Kyung Min Chun, who's in an awkward position lying on his front. But the running repairs and the technicians from Chungnam will ensure that he is okay. And he looks to be fighting fit and quite well. Taking a few deep breaths, I'd imagine. And he'll be back up on 2 wheels in a few moments' time, and is so. So a busy afternoon. And in fact, he lost his specs there, did Chun, but they're back on his head. And a player that doesn't have a whole lot of size, but he does have plenty of heart in Kyung Min Chun. And he's been pretty busy this afternoon for Chungnam, and he's certainly going to need to keep that up if they're going to stay within reach of the Victorian Thunder.
It was a bone-rattling hit. You mentioned it was right here in front of the comms area. It was bone-rattling for me, and I'm a few metres back from it. He's copped it, though, and got straight back into it. He's a very important player for Chungnam. Their highest pointer, a 2.5 pointer. A lot of the play is going to go through him. And we've seen probably Chun and Park Yu-Cheol working together. That's been the major combo for them. And they're going to have to continue to play well if they're going to find their way back from this 4-point deficit. They pushed back on defence. Meanwhile, the Victorians just gathered around, taking a few instructions here from their player coach in Harrison. He's been important for them as well.
4's the margin, as you can see on your screens there. Harrison just trying to inform his side. Let's not get a bit too excited. Let's not get too confident. Let's really stick to our plays. As looks like quite a diverse side, a Brazilian import, a great British individual, and obviously a few ex-Steelers as well. So A very formidable outfit are the Victorian Thunder, one of the favourites here in the Division 1 in the domestic competition. But regardless, at the moment they lead by 4 tries, and a lot of that is thanks to the man with the ball on his lap in Stu Robinson. Good block by Warren. Force it 2, but Robinson says, Jabs, you take that one, and Jabs Warren scores his first try here this afternoon. It's Kim. Back to Chun. That last bone-rattling hit he seems to have shaken off. Pass. Lovely. Finds Park. Jabs is there to defend. Park will need to get some blocking. Chun is there. Park bounces one. Gets around Fawcett. Great patience there by Park. Didn't dislodge the ball. Didn't try and pass. Backed himself. And the margin stays at 4.
Didn't look like much was going to open up for Park then. Was patient, took the build up, and then on the left-hand side, just found enough of a gap, worked his way around. But this is what we talked about earlier. The Victorians managed to get one really quickly back the other way. Robinson just wheeling into some open court. They're getting over the line much more easily than the South Korean outfit seemed to be able to do.
And now we've got Kim. Bounces the ball to his left. The margin back at the 5. 24 plays 4, plays 19. 2.5 remain in this first half. Patience by Kim. Wheeling his way and just can't get past Warren and Robinson. Chun has the ball and Robinson is really defending well. Back to Kim, but he just goes over the goal line and it will be a turnover. So Victoria not just attacking profoundly well, but also defending exceptionally as well.
Chun had a go at forcing his way over the line, but Robinson was just parked there and barely moved when the impact came. Had to offload, and then unfortunately they just couldn't find a way to get past the big man in Robinson that was deep in defence.
Jabs goes long, bounces once, bounces twice. Fawcett should take this, does. And the defence from Park, half-hearted, because Fawcett was already across the try line.
Those low pointers getting onto the scoreboard as well, really important. There's a lot of expectation on your high pointers to do most of that scoring, but when you can find one of those low pointers out in some open court and get them over the line, it's a huge bonus.
Yeah, and a great pass there from Chun to Park. Chun a 2.5er and Park there on screen a 2.0, so a mid-pointer, but it's certainly shown he almost could be a high pointer with how well he moves on 2 wheels. He's a taller frame, sits high in his chair, and we now have Victoria to inbound the ball with a 5-point lead. Just under 2 minutes remained here in the first half. Robinson tries to get past the defence of Chungnam. Can't do so, but it's a lovely pass. Good defence, intercepted. Chungnam, can they try and reclaim one back before the break? Good defence from Park. Chun has the ball. Fawcett trying to defend. Big contact, Robinson. Chun tries to lob pass. Lovely tap from Park, but intercepted by Warren. And the ex-Australian Steeler proving why he is certainly still on the lips of Brad Duberly. And a try to Warren, and the margin now drifts to 26, plays 20. 6 points on the stroke of half-time. Very challenging now from Chungnam. They'll need to get one back just before the break.
We talked about it earlier in the first game that the plus-minus, the for and against, it's going to be very important as the tournament goes on. It'll dictate positions as we head towards finals on Sunday. It could be goal difference that sees you making a final or not making a final. So Chungnam, they've got to hang in. It's extended out to a 6-point break, the largest that we've seen for the game. But they'll be looking to hang in there, keep it close, keep it tight, and see if it makes some difference as the tournament goes on.
And a tyre change for Taeyoon Kim, as there seems to be a coach's timeout called. As you can see in your screens there, the Chungnam team receiving some advice from their managers, Hyomi Yu and Ji Young Ji. We can see Chun in the centre of your screen there. He has been fantastic. A 2.5 rating. But those two players to his left, or the left of your screens, and Taeyoon Kim and Uchol Park have been fantastic as well for the Chungnam side. As we said, there's a lot of wheelchair rugby to come their way. Endurance will be the key. So where they can, they'll need running repairs. As you can see, the physiotherapist or trainer in the background is placing some ice on the shoulders of Kim. And I'd imagine they would be inflamed and raw red at the moment because he has been very, very busy trying to keep the Victorian Protect Thunder out from scoring more tries.
Carrying a heavy load on offense and defense. And game one, it's going to be a big 4 days. As we see a big tumble, and Robinson just caught the wheel. It wasn't necessarily the hit, it was just the awkwardness of catching that tyre in the wrong spot. And Park Uchio falls to the floor. The team's out there again.
He's done that a few times, has Stu Robinson. We spoke about his frame. He's a big body in his chair. He's a high pointer, so he moves very well in his chair. But being quite physical, not leaving anything out there. He's certainly wanting to run away with this one. And that man we speak of, Stu Robinson, scores another try. In fact, may have caught a timeout just in the nick of time, as the score reads Victorian 26, Chungnam 20.
Yeah, you talk about that positioning in the chair. The high pointers do sit up taller in their chair. Robinson himself a big body anyway, but does sit up taller in the chair, has that reach and the ability to pluck the high ball as well. Low pointers with that lower centre of gravity, much lower in the chair, more effective for their blocking. As we see Robinson with the reach now, just referenced it, reaches up tall to catch that inbound pass and then takes it over the line.
Yeah, great pass there from Jaden Warren from the sideline. It was an inbound of absolute perfection. And it finds Stu Robinson, and we speak about combinations and how important they are, and on that occasion it was the Warren-Robinson combination. But a lovely pass finds Park from Chun, defended by Robinson. Can Park find Chun? He can't. Fawcett's there to defend as well. Park gets around Fawcett. 30 seconds remain, so he wants to try and score a try on the stroke of half time. Park bounces the ball to himself, tries to get past Robinson, tries to get past Fawcett, doesn't do so though, and it's great defence by Warren. And sometimes the clock, albeit you're trying to play to it, can be a disadvantage, and on that occasion it was shown true to Chungnam, and they stay trailing by 7.
Yeah, I think there's a lesson in that one to perhaps take the easy one. You're down by 7, take the try that was on offer and work the clock later.
And Jaden Warren takes the ball cleanly, 28-20. And as we said, Chungnam really should have taken advantage of the opportunity there, but nonetheless they'll learn from that. There's plenty of learning to happen, and there's plenty of wheelchair rugby to come over the next couple of days, so I'm sure they won't lose sleep over that one. As you can see on your screen, the team who have come all the way from South Korea, Chungnam, while Coach Yu has a discussion with the referee and then says to his athlete Kyungmin Chun, let's try and just hold the ball a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter. They started really well, Chungnam, but they've just turned the ball over loosely, especially in this second term, and they'll want to really tidy that up going into the second half, as 4 seconds remains here in match 2 on day 1 at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And Chun with 4 seconds on the clock. Inbounds, finds Park, 4 seconds. Can Park get a pass? Can he score a try? And it's waved away. The effort was there, but the try was not. And that brings an end to our first half here on day 1. And it's the Victorian Protect Thunder there on your screens, leading 28 tries to 20. But don't you go anywhere, because the second half action is coming your way right after this.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Welcome back. We're here in Adelaide for the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is the second game of the Division 1 of the National Championships. This game between Chungnam and Victoria. Chungnam, the international team over from South Korea. You can see them on your screens now. They trail by 8 at half-time. They've been really competitive. They've been dogged. But the Victorians just outclassing them a little bit so far through the first half. Chungnam, they've been going through Chun and Park Cheol have done a lot of the heavy lifting for them in the first half. They'll be looking for those two to be playing a big half again in the second half if they want to try and get back in this one. Meanwhile, the Victorians have taken an 8-point lead. They've played really well. They've had some more easy ball. They've got out over the top with some long passes. Stu Robinson on a lot of occasions has got on the end of those. They've got a classy outfit. Stu Robinson, Jaden Warner's a couple of their high pointers. But the low pointers, Fawcett's got over the line himself and has been really important on offense and defense. Andrew Harrison, he's a stealer himself and he's the coach and playing for them. Big solid unit that's been able to do it on both ends of the court as well. The Victorians been really pleased with how they've gone so far. Up by 8. Looking to go deep into this tournament. This is their first look at the courts here in Adelaide for this edition. But they'll be really pleased with what they've done so far. You can see the players warming up. The officials are starting to call players out into position. So not long until the second half will get underway. The Victorians will be looking for more of the same. Looking to extend this lead. Perhaps stretch it out. The for and against will be important for them as the tournament goes on. We're still yet to see the defending champions, the New South Wales Gladiators. They'll be out on court a little bit later. But Victoria will be looking to take it up to them. Chungnam will be looking to be as competitive as they can. Certainly not out of this one, but looking to keep it as close as they can if possible too. But we're back underway. Chungnam trying to have a bit of a methodical build-up here, working it around the top of the key. Park Cheol finds his way through, was well worked, found a gap around the outside, gets over the line. Rodriguez will have the inbound. tosses it in. Farkey gets it now, works it up with the long ball. Robinson gets it. The defence got back and holds him up momentarily, but he finds the pass and Rodriguez will get over the line.
Another try to Rodriguez, and this is a really, really big test now for Chungnam. Can they stay in the contest? It's early stages in the second half, and tries like that and efforts like that from Young-hin Kim will certainly make it a little bit easier, but they just won't want this to drift out too far. As being one of the newer sides in this year's edition of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, they'll certainly want to try and stay in the clash and keep that for and against respectable. They currently trail, of course, by 7 tries, and Rodriguez may make that 8, and he does just that.
Still really early, hard to get a gauge on these teams at this early point. Plenty of games still to come, and Chungnam have the opportunity against the rest of the Division 1 outfits. Might find they're going a little easier in some of the other games. Mentioned a few times that this Victorian team is pretty stacked and looks to be really competitive. Chungnam found their way through, thought they had a ball over the top to Park Uchiol. A fumble on the line, good bit of defence to just put some pressure on and create some contact. The ball spills loose and it's going to be a turnover, the first turnover of the second half, and the Victorians will capitalise. They're out by 8, looking to extend that further. The long ball to Robinson. The luxury of being able to have that long ball to Robinson, but then he coughs it up. Throws the long ball himself. Chun was able to get back on defence. The brother-sister combination now. Park Uchiol tried to find the sister in Park Jiyun. Couldn't do it though, ball spilt free. Victoria, after a couple of turnovers, back and forth game. They do create the opportunity to score and extend that lead to 9. Chun has the inbound. Goes to Park Jiol. Working it up, Victorian set deep in defence. To the right of your screen. Coming into picture now. Difficult to work through. South Koreans putting on some blocks, seeing if they can create a lane for Park Uchiol to work through. Needs to be a patient build-up. Fawcett trying to get back on the defence, but couldn't quite get there in time. The penalty try gets awarded. The inbound comes Fawcett's way, a quick 1-2, then over to Robinson. Stu Robinson's played a lot of minutes in this one. Really important member of the team, and shows why with that play. Just a burst of speed, the power. Forces his way through, gets into some open court and gets over the line.
Yeah, I'm curious what Victoria do as the match goes on. Of course, they've got plenty of depth in their side and plenty of stars, but what do they do with Stu Robinson? Maybe he wants to play extra minutes, of course, coming across from Great Britain as we see their Park scoring a try, narrowing the margin for Chungnam. But what do they do with the likes of Robinson and Warren? Do they keep one off the court and leave the other one on? Of course, Victoria will be back in action in a couple of hours' time against the Cyclones. And Victoria, of course, are looking to try and win this year's edition, but they will be coming up against, in this tournament, once again, the Gladiators and the Cyclones, who have had the rub of the green over them in the previous last couple of years.
Yeah, the Gladiators have been the team to beat over the last few years. Looking for a handful of national championship victories if they can get it done in this tournament. Big changes to their lineup though. The Steelers have picked off a number of the championship winners from last season. So a new look Gladiators outfit. It's a really interesting tournament this year with some of the changes. New athletes that have come through, the development pathways that Wheelchair Rugby Australia are creating, and the number of athletes that they're able to bring in. Be interesting in Division 1 and Division 2 as well. But I think you're right, the Victorians will be looking ahead to what's going to come on Sunday with some big finals coming up. And can Robinson have a break? So far, they haven't played Robinson and Warren on the court together all that much. And it might continue that perhaps Robinson takes a break later in this game and Warren plays a little bit more deeper into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I am curious to see what they do, Victoria. They are obviously one of the best sides in this Division 1 domestic competition. So And how do they use Robinson as the margin is now pegged back to 8? How do they use Robinson in the final couple of minutes of this third term? I think a player like Kadir Farki, who's on your screen, is quite underutilised for Victoria, and certainly was underutilised in 2024. And great work by Robinson, but can he continue that for the next 4 days? I mean, last year he certainly did it for all 3. So will the extra day of wheelchair rugby bother him, or will the Brit, who's come a long, long way all the way over from the UK, certainly show all 4 days what he just did then? And that was pretty special.
Yeah, he might want to rest. He's travelled a long way, might be a bit weary from that, but then at the same time, if you're going to go to the trouble of making the journey over, you might want to stay on the court for as much as you can and show your wares for as long as possible. It will be interesting how the 4 days plays out from here. Farki does have an interesting role to play for them as one of those mid-pointers for them. He tends to come off the court when the Victorians have looked to play Robinson and Warren together. Goes out there a lot when it's just the one high pointer on the court. Robinson, that high pointer, gets over the line for another try. The margin is 9. Stayed fairly steady around this margin for a while now. Chungnam have been hanging in there. They get one over the back again. That's the type of easy try they haven't had too often in this game. Need more of those. Get it over the top. Park Chiol on that occasion was the one that managed to get out the back and get some space.
Robinson, lob pass, finds Kadir Farki. And a lovely take by him. And Victoria at the moment are just going through the motions. They're a very classy outfit, as we've touched on a few times. And let's see how Chungnam respond now as Chun inbounds and finds Uchiol Park. Park, lob pass. Kim should get there, does so. And they do have class. They do have class. But maybe they just need a couple of days to get rid of the jet lag. They did arrive on Sunday, the South Koreans from Chungnam, the province of Chungnam. So maybe they've just had a couple of days to rest, a couple of days to recover, and maybe come day 2 they might be a little bit more clinical. But at the moment, too many turnovers, and a side like Victoria will capitalise, and they've done just that, hence why they lead by 8 tries.
Yeah, arrived on Sunday, but I think it has been a busy schedule, plenty of events. We brought here thanks to the South Australian Tourism Commission. They've had a number of events that they've put on, trying to gain as big a crowd as possible and bring as many viewers to these games as possible, and they've done a fantastic job of that. So the players have been at a few events. They've been busy training and preparing themselves as well. So they might just take a few more days to keep settling into it. But we take a little respite break now. Maybe they can catch their breath for a minute as we see a tyre change happening. Might have heard it through the effects mic. Fairly loud pop with that tyre going.
Like a balloon going off, didn't it? It's great to be this close to centre court. It's great to see the athletes. And, of course, all the pictures brought to you on KO Sports. And we thank them once again for being involved in the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge of this 2025 as Uchiol Park scores another try to add to his long tally, and Kadir Farki says, I'm here. Just a gentle reminder from Kadir, but there's not much gentle about the sport of wheelchair rugby.
Kadir enjoying the challenge of coming up into Division 1. He was another one that was with the SA Sharks in Division 2 last year. So earned the right to come up into Division 1 of this tournament through his strong play. I think he's enjoying the level of competition and the step up in competition that he's seeing this year. There's a few players like that. For reference, the Steelers have taken a few of the players away, stretched the depth of the tournament. There's a number of players that were part of Division 2 last year, find their way into Division 1 this year. Typically it is aligned by a state, but just to help the teams along a little bit and make sure the balance of teams is there will be times where a player from another jurisdiction helps out one of the other states and gets across and plays for them. Kadir is a Victorian, played for South Australia last year, but he's back for his native state this year.
As you can see, Jaden Warren on your screens. A bounce pass finds Kadir Farki. And Kadir will wheel his way past Chun, who tried to dislodge the ball, but just didn't have the reach on that occasion. As Chun inbounds, finds Kim, and a lovely pass, and timed to perfection. And Ichiol Park scores another. And at the moment, it's end-to-end stuff. Not a whole lot of enthusiasm and intensity, just a lot of classy wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, keeping that margin in single figures. It's been around that 8 or 9 for some time now. We thought maybe Victoria might be able to stretch it out. They do look like they're just experimenting a little bit with their lineup. Stu Robinson, we referenced earlier, maybe he'd like the break as the game goes on. He's having a rest at the moment. Jaden Warne takes the responsibility as a high pointer out there for the Victorians. Bashes his way through and manages to score the try. Might see there that he didn't actually cross the plane himself on that one, but when the defender is parked on the try line like that and the offensive player manages to knock them over while they're still in contact, the try will count. That's exactly what Jaden Warne did on that occasion. He used his strength, forced it over, the try counts. Harrison brings it up this time. Taking his time, having a look at the options, waits for Warne to come in and come from the back of the court and find a gap. Coming from the back like that, he was able to build up some pace, crossed the line and went through the defence with plenty of speed. This is good from Chungnam though, managing to find the easy ball out the back a little bit more often. It's been Park Uchiol that's probably got on the end of most of those. A little bit of clock management now as well. Clock stops at 56 seconds to go in this third term. Margin is 8. Warren with a long ball over the top. Harrison gets onto it. The pressure of the defence comes, but it's too late. Harrison's going to get there. The former Steeler, the player coach, important member of this team. Pushes it to 9 again. Back the other way, Chungnam. Fawcett gets the defensive block. You can see it's pretty busy down there. A lot of traffic to work through. Slowing it down. We've got about 7 seconds between the game clock and the shot clock. A little bit of time management, but also just difficult to get through. Victorians have positioned themselves well, made it really difficult, but Park Il-Chiol will get there. As time runs down, there was 5 on the shot clock. There's 12 to go on the game clock. Well managed. Leaves the Victorians with only a small amount of time to get it done. They're going to look for a long ball over the top. Ball in congestion there. Warren finds Harrison. Counting down. You can hear the support team calling it out as Kadir Farki gets over the line with 2 seconds to spare. You can see 1.7 seconds on your clock there.
Yeah, that's just good wheelchair rugby there from Victoria. They knew time was of the essence, but they did not panic. They were superb. Harrison found Faki, and of course it all started with a lovely bounce pass by Jabs Jaden Warne. Victoria proving why they are the favourites in this domestic Division 1 competition.
A timeout called with 1.7 to go. Just advances them up the court. The Hail Mary pass comes in and it's not going to work. It looked like he could have found a gap through Park Uchiol, but the defence just shut it down. The ball goes out of bounds with 1 second to go. And now we see the same tactical play coming back the other way. Victorians are going to call a timeout. They're going to have a chat about what to do in this final second. Got the timeouts there, you might as well use them. The timeout brings the ball to the sideline. Just positioning themselves, and now they're going to look for the long ball in with 1 second to go. Here it comes, long ball, can't get it done. Warren stretching out, trying to grab a hold of it. Park Uchiol was the South Korean player that got his hands on it and managed to stop that offensive play. So the Victorians take a 9-point lead. They haven't been able to stretch it out to double figures. Chungnam hanging in there. The 9-point lead into the final break. We'll be back soon for the final turn.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Welcome back to the fourth and final term here of match number 2 on day 1 of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And on your screen is the dominant wheelchair rugby player from the United Kingdom in Stu Robinson, the number 3. And haven't the Victorian Protect Thunder been fantastic here in the first 3 terms? I'm sure they will continue that theme as the 4th term rolls in and rolls on. My name is Ben Eisenhuth. I'll be your lead call for the final term here, and alongside me, Jason Anderson. And Jace, the Victorian Thunder have just been nothing short of fantastic, really. And it's all thanks to that man on your screen, amongst others, but in particular him, the number 3 in Stu Robinson.
Yeah, it's been a dominant performance. It's a luxury to be able to have an international player of his calibre that comes across and joins a competition like this. Pair him up with some of the international, the Steelers representatives that Victoria also have on their roster. Can see Robinson there getting it done at both ends. Park Uchiol found plenty of court to work into for Chungnam, but Robinson all of a sudden arrived in a hurry, stopped the play, managed to slow things down. Chungnam have done well. They've still managed to get over the line and score. It delayed the inevitable in the end. Getting over the line was Park Jien, mentioned earlier, the brother-sister combo out there. Park Uchiol, probably the most important and influential player out there for Chungnam so far. He's been brilliant as well, but just not enough to be able to get over the line against this Victorian outfit.
As we see Jabs Warren with a beautiful pass, and we spoke about the combination and how the Victorian side and of course the manager and coach from Victoria in Walsh, Wallachy Walsh, in fact coached by Andrew Harrison, will use the combination of Warren and Robinson. And in this 4th term, I'm sure they're going to try and figure that out. As you can see, some running repairs from Benny Fawcett there on your screens. One of the lower pointers, so doesn't have a whole lot of trunk control. Hence the stability brace around his torso, which helps him stay in his chair. But an ex-Australian Steeler is Fawcett, and a fantastic acquisition for the Victorian Protect Thunder, whom lead by 10 tries, 45-35. 7 minutes remain here in the final term. And Ichiol Park wheels his way down the court, the 2-pointer, and tries to keep this deficit within single digits. Big defence by Park, but a lovely pass from Warren to Robinson, the 4 to the 3. Maybe that will be the theme as the days rolls on. And another try to add to the long tally from the man from the United Kingdom in Stu Robinson.
This early point in the last quarter, it seems like Victoria not trying to rest their players at all. They've got their key players in Warren and Robinson out there. Still just trying to build up that relationship between the two of them. take the opportunity to get some more minutes under their belt. Perhaps later in the quarter they start to adjust things a bit more, but so far liking to keep their two high pointers out there and build that combination.
And a beautiful pass there from Park. Finds Kyung-Min Chun. I'd almost say all 5 players from Chungnam have found themselves on the court at some stage in regards to being tilted over or being whacked over, because the contact from Victoria has been fierce. And a lot of that contact has come the way of that man on your screen there in Stu Robinson, but I love the resolve. I love the intent from Chungnam. They are not being bullied. They are not being driven out of this one. They are certainly fighting their way back. And it is all led by the number 9 in Uchiol Park as he wheels his way past Warren. Great block by Kim. And the margin stays in single digits. 9 the margin, 6 to play in the second half.
Looks like Chungnam have really enjoyed the challenge. They've been big smiles on the face throughout most of the game, playing it in the right spirit, no doubt. Yeah, they've taken a few big hits, but they've jumped straight back up. Been up on 2 wheels in no time and back into the action. The game's been played in excellent spirit. And yeah, the margin does stretch out. It's now out to 10. But it's been an entertaining game, and I think they've got plenty to look forward to as the tournament goes on.
Park, Ichiol Park. As we can see, they're being pestered by Warren, but he's got the pace at the moment and says, I'll pass to Kim and let him do the rest. And that's Young Hun Kim, who scores another try for Chungnam. Warren bounces the ball once. Good offensive blocking there by his teammate in Will Tahini. Robinson, patient, prolific. What a wonderful athlete he is. 120 caps for Great Britain in the sport of wheelchair rugby. And he's having a bit of a giggle and a laugh with his new teammate in Jaden Warren, who he's got to know pretty well over the last few years. Not his international teammate, of course. Jabs, once upon a time, an Australian Steeler. Today, they share the court together representing Victoria as Robinson looks to extend the lead to the biggest of this contest. And there it is, another try to Jabs. 11 the margin, 5 to play. And Chungnam, let's see if they can defend here, or let's see if they can at least try and put another one on the board. It's getting pretty difficult now for the South Koreans.
Victorians forced the turnover. The inbound play, the clock was ticking down, had to get it in, had to try the hopeful ball, but it doesn't pay off. Victoria with a quick score. They stretch the lead out further. It's 51-39 as we take a little break for the players. Timeout called. Opportunity to talk some strategy. Chungnam outfit come together. Some instructions still being given out. Just want to try and get their style and their tactics right. This game might have stretched beyond their reach with a 12-point margin with under 5 to play. But with games still to come in this tournament, they want to make sure that they're playing in the right way. They're a team that have played together quite a bit, but they're down a couple of players that haven't been able to make the trip over. They're playing with just a limited squad of 5 in this tournament. So perhaps some of these ones haven't played together on the court at the same time as much. So they'll learn as this tournament goes on, and it'll be interesting to see how they go over the next couple of days.
As you can see there, Kyung-Min Chun, much smaller frame, but he certainly played above his weight in this contest. But another turnover by Chungnam, and possibly a fatigue, playing as a large factor here in the final term as the ball whacked away by the Chungnam side.
Really good defense. They forced a turnover on this one. They haven't been able to create too many turnovers, but they do on this occasion, when it looked like Victoria was probably going to get over the line and score.
Good reach out there by Young-Hin Kim, who has the ball at his disposal. Jabs coming across to defend. Kim navigates his way past Tahini. Still with Kim, tries to get past Warren, does so. He's a very good wheelchair rugby player, Young-Hun Kim. We've said his name a few times. He's probably the more unspoken of the players. He's not really massive in defence and doesn't sit awfully high in his chair, but he's been instrumental to ensure that this scoreline doesn't get out of whack all that far. but it's very difficult to defend when you have the likes of Stuart Robinson being as attacking as he has been in this final term and across the whole entire of this contest. Kim finds Chun, bounces for himself, knows Robinson's in his way. What will he do? Navigates past him. Great block there by Uchiol Park, and that's a really good team try by the team from South Korea in Chungnam.
Inbound from Tahini. Finds Jaden Warren. We talked about his experience. He's a previous gold medalist in the Paralympics for the Steelers. Those Rio Olympics back in 2016. He's been on the Steelers scene for a long time. Debuted for them back in 2013. He's a gold medal winner in the World Champs in 2014. An absolute luxury to have him combining with Robinson out there, helping the Victorians to extend their lead out to 12. Counting down with less than 4 minutes to play.
Good muscle by Kim. Once again, he's really increased his intensity and he's starting to really get his hands in the ball in this final term. I'm sure Chungnam, I should say, will really want to try and take some confidence going into their match on day 2 tomorrow. This is their only match here on day 1 on this Thursday, day 1 of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. So in the final 3.5 minutes remaining in their only match on day 1, let's see if Chungnam can really bring together some team performance and some clean possession as Kyungmin Chun will inbound and look to find Taeyoon Kim. In fact, he goes long and finds, once again, Yong-Hun Kim. And a lovely pass and right into the lap of Kim as now Chungnam go on the attack.
3 in a row from Yong-Hun Kim. A little bit of a change in tactic. You mentioned they haven't called his name as much earlier in the game, but late in this game they've really put a lot of their offense through him. Might be something that they look to do more as the tournament goes on, because it's certainly worked for them.
And just strength there from Robinson. Park thought he had the ball, but Robinson, just those long arms and that fantastic dexterity that he possesses, steals the ball back, and a try scored by the number 12 in Andrew Harrison. The margin out to 11. Lob pass over the top, falls into the lap of Park. And maybe that is the combination that will see possibly a win on day 2 tomorrow when Chungnam are back on the court. Robinson. Good blocking there by Fawcett. And what a pass, what a bash, what an effort. But the ball just beats Harrison across the line. And a good effort there by Robinson. But the block by Benny Fawcett just caught the tyre of Robinson. And so Chungnam will inbound, whom trail 54-44 with 2.5 remaining here in our final term. Chun, nice lob pass. Finds Kim. Kim gets past Robinson. Well blocked by Chun. Gets past Harrison. Takes the tyre of Rodriguez, who isn't all that happy, but it's very hard to see when the ball's coming from behind you. And because the last touch was off the Victorian Thunder, the inbound will be by Chungnam. Chun will look to find Park. In fact, finds Kim. Patient Wheelchair Rugby. 2 minutes 20 remain here in the final term. Kim on your screens. Bounces once again. Those long arms of Kim. Looking to wheel behind. Chun does so, but met in great defence. Pass intercepted. Robinson. Can Park defend? Robinson, bit of cat-and-mouse play. Robinson with the long levers, the long arms. And really powerful wheelchair rugby. And the Victorian Thunder lead by 11 with 1:54 to play.
Yeah, the defence did a great job. Just a bit too tall, a bit too big on the defensive line there. Able to cause some congestion, get a hold of it, and then Robinson found some clear court. This time, Uchiol Park finds a gap, though. That was a little bit easier for them. Not as much congestion to work through deep in defence. Found his way through mid-court and then found a gap and powered through it.
Harrison, in fact, it's Robinson on your screen. Reached in by Chun, just couldn't get the ball. Look at Kim wheeling his way, trying to defend. Big contact, lob pass, taken well by Robinson. 3 defenders. Can Chungnam, can they defend? No, they can't. He can score them, he can set them up too. Lovely pass. Finds Rodriguez, who scores another to add to his tally. And the Victorian Thunder, they ooze class, and they have been way too good here today. Chun. Great block there by Park. Good wheelchair rugby all round from one end of the court to the other. And a great immediate response by Chungnam.
A margin of 10, 56 to 46, but the average score in Division 1 last year was 100 tries in each of the games, so we've gone past that with still a minute or so to play. And Chungnam with 46 on the board, they'll probably finish with another 1 or 2 before the game time gets down to 0. Now that score will be competitive in most games and get you in a lot of games, so they'll take plenty of hope from this. On the offensive end, they've been really solid. It's going to be their ability to stop the opposition from scoring. Given away 57 so far, which is a big score in turn for the Victorians.
Well taken there by Park, and the tyres just got caught up there. Obviously an accident from Rodriguez, who apologises to Uchiol Park, and the mechanics from Chungnam will make their way on the court to assist Park back onto his tyres. Now, what do Chungnam need to do a little bit better as the day 2 rolls around tomorrow? What do you think they could execute a little bit more prolifically to ensure that they can try and get a win here at the 2025 Championships?
I think they've been quite safe with ball in hand. They haven't had too many turnovers, and offensively they've been pretty sound. I do think it's the work on the defensive end, some of their structures defensively, whether they can clog up the lanes a bit more. They've got to be mindful of having 4 in the key at any period, but maybe just get a little bit deeper on their defensive line and try and block things out. They don't have the size advantage, but maybe they can clog things up a little bit more.
Expert commentary there by Jason Anderson, of course a local to Adelaide. And speaking of Adelaide, it's where we find ourselves here for the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby National Championships. And Uchiol Park on your screens there has been very busy today, and he's certainly kept his side in the contest with 14 seconds remaining here in the final term. And the MVP certainly today has been that man, the Great Britain captain representing Victoria in Sue Robinson, who finds Rodriguez with just on 2 seconds, in fact exactly 2 seconds remaining here in our final term. As a coach's timeout is called, so it will be Chungnam to inbound for the final phase of play here in match number 2 on day 1. And Chun will look to lob the ball into the attacking area. In fact, he bats it. The bounce can't find a teammate. And you can hear in the background there the end to match number 2 here on day 1. And it has been a comprehensive victory to the Victorian Protec Thunder. As you see that side on your screen. Kadir Farke jabs Jaden Warne. He was very impressive. And they will certainly be the team to beat in the Division 1 of the domestic competition. But a courageous effort from the team with only 5 players from South Korea in Chungnam. We thank them for their time, and we thank you for your company. That has been the end to match number 2 here on day 1 of the 2025 Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
At Degnan, We don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Hello and welcome. Welcome back to the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. We've been treated to a couple of excellent games this morning to kick the event off. It's an event held here in Adelaide, South Australia. It's back bigger and better than ever before. This year, it's an international tournament. We've seen the Australian Steelers back on home hardwood for the first time since 2018, along with 5 international outfits that they're competing against. And the national championships are back. We're looking forward to a Division 1 clash of the national championships between the Queensland Cyclones and the Victoria Protect Thunder. 2 teams that have appeared earlier on in the day, and I've had the privilege of watching those with Ben Eisenhuth, who joins me in commentary. Ben, what have you thought of the first couple of games?
Well, thanks, Jace. It's great to be back here on the commentary team for this match 3 on court 2. And yes, there's been some fantastic wheelchair rugby out there on the court. These 2 sides, of course, really the best 2 sides that we've seen in the national championships, or I guess in the Division 1 tournament here this year. So it should be a very close contest. I'd say the Victorian Protect Thunder will go in as favourites into this contest. Of course, you can see on your screens there Kadir Farke, Jaden Warren, and of course Andrew Harrison, some absolute class athletes. But they'll be going against the Cyclones, of course, without Chris Bond. He'll be playing for the Australian Steelers and played a bit earlier today, obviously live on KO Sports. But the Cyclones, we saw Shinichi Shimakawa, the Japanese import. Nick Kovac was fantastic. Nicholson, Whitaker, Thompson. So this really should be a classic. I'm looking forward to it. It should be a cracker. I think we saw early on, especially in the Queensland game, a lot of errors, a lot of turnovers. Both these sides will want to try and clean those up. And I think if the Queensland team turn the ball over like they did in their first match, Victoria will run away with this one.
Yeah, both teams come in as last start winners. The Cyclones got up 47-43 against the West Coast Enforcers to open the event. And then the Victorians got up 58-47 against Chungnam in their opening clashes. We've got some team lists for today's game as well. The Victorian outfit, we've got Stu Robinson, Jaden Warren, Weberson, De Cruz, Rodriguez, Andrew Harrison, Kadir Farke, Will Tahini, and Ben Fawcett. And then over for the Cyclones, the Japanese import, he was the star of their first game, Shinichi Shimakawa, Nick Kovac, Josh Nicholson, Cam Whitaker, Matt Thompson, Dan Horton, Nathan Plascott, Bo Vernon, and Ryan Boyd. Some deep lineups, a lot of talent in these 2 teams. I think you're right, the Victorians probably slight favourites in this one, but both teams bring a lot to the table in terms of ex-Steelers experience or players with ambitions to go to that level in the future.
Yeah, it really is going to be the 3-on-3. I think that will be the tail of the tape here. Shimakawa up against Robinson. I cannot wait to see it. You can see there on your screens the Queensland side. You've got Bo Vernon, of course. You've got Whitaker. You've got Shinichi Shimakawa. And, of course, the number 5 in Matty Thompson. It's an absolute formidable outfit for Queensland. But the Protect Thunder, they look pretty classy themselves.
Yeah, the Protect Thunder, Stu Robinson's going to be a key for them. He's out there alongside Harrison. Fawcett's out there. And they'll be joined by Kadir Farke, who's making his way to the middle of the court now. You can see the players are ready. And we're ready for tip-off in this 3rd game of Division 1 action. The ball falls Whitaker's way to get us underway. Crosses the half-court line. Got some space to work into. Finds Shimakawa over the top, and we're underway with a nice, easy over-the-top ball to get the Cyclones on the board.
Early turnover there. We spoke about turnovers. It looks like the Protect Thunder have turned the ball over, but the referee has called it back to the commentary side of ground, the commentary side of the court, and it will be an inbound for that number 8, Cam Whitaker. Queensland look to go back-to-back.
Unusual indoor stadium, but the sun in Whitaker's eyes there. He's blocking that out as he finds a way to toss the ball back in. Gets it into Shimakawa though. Harrison trying to knock that ball free, nearly had it but couldn't quite get a hold of it. Ball comes back to Whitaker, the man who first fed it inbounds, and he manages to cross the line. And an early break for the Cyclones. They've managed to get the turnover and put 2 points on the board early.
Yeah, lovely pass there from that man once again, Stu Robinson. The 3 and the 12 combine once more for the Protect Thunder. And the try score by number 12, Andrew Harrison.
Quick inbound from Bo Vernon. Shamakawa gets a hold of it, looking for options. They pinned him in that back half. He's going to have to toss it over the top. He does it well. Whittaker positioned himself really well to get it over the top as well, and then manages to roll it over the line. It looked like Victoria had trapped them deep. Clock was winding down, but they have managed to throw the long ball and get it to work. Robinson now for Victoria makes his way past the half-court line. He's got some space to work into. Could go to Harrison or can go himself, and decides to just roll it over himself. See early the ball's in the hands of Shamakawa and Robinson quite a bit. As Ben mentioned, the 2 number 3s respectively, both the high pointers for their outfits too. They stood out in the first game. In the head-to-head battle, I think it's going to be really interesting between those two in this one.
Yeah, it will be. They really need to make sure, Queensland, that they capitalise on all their early opportunities. We spoke about depth and the Victorian Protect Thunder, albeit not as many players on the court as the Cyclones. The Victorian side have absolute class. So Queensland will want to capitalise. They'll want to keep this 1-point buffer. They, of course, lead 4 tries to 3. And the ball is inbounded, and it's inbounded cleanly from Vernon here to Shimakawa.
Shimakawa looking for some options. Big clash in the mid-court with Robinson. Does find an option though. Matty Thompson was the option. He then found Whittaker. Back to Shimakawa. Not a lot of space to move into. Fakes an offload there. But Robinson manages to get a hand in. All tied up. Going to move it to the side, and it's going to be Victoria's ball.
Yeah, that's very classy. That just shows the absolute experience that Andrew, or should I say Stuart Robinson, possesses. 120 caps for Great Britain, the captain of Great Britain, and that is oozing class from Andrew, or should I say Stuart Robinson. Sorry, they look very similar, those two players. But the number 3 from the Thunder, looking to try and break this game open and trying to go level 4 apiece. The Thunder trail by 4 goals to 3.
Yeah, gave away an early turnover, but it's really important to try and win those ones back. If you get a couple of turnovers consecutively and there starts to be a little gap on the scoreboard, then mentally that's quite difficult to come back from. But gave one up early, lost possession of it, but then have won it back on this occasion. Important they use it now. Harrison under a bit of pressure from Whittaker, but finds a bit of space. Tosses the long ball forward. Shimakawa nearly had a piece of it, but Robinson read it best. And he'll go over the line, and it's 4 apiece.
Yeah, good efforts defensively there. That was a really trialled effort from the Cyclones, but the class of Robinson prevailed on that occasion. But as we see, the word class, all 5 letters of that word, it absolutely epitomises that man on your screen, Shimakawa. He is fantastic. Only a 3.0 as well. He should be a 3.5. He is unbelievable. So a very advantageous player to have on your side, just with the 3 classification to his name.
Yeah, his speed is what stood out in that first game. For a bloke that's around 50 years of age, he's still got it. Got elite speed. He's a guy that's gone to 4 Paralympic Games. He's a gold medalist at most recent ones in Paris just last year. Key contributor to that team that took home the gold medal. He's an elite player. There's no wonder they find him as often as they can. They look for him off the inbound here. A bit of commentator's curse, though. You pump the guy up and he throws a pass away. Nearly costly for them.
Last touch off Victoria, though. Get out of jail free card there from Shimakawa. It just took the right tyre of Andrew Harrison. So they're the turnovers that Queensland can't afford to give away all too often, because this depth, this Victorian side, is just fantastic. As we see the young man, Rodriguez, makes his way onto centre court here for the Victorian side.
Yeah, Brazilian import. There's a few imports out there. Obviously mentioned Shimakawa, we've mentioned Stu Robinson, but Rodriguez out there, he's over from Brazil. Talked about their national outfit. They've brought a number of players over, and actually the Brazilians will be the next team out on this court after Queensland and Victoria finish up. So you'll get to see some of his countrymen in the next game as they take on the Netherlands. But he's one of their development players. The Brazilian team will be keeping a close eye on him, see if he can make his way into the national setup pretty soon. Back to the live play, and a nice little offload finds Harrison. Parked in the key, found a bit of space down there and managed to put it over the line. Vernon with an inbound. Shimakawa coming down this broadcast side. Again, just the speed. Managed to get away. It doesn't all happen just because of his speed, though. Off camera, number of blocks being put in. It's a big part of the sport. Getting those blocks in, making sure those low pointers are positioning themselves well to make it difficult for the high pointers to get any clear path. And on that occasion, it was the Cyclones who managed to create a path for Shimakawa that got some easy ball down the side.
Big turnover there. I don't know who the last touch came off. The referee thinks the last touch came off a Cyclone tyre, so Victoria should repossess the ball. 7 plays 6, 4.5 remain first term.
Going to have a couple of changes here. Looks like we might see Jaden Warne entering the game for the first time. He's a three-pointer from Victoria, ex-Steeler and very important member of their team. And Will Tahini also enters the game for the first time today. He played an important role in game 1. He's one of those low pointers I was talking about that manages to block on the defensive end, offensive end. He's going to have the responsibility of the inbound by the look of it as well. The Victorians now going with that high-low lineup. Robinson and Warne out there together alongside Tahini and Fawcett. That's a lineup they went with for vast periods of the first game. It worked for them then, and it's working for them early days here. Robinson looks like he'll have a pretty easy path over the line.
Yeah, patient wheelchair rugby now. Of course, we know that the Cyclones are defending with 3 players, but they didn't want to wait too much longer to Stu Robinson, and we're all locked up. 4 minutes to play in the first term. 7-all. We knew this one would be a close one. Who will break first? An early break went the way of the Cyclones, but breaking back just then were the Victorian Protect Thunder.
Good defense from the Victorians. Those 2.5s. Tahini and Fawcett had Shimakawa trapped. He had to go the long ball to try and exit. Clock ticking down to try and get it over the halfway line. Couldn't do it with accuracy, and Robinson picked it off and then wheeled it all the way back down the other end and scored. But set up by those low pointers, putting on the defensive efforts, the blocks, making it difficult for the Cyclones to clear. Again, the defense is strong. Shimakawa finds himself under the pump. This time the long ball works out a lot better. Vernon finds himself in some space, and he'll get over the line.
Bo Vernon, an ex-Steeler himself. He's a fantastic wheelchair rugby player, a low pointer, an 0.5 as we know, but very, very instrumental. Probably one of the most physically capable 0.5s I've seen in the sport of wheelchair rugby. The way he moves around the court, the positioning that he gets his chair in, he's a very good player to have on your side, and that's why Queensland still remain in this game. But at the moment, the Thunder, they are taking a slight advantage. You can see the pendulum just gently swinging the way of the Thunder. They now trail by 1. How will Queensland respond?
Yeah, you mentioned Bo Vernon then. He was the MVP of the low pointers in last year's tournament, on his way to All-Australian honours, and the team of the tournament honours for Division 1. Perhaps a little bit unlucky with that kind of form to not find himself in a Steelers jersey in this tournament, but he's an absolute asset for the Cyclones, and he's going to be out in some space again. Got time to get there. Warne and Robinson were hunting him down, but couldn't get there in time. The Cyclones get over the line.
You are right, in that far side of ground, you can see the sun just teeming in. Quite ironic given the roof over our heads, but maybe it's going to play as an advantage for some. Certainly the spectators aren't enjoying, as we can see in the back of the shot there. But Thompson has the ball, tries to get a pass away to Shimakawa. It's a bounce pass. It's into the basket of Shimakawa. Can he get Queensland back in front? So it's a foul call, not a penalty try. In fact, it's a turnover against Queensland. I thought Shimakawa may have been taken illegally there, but Not a huge objection from the coaching staff. Ben Newton not all that happy, but regardless, Jabs Warren finds that man once more, Stu Robinson.
Looking for an opportunity. Zigzags his way through, then does find an opportunity. Ball over the top. Fawcett can't get onto the end of it. Just tossed it a little bit too far out in front, Robinson. Left Fawcett with too much to do. The ball goes over the line. Queensland will take it back, and with a 10-9 lead, they have the opportunity now to sort of get themselves that mini break. See if they can get too clear in the early stages of this one.
Well, that's a rare moment. Yeah, uncharacteristic turnover, an error from Stu Robinson. That's a rarity. I mean, he has allowed them. He certainly makes up for it. Let's see if he can now. Robinson leans the chair into Shimakawa, bounce past to Vernon, but they spent too much time in their end of the court, and just as they get the ball back, great defence from the Thunder, and they will take back possession, and they will try and even out this score, which currently reads Cyclones 10, Thunder 9.
Yeah, got 12 seconds to try and get it over that half-court line, and they failed to do it on that occasion. They've also had a few others where they've had to toss the long ball from deep, so the Victorians have been pressing. The defence has been well positioned. On this occasion, it's their offensive setup that's really well positioned. They create some space behind Fawcett, and on the right side of the try line, Stu Robinson gets through. Could be a long ball again here. Shimakawa finds his way forward, doesn't use the option in front of him, decides to take a bounce and work it up himself. Robinson gets there in time and some big contact to stop him. The ball over the top, and they found Bo Vernon again. I've touched on it, but how valuable is it for one of these 0.5s to get over the line as frequently as Vernon has been?
Yeah, no, he's very impressive, and you see he's been met by the other 0.5er and Benny Fawcett as Jabs Warren trying to get around Thompson. It's great defence by the Queenslander there. Still Jabs trying to get the ball to Harrison. In fact, he's going to try and find Robinson. Jabs, pass, reverse. Lovely try, Stu Robinson. I'm liking off the screen at the moment. I mean, they are on screen currently, but Robinson and Shimakawa have exchanged a few words. There's plenty of smiles, but I think the international involvement between these two, they've met on the international stage on many of occasions. They're both seasoned veterans. I'm curious to see if there's any more communication between the two. It's all smiles for now, but I'm sure as the third and fourth term roll around, things may change.
Yeah, when you're at the elite level, the best of the best out there. Robinson, a really important member of the GB team. Shimakawa of the Japanese team. They're a couple of the best teams in the world game. There's going to be a lot of competitiveness between the two of them. Good to see it. It's coming out early in this one. Robinson trying to find his way through. Goes to Warren, but Warren can't handle. It was a hot pass, but Warren couldn't handle it. And it's going to be turned over.
He didn't agree, Jabs. I thought he took it cleanly on that occasion, but the referee didn't. And Jabs certainly had a few words to say. He's not short of a word, Jabs. He plays with his heart on his sleeve, and you can see him really increasing his intensity in defence. Shimakawa, bounce pass, looks to find Thompson, does so. Good defence by the Thunder. Jabs there once again. Can he get the ball out of the grasp of Thompson? Still with Thompson. Where's Shimakawa? There he is. Great defence by the Thunder. They may need a call for a timeout. Shimakawa trying to get past Jabs. Can't. Great defence, but an even better pass. Finds Thompson.
Shot clock down to 8 now. They need to get it there quickly. They're struggling to do it. The defence has been strong, but the whistle goes just as we were down to 3 on the shot clock. You can see that in the background. But the penalty's being called. Vernon's the one that I think it's been called on. He's working his way over to the penalty box.
Yeah, precision is the key there. It's the execution has to be absolutely perfect when you're trying to dislodge the ball from the grasp of a player. And on that occasion, Jabs, he didn't like the call, but yes, he did strike the hand of the Queensland Cyclones player on that occasion. As now Shimakawa in the Cyclones will go on the attack with a one-player advantage.
Right, Warren over in the penalty box. Vernon had the inbound. Shot clock has reset, and with the game clock now coming down to the last 20 seconds, the shot clock's actually switched off. So the extra man out on court, the Cyclones will look to whittle that clock down, get it over the line a last second or two and leave the Victorians with no time left to play with. The ball over the top, it doesn't work though. Ball just bounced out of reach. The pass looked good, but the bounce was a little too high for Nicholson, who couldn't get a piece of it. And with 4 seconds to go, we've got a timeout that's called. They'll have a chat to their players, try and come up with a plan for this last 4 seconds. Victoria try and see if they can get a long ball into that key with not much time to go. It's going to have to be a bit of a Hail Mary, but they're going to try and draw something up that'll work for them. The timeout advances them down the court too.
Get your pen and paper out. That's a big moment. First term, 4 seconds to go. Queensland should go into the break leaders, but they now are all tied up 11 apiece.
Robinson makes a break. Shimakawa shuts down his space quickly. Oh, the ball over the top. Fawcett nearly had it. The impact from Nicholson was enough to just knock the ball free. And with that, we're going to go into the quarter time break with scores tied. Cyclones are on 11. Victoria also 11. We'll be back in a moment.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I've got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Welcome back to the second term, the second period here on day one at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is the domestic competition, Division 1 Wheelchair Rugby, and it's the Queensland Cyclones taking on the Victorian Protect Thunder. Both sides undefeated. This is an absolute classic. 12-11, not much between the two, just the one try separates them. My name's Ben Eisenhuth. I'll lead your call in this second term, and alongside me is Jason Anderson. And Jace, not much separates the two. In fact, nothing at the moment. It's 12 each, and what's going to be the difference going into the halftime siren?
Yeah, both teams really evenly matched. Low scoring affair in the first quarter. It's been methodical. It's been slow build-up. It's the turnovers that have really been costly. Both teams have had a few. If they can just handle the ball a little bit better, keep a hold of it and still force a few turnovers the other way, then they should be able to create a break. I saw the Cyclones grab a little break in the first quarter, but then couldn't sustain it. But yeah, it's whether they can hang on to the ball a little bit more than they have been. Victorians have gone with Robinson and Warren out on the court, two of their high pointers and big stars out there, so hopefully can handle the ball a little better. Although, as I say that, they've gone the long pass. Fawcett found himself in a little bit of space. Shimakawa, with his speed, managed to shut it down really quickly, force the ball out of bounds. Looks like it might have come off of Fawcett too, so there's a turnover that I speak of, and the Cyclones will have an opportunity to go back their direction.
Yeah, unlucky call there. It looked like the last touch may have come off Shimakawa, but regardless, it's now with Nicholson, who a bounce pass finds Shimakawa, and 3-on-3, and on this occasion Shinichi Shimakawa gets the better of Stu Robinson and the Cyclones with their biggest lead of this contest. In fact, they haven't led by 2 since the start of the clash. It was 2-0 once upon a time. It's now 14-12. Just on a minute gone in the second period. And good defence on Stu Robinson right in front of us here on the commentary side of court. And a timeout had to be called by Stu Robinson. And in fact, it may have been a turnover, and Queensland get the ball back once more.
Yeah, had some difficulty trying to pick it up, and once he did get it, Shimakawa was able to just shove him over the line and force him out of bounds, and it created the turnover. Now, can Whittaker get over? Warren manages to get a hand in there, nearly had him stopped, but couldn't quite get it done. Whittaker able to force his way over the line and creates a 3-point gap now.
Yeah, big muscle there from Whittaker. That's just really, really good chair play. And another turnover by the Thunder. This is very surprising. In their last clash against the South Korean side, Chungnam, was one thing that Victoria were fantastic at was maintaining possession of the ball, but they find themselves down by 3 and down a break. And break converted by Shinichi Shimakawa. So 16 plays 12. And so far, the start of the second term belongs the way of Queenslanders. Fawcett tries the baton down to Will Tahini, and he tries to get the ball. Tahini jabs, collects it, and that's really good team play. Tahini set up the play. If he didn't get the touch, wouldn't have allowed Jabs the time to get there. And Jaden Warren scores the try at the margin. Back to 3 is Nicholson. Finds Whittaker. Whittaker will look for Shimakawa, does so. Robinson really trying to whack the ball clear, but it's taken back by Nicholson. And Stu Robinson dislodges the ball, but Queensland will repossess it. And you can see the intensity, especially defensively from the Victorian side, is certainly starting to increase.
Yeah, when you turn the ball over a few times early in the quarter like they have, a few times in the first 2 minutes, then you've got to get pretty aggressive on defence and try and win some of those back. Robinson got the hand in there, nearly forced a turnover, couldn't do it. Queensland score from the inbound, stretched the lead out to 4.
Yeah, this will be a really interesting next couple of minutes in this contest. Victoria, they need to stay within reach. The margin of 4 in the sport of wheelchair rugby, where of course a try is just the 1 point, is a huge, huge advantage. So Victoria will want to stay within an arm's reach, but when you have this gentleman on your screen, Shimakawa, wheeling and dealing his way down the court and navigating his way, not past 1, 2 or 3, but almost all 4 defenders, he is a very difficult player to stop. Tahini bats the ball, turnover again. Another turnover by the Thunder. Shimakawa, Warren tries to dislodge the ball. Locks in his tyre, good defence by Warren. Still Warren trying to upset Shimakawa. Bounces once, does Shinichi. Great blocking there by Vernon and by Nicholson. And a beautiful pass by Shimakawa. And the biggest lead of this clash, try by Whittaker. 5 points the margin, 5 remain in our first half.
Turn it over from the inbound on a few occasions. Just got to get their structures right, get some of the blocks and the setup right. This time they're managing to inbound it with a little bit more ease, and then the long ball from Warren through to Robinson, who got into some space. No, turn it over too many times from those inbounds. Got to look after the ball a little bit better if they want to close the gap.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want the margin greater than 4 or 5 going into the half-time break. Victoria, you can see the intensity again, but they just can't possess the ball. Robinson, Warren trying to dislodge the ball. Robinson does so, allows play on, and that is exactly what Victoria needed. The captain of Great Britain, the leader of this Victorian side, gets one back, and the margin is pegged back to 3.
Important play by Robinson. He's a big part of their team.
And another one, another turnover. Robinson once more Can he capitalise? He can. Gets around Vernon. It was once 5, it's now 2. Victoria, just like that, changed the course of this contest.
You can see the intensity's lifted on defence, particularly led by Robinson, but earlier it was Warren getting a hand in as well. They're all getting part of it. Could be another. This time, the pass comes loose. Robinson manages to get onto the loose ball. And they could close this back to a 1-point game in the blink of an eye.
All the hard work by Queensland, and they're just turning the ball over again. But no, Shimakawa, he says, not today. I want to hold on to this buffer. And Queensland are the first side to 20. 20 tries, play 17. 3 minutes 40 remaining in the second term, and this is wheelchair rugby at its best.
Yeah, these two teams, both with high hopes of taking out the Division 1 competition, both with earlier wins. Deep talent pools in both of these teams. The gap is 2 at the moment. I expect it to stay pretty close all the way through. This game really could shape the way that the finals look on Sunday. It's only Thursday afternoon and already looking at Sunday, but these two teams are going to be both hoping to maybe make it through to that gold medal game. And Shimakawa gets over the line again, stretches the lead out to 3. If the Cyclones are going to be successful and get through to that gold medal game or take it all out, he's going to be the one that's the centre of all of it.
Ben Fawcett on your screens looks to inbound. He'll use his fist to bat it on, and it's a lovely pass. It finds Robinson, who wheels his way past Whittaker, and the margin stays at 2. So what's the Victorian defence going to be like in this next phase of play? Only a few moments ago, the Cyclones led by 5 tries, and I'm sure the bench that's just in front of us here on the commentary side of court were getting quite frustrated and quite concerned, but the patient Victorian side have reclaimed the ball and have done so again. But as you can hear, a tyre has been punctured and the mechanical repairs have been called as Stu Robinson takes his own tyre off, and that is an individual who's played his fair share of wheelchair rugby.
Just getting a little head start on things. Make the mechanics' life a little bit easier for them. Sure, that's appreciated.
That's not an easy thing to do. That just shows his strength. They're light ties, but when they're locked in like that, it's a hard tussle to get it off, and he's done it with ease. Look at the biceps on the bloke.
He's a strong man.
He certainly is. Of course, we speak about Stu Robinson, and another man that's shown plenty of strength on and off the court is at the bottom of your screen there in Jabs Warren, who inbounds to Stu Robinson. Bounces once. Bounces a second and third time, and he will find himself patiently waiting his time to narrow this margin back to a single try. Those new to the sport will be wondering why he's not just scoring a try, and it's because they're trying to wind the clock down while you have a one-player advantage, because Josh Nicholson found himself in the penalty box for that phase of play.
Gives them some opportunity to position themselves for when the ball comes back the other way as well. Get some blocks on, particularly their low pointers. You can see in the screen, Fawcett putting a block on one of the Cyclones players. Narrowly goes over the top of Fawcett while he's putting that block on. The Cyclones do find a way to get through. Whittaker with some speed gets onto the end of that one. Nearly ran out of room, was nearly into the advertising boards at the end of the stadium. It was able to pull up. Warren with the inbound.
Pass finds Fawcett, and big contact from Shimakawa, and equally as big from Stu Robinson. Robinson loops the pass. It'll be turned over though, and Bo Vernon, he knows his way around the court. Put his chair in the path of Tahini's, and it's another turnover by Victoria. So Queensland 22, Victoria 20. What is going to happen in the final 2 minutes of this first half? The Shimakawa, great blocking there by Thompson. Shimakawa gets past a few, tries to get past Robinson. Good blocking there by Whittaker. Tries to really stop the momentum of Robinson. Shimakawa needs a teammate. He has 2 defenders on him. Finds Thompson, who finds Whitaker, who loses the ball. And we talk about coach killers. Benny Newton, whatever hair he's got left, he must be pulling out, because that is a coach killer. Should be up by 3. 22 plays 20. Victoria ball.
Just spent it before he had it. Really unfortunate. The play was good. It was a slow build-up. The defense was strong, but the Cyclones managed to work the ball around, found Whitaker in space, and they just couldn't get a handle at the end.
Rodriguez, a bounce pass to Harrison. But it's another turnover against Victoria. Uncharacteristic. Another turnover. Look, it is day one, so we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, but sides like these, where they've got talent from all across the world and ex-Australian Steelers players, you're surprised about how much they are turning the ball over, but it obviously just highlights the calibre of athlete and the calibre of class that is on this court. We see there Shimakawa, a nice little spin move, gets past Harrison and Robinson, and a nice little U-turn spin, and says thank you very much, and I'll add that extra try that my teammate couldn't score a few moments ago. Big contact on Fawcett. Shimakawa. He's at 50 years of age. He's playing like he's early 20s. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, the athleticism he shows is remarkable. We've talked about his speed a lot of times, but the power as well. You can see on that occasion, came in with speed, ran into Fawcett, lifted Fawcett up off his front wheels. Powerful athlete. Harrison, another one of those power athletes, gets it to Robinson. He tosses over the top. And to Cruz Rodriguez, finds a bit of space. The Brazilian manages to get one back for the Victorians. Margin back to 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Rodriguez's career progression, because of what he's shown so far. He's a fantastic 2-pointer, and he really could be a huge, vital part of the Brazilian campaign going into the next Paralympics. Is Shimakawa, who is a vital part of the Japanese side, again just says I'll return serve as quick as they come, and the margin drifts out to 3 once more. Harrison looks to find Rodriguez and finds Robinson, who has almost played every minute of this whole tournament so far. He'll earn a well-earned rest later this evening as Robinson gets past Shimakawa. Maybe a bit of fatigue shown there by Shinichi, or maybe tactically realises it's not worth it. Now, Vernon, less than a minute to go in the first half. Nice little lob pass. Finds Thompson. Tries to get past Harrison. Gets past Harrison, gets past Fawcett as well. Great work by Vernon. Bounce pass. Tapped on though by Harrison. Great intercept there. And it lands in the lap of Robinson. And a great block there also by Harrison. Can Rodriguez take it? Yes, he can. And that's great all-round wheelchair rugby by the Victorian Protect Thunder.
Looking to defend really strongly here. 20 seconds to go. If they can go in with a margin of just 1 after it broke out to 5 earlier in the quarter, they'd be really happy with that. They'd be stoked.
Yeah, Queensland, they certainly deserve a 2-point lead going into the break. So watch the patience here. 5 seconds on the clock. Shinichi will want to really get that clock down. Gets it down to 2-2. It'd take a miracle here for Victoria to score, and the miracle may come the way of a coach's timeout, which is exactly what's called. So 2.2 seconds remain in the first term, and it's the Cyclones 25, leading by 2 tries over Victoria. So Harrison on the top of your screen there will try and find, one would imagine, Stu Robinson, but that will be a tough ask, because he'll have to take the ball and score a try in 2 seconds. The umpire on the right of your screen is going over for some discussions. Was there maybe a penalty or a foul called against Bo Vernon? There was, and on the top left of your screen there, Bo Vernon, the number 11 for Queensland, will find himself in the penalty box. So now they have the one-man advantage. Can Victoria get the margin back? Can't find a teammate. Looked for Rodriguez. Couldn't get him. So the margin stays at 2. It's advantage Queensland. And on the other side of this, it's the second half. But at the break, it's the Queensland Cyclones 25, leading the Victorian Protect under 23. And don't you go anywhere. The 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge will be right back after this.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Welcome back to the second half of this Division 1 clash between the Queensland Cyclones and the Victoria Protect Thunder. It's the Cyclones who take a 2-try lead into the halftime break, 25-23. It's been a great first half, plenty of action so far. A margin that spilt out to 5 during that second quarter for the Cyclones, but Victoria managed to peg them back. We're about 30 seconds away from getting into the second half. Ben Eisenhuth is still alongside of me. Ben, what did you like from the performance of the Cyclones in the first half?
Yeah, I like the fact that the Cyclones hung in there. They started really, really well. Victoria were turning the ball over. The Cyclones were capitalising. And then the turn started to tile. The tide started to turn, I should say. The Cyclones started turning the ball over. But then it was the likes of Shimakawa, the likes of Nicholson, Whitaker, who really ensured that once they started turning the ball over, they started to take a step back. They took a few breaths, and they ensured that at the break they led by 2. So what's going to happen in this last half? It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a big one. And you can tell these are the 2 best sides in this division.
Yeah, the Victorians finished the second quarter with a wet sail. Trimmed the margin down to 2 by the halftime break. They start the third term in similar fashion, getting the first score on the board inside of 11 seconds. For Queensland, Horton has checked into the game, and he finds Kovac, who's also come into the game. They are a deep squad, this Cyclones one, and they're using all of that depth. As Shimakawa down on the try line, takes the hit from Harrison, goes over the support team, rush out there. They're going to help Shimakawa back up. Not the first time we've seen him knocked to the floor in this tournament already. He'll be back up and into it. Does it with a smile on his face and a little nod to Harrison there to say no worries. That was all fair and legal. But he does get over the line for a try. And Harrison now will bring the ball back in. Rodriguez on the end of it. 2-pointer from Brazil. Tosses it forward, finds Robinson. Robinson gets past Kovac. He goes to the ground. That one, not a big impact, but just enough of a touch of the wheels to find him tumbling over. Robinson was able to break free and get it over the line for the try. Kovac's back up and about. Support team busy in the first minute of this second half. Horton with the responsibility of the inbound again. Finds Shimakawa. Working it forward. Gets it over that halfway line. Pressure comes from Robinson. Harrison there as well. 2 big units putting the pressure on. Forces the pass, and Kovac can't handle it down low. Called for the over and back. It'll go to the sidelines. It should be going Victoria's way. Referees have a little chat about it. Robertson raises his eyebrows. He's not sure, but it's Victoria's ball nonetheless.
I think he was getting ready to blow up then because he did not agree with the call. And then when it was clarified that it was Victoria ball, he, as you said, the eyebrows were lowered.
I think his eyes lit up. He might have seen that loose ball and thought he might have been able to grab it and get it over the line. But the over and back was called. Won't stop him anyway. Manages to speed towards the line. Kovac did his best to try and put the block on. But Robinson, just with the brute force, powered his way over the line. And we're all tied up. Back to where it all began, even game. Victoria's done a great job to trim the margin. Cyclones under some pressure. The long ball forward. It works this time. Dan Horton gets on the end of it. He's had some inbounding responsibilities early in the quarter. This time he's at the opposite end, getting onto the long ball and getting it over the line.
Yeah, Kovac and Horton really have to be special in this term here, especially going into the fourth and final quarter at the end of this one. They've got obviously Whitaker off the field, Nicholson off the field, or off the court I should say, but Kovac and Horton, they've got to be special. They've got to really try and prevent the Thunder getting in within maybe a try or two. I think the Cyclones would like a 3-point buffer by the end of this quarter.
They forced a turnover from the Victorian inbound the first time. That creates an opportunity as they do get that buffer out to 2. Victorians managed to correct it on the next inbound though. Find the long ball forward to Rodriguez, who gets over the line. Horton again finds his way down. Inboards to Shimakawa. Robinson with the big impact. A loud crash of chair on chair. Forces Shimakawa to go the long ball. This one works. Kovac, the 3-pointer out of Canada. Very experienced player. That time positioned himself perfectly for the long ball coming in. Got it over the top.
And That was a great pass by Shinichi Shimakawa. It was a precision pass, and it certainly paid off. Wonderful stuff as Harrison finds Rodriguez, and it's a good response from the Thunder.
Those passes over the top, they look brilliant when they come off. Find the long ball and somebody in some space, but they are a high-risk pass. Cyclones have been forced into a few of them in the first term. It was a dangerous inbound, found Vernon as Robinson was hunting him down. Shimakawa then goes across to Kovac. Almost runs over the referee's toes, but manages to get a hold of it. Throws it forward. Shimakawa gets it. Made into an easy try by Vernon, putting on a block. Rodriguez couldn't stop it. And at 29-28 with the Cyclones leading. Got a timeout called. Queensland team gather together. Ben Newton giving out some orders to his team. Newton was named the best coach in the 2024 National Championships, taking this Cyclones outfit to a silver medal. Really competitive all the way through, but then ran into a red-hot New South Wales Gladiators in the final. They'll be hoping to go one better in this edition. Newton's given his orders, sent them back out there. Harrison, he's the player coach from Victoria. He inbounds, takes the responsibility, finds Robinson in some traffic. Robinson tosses it forward. Rodriguez gets it, goes back to Robinson now and has some open court in front of him. Uses some speed. Good agility as well and finds his way through.
Yeah, we spoke about the importance of Kovac and Horton just to allow a bit of a rest for Whittaker and Nicholson, and they were fantastic. They only had a few minutes on the court, but Horton and Kovac were fantastic, and you can see some rolling subs have obviously happened, and you got the likes of Nicholson and Whittaker back on the court. So really, really good display of teamwork. It really highlights the depth the Cyclones have, and they, of course, lead still by that 2-point buffer, but Victoria are looking to inbound.
The inbound nearly picked off. Not a bad option going to Robinson up top with the high ball. But the Cyclones were able to get a hand on it, nearly forced a turnover, but it does come off of the Cyclones, goes out of bounds. Victoria should keep possession.
You can see there at the top of your screens, Brad Duberly, the head coach for the Australian Steelers side, obviously sees a lot of his teammates or a lot of the players that play for him and play for Australia, and he'll be keeping a close eye on the quality that's out there on this court today.
Yeah, while these guys haven't made the Steelers squad for this tournament, it's exciting for them, exciting times ahead. Steelers being back on home hardwood and hopefully doing it more regularly. There's hopes that this tournament will be back again next year with an international variety once more. And in future years, still a little way off, but Paralympic Games in Brisbane increasingly becoming closer. So for all these athletes, they haven't quite made it to the Steelers team on this occasion. They'd certainly still be eyeing off opportunity in future. One that's not eyeing off a Steelers opportunity is Stu Robinson, the athlete from Great Britain. The Steelers are the nemesis to Team GB. Of course, it was in the Paris 2024 games that the Aussies got up over the Brits in a bronze medal game. And here's Shimakawa. He's a guy that took home a gold from those Paralympic games over with the Japanese outfit. The over-the-head pass. Tricky pass. Could it come off? That's a brilliant bit of play. They looked in trouble, weren't going to get it over the line, weren't going to get it over halfway, until the over-the-head pass found Shimakawa in some space. He had a fraction of a second to toss the ball forward. Did it. Found a teammate in space. That was really well done. It looked like they were going to turn it over, but get a score on the board instead.
Stu Robinson finds Jabs Warren, that 3-4 combinations back on the court for the Thunder. Still trailing by 2, and Jabs finds Robinson. He'll reverse his way over the try line, and the margin narrowed to 1. So which team will break next? Who will force the turnover? Here's a big chance now. Robinson all over Thompson. Great blocking by Vernon. Still hasn't got rid of it though. It's a throw over the shoulder and our hope. Shimakawa. Jaden Warren, big contact.
Well done, Jaden Warren. Big contact in the centre of the court. Two Cyclones players that were heading towards it. Warren had to win it if it was going to go back Victoria's way. He did. You could see the grin on his face afterwards too. I think he's pretty happy with that one. And with that, they tie it up. This quarter's been a lot more free-flowing. Scores are coming through a little bit more rapidly than they were in the first half. Here's an opportunity again. Locking the ball up. Looked like it might have been all tied up, but they managed to rip it free. Robinson gets a hold of it, then finds Warren, and the Victorians are back in front.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's absolute class there by Victoria. Possibly, obviously, we've got the likes of Stu Robinson, a little bit younger than Shimakawa, so maybe a little bit of the age coming to fruition on that occasion. But Jabs Warren, he has been fantastic since he's come on the court, both defensively and in attack, as Nicholson trying to wheel his way around the court. Thompson, can he find Shimakawa? He can. It's a great pass under pressure. Matty Thompson, thank you very much. That was superb.
All 8 athletes in shot there. A lot of congestion. Matty Thompson looking for an option. Clever pass over the top. Oh, the inbound pass. Henny throw it straight to Shimakawa. And then it's Robinson. Caught reaching in. A turnover happened. Robinson tried to put a stop to it immediately. Put the arms in there, but too much contact on that one. He'll move to the side. And the Cyclones will have a 4-3 player advantage.
Yeah, they have to score here. This, as I said here, they really need that 2-point buffer going into the fourth term, but at the moment they just like to be in front, so they have to capitalise. They do. Can they try and force a turnover? They lead by 1. 2 minutes remain, third term. Thunder go on the attack.
Stu Robinson makes his way back in from the penalty box. Often see those ones that are in the penalty box. The opposition will stack a couple of chairs in front, try and make it hard for them to come back out, particularly when it's those high pointers, the likes of Robinson. And when they are trapped and can't get out of that penalty box area easily, they'll put their hand up and take the inbound pass instead, give themselves a little bit of room to move. That's exactly what happened there. This time they work their way down their court. Got some running repairs needed on Robinson's chair again. Once again, rips that wheel off. Lifts himself up off the floor to help the mechanic get the wheel back on. He's a strong athlete. Previous member of the British Defence Forces. He's been in the Invictus Games on a couple of occasions. Very strong and powerful athlete. He's got the ball again here. Looking for a gap. Probably wasn't one there, but creates one just through his power. Knocks a couple of guys out of his way and finds a way to get through. Now he's busy on the defensive end. Shimakawa in some trouble. Finds Vernon over the top though. Well done, Vernon. Good control. Good pass out front. No. Looked like it was going to be out in front of Nicholson, but couldn't quite get there. The Victorians have managed to pick it off. Robinson got there just in the nick of time and then gets a big hit. Finds his way to the floor.
You can really see that the defence is starting to really lift for both sides. I think Victoria have the edge. If both sides go into the break all level, I'd say it's advantage Victoria. So can Queensland force an error? Can they force a turnover? But it's Jabs Warren looking to inbound. He'll try and find Robbo, and he finds the UK representative, the Brit, and Stewie Robinson.
Yeah, this game just seems like it's been a step up in class from what we saw earlier this morning. We saw Queensland take on the West Coast Enforcers, and we saw Chungnam take on Victoria. Both good games in their own right, but this sees both of those winners, last start winners, come up against each other, and it's been a class above what we saw this morning. Really tight game. As the inbound pass comes into Shimakawa. It's a penalty called by the ref. has a little word to the players. Fawcett finds his way over to the penalty box as a result. So again, the Cyclones will have an extra player on court, a bit more room to move. The inbound right in front of us with Nicholson. Finds Whitaker. Whitaker uses some power to get free, gets past Warren. Bounces it down on the floor and decides, I'll just go all the way myself. So Heaney with the risky inbound. Robinson makes it work though. Came off some hands, bounced around on the floor a few times, but Robinson able to tidy it up. He makes his way down, decides to play a little bit of tempo.
Great defence.
Thought he'd found a gap, but Whitaker shut that down. But not for long. Able to take another look at it from a different direction, and Stu Robinson gets over. Puts the Victorians in front by 1. We're under a minute to go. Clock management again a thing here. Shimakawa sees some floor in front of him. Decides not to take too much of it. Slows it down. Nicholson puts on a block. And then Shimakawa decides, no, I'm going to take the points that are on offer here. Put them on the board. Tie things up. 28.5 seconds to go. The risky inbound. It gets tied up. Which way is it going to go? Looks like it's going to be a Cyclones ball.
That's massive. That's massive. They need the lead at the end of this period. They really do. You can just sense that the ascendancy is going the way of Victoria. So if the Cyclones could just even have just a 1-try buffer going into the final term, it will mean so much to Queensland.
Nicholson with the inbound. Shot clock is off now. Shimakawa's got some space, decides not to use it. He'll take a little bit more time off the clock. Bo Vernon trying to position himself to block Stu Robinson, and he does it perfectly. Shimakawa gets stopped by Fawcett and Warren. Warren with a great defensive effort, but not enough. Shimakawa is able to just force his way over.
Must defend, Queensland, must defend.
We're into the final couple of seconds. Robinson's going to need every bit of energy to get there, and he can't. The time runs down before he can cross the line. The Cyclones will take that 1-point lead into the last break. We'll be back in a moment with a thrilling final quarter.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be a part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
And welcome back to our final period, our final term here on day one of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby National Championships. My name is Ben Eisenhuth, alongside me Jason Anderson, and it's the Victorian Protect Thunder, undefeated, 1 from 1, going up against the also 1 from 1 side and the Queensland Cyclones. And going into the final term, 7 minutes, 50 seconds remains, and nothing separates these two sides.
Yeah, both teams hoping to finish day one unbeaten. One of these teams will be topping the tables when the day is finished. And at this point, I have no idea which one.
Thompson takes it cleanly. Which side will break first? Who will make that error? And of course, the biggest question is who will capitalise? Victoria looking to inbound, going into the third term. There was a really big moment where Victoria led by quite a few tries, but Queensland fought back. And you see the battle of the threes once again on display, and Stu Robinson just powering his way over the try line. So nothing will separate these two. And I'd imagine it'll be a mistake, an error, or a big defensive play that will change the trajectory of this match. But who will stand up? Who will be that player to truly make that change? Another try to Shinichi Shimakawa. He has been superb for the Cyclone side. And at the moment, it's end-to-end tries for both teams as Jaden Warren gets past Thompson, gets past Whitaker. And it will be an immediate response by the Victorian Thunder. So 2 possessions for both sides and 2 tries. Who's going to break first, and what will it take to force that error and force that turnover?
It's really hard to say at this point. Both teams have started the last quarter really strongly, looking after the ball. Bit of a contrast to how the last term started, where we had a few turnovers. This time, that's a clever bounce pass if it can get over the line, and it does. Shimakawa finding a way when it's a packed house down low. Find his teammate in Whitaker. If they're going to keep finding passes like that, then yeah, it's going to be difficult to see which one will break.
Robinson, Whitaker trying to dislodge the ball and make a big defensive play, but Robinson just knows how to navigate his way through traffic. And he does so again, and we're all locked up at 40 apiece. Vernon, Shimakawa, Whitaker, lob pass. That's the risky one, but it pays off. Thompson takes it on the second bounce. And it's risk versus reward, but at the moment, neither side can afford to take a backward step.
I think there's some clear strategy coming out from the Victorian team. They've gone the high-low outfit, putting Warren and Robinson out there together for as much as possible. Didn't do that as much in the first game of the tournament, but have done it here. And meanwhile, their .5s, Fawcett and Tahini, spending a lot of time around Shinichi Shimakawa, trying to block him out, reduce his involvement. If they can do that, I think that's a really good strategy for them.
And just off your screens, Bo Vernon finds himself in the penalty box, so Queensland will defend with just the 3 players on the court. As Robinson, who needs to find jabs, finds Jaden Warren, Whitaker, Shimakawa. If they can force a turnover here with just 3 players, that will be a huge moment in this game. And almost Thompson dislodged that ball. Great defence by Queensland, just the 3, but Jaden Warren just sneaks inside the corner post. If you touch that green corner post scoring a try, it is considered out, and it will be considered a no try. But on that occasion, he snuck in just.
Yeah, big impact from Matty Thompson. Thought he might have been able to just push him into that corner post, but not quite.
Great show of strength there from Shimakawa. Gets past Jaden Warren. Jabs, lob pass, risky. Not when you're finding that gentleman there in Robinson. He'll look to find Fawcett. Fawcett instead goes the block. And Good work by Benny Fawcett. Just put the second guess in the head of Whittaker, and the score remains 42 apiece in this final term.
Yeah, neither team look like breaking yet. Handled the ball really well, getting it into the hands of their high pointers as much as possible. Controlling the ball. Shimakawa gets over the line again. He's done that consistently. The Cyclones are getting the ball in his hands as often as they can, while over at Victoria, Warren and particularly Robinson both getting a lot of ball.
Oh, that's the moment. You knew it was coming, and that's the moment. Tahini tried to find Warren and Shimakawa. As quick as they'd scored another, and the intercept means the Cyclones are up by 2. And Jaden Warren knows how important this try is with just 5 minutes remaining in the final match for the Division 1 competition here at the World Challenge in Adelaide. Vernon, almost an intercept by Warren. Thompson gets past Fawcett. Great chair control by Thompson. Bounce pass. Shimakawa, great Queensland wheelchair rugby. And that's a team try. And another try to the tally of Cam Whittaker.
All getting a touch as it came down the court. Passing it around, finding the free player. Whittaker that got on the end of it, but like you say, a great team try. Fawcett again, thumping the ball back in.
Jabs tries to get round Thompson and Vernon, does so. It's the show on the go, the weave, the spin, the twist. It's great individual play by Warren, and what a pass. Right on the chest of Stu Robinson, and he's excited with that one, is Stewie. Can they force a turnover? Shimakawa, great defence. Force it. Jabs, really try and force a turnover. They don't. Thompson's there. Jabs coming across. Tries to give a nudge to Thompson. But great chair control again by Matty. And the margin stays at 2.
You can see the defensive intensity's just lifted a notch though. We've got 4 minutes to play. Victorians know they've got to force a turnover. At least one to try and get this squared up. Potentially need to get some more. So the defensive pressure stepped up. But Queensland now have Robinson trapped in a corner. Long ball out. Is anyone going to be able to get onto it? Doesn't look like it. You can see free court on the TV screens there. And the ball goes out of bounds. That's a costly turnover late into this game.
It's almost too early to call, but that could be all she wrote. That's a big turnover. Victoria desperately trying to propel the ball down the court, but again, defence wins premierships, and on that occasion, Queensland's defence was superb. Did not allow Jaden Warren, did not allow Stu Robinson in open pasture. And that means that Queensland, up 2 breaks, go on the attack. It's Shimakawa. Can he get the pass? Does. Thompson, he's been instrumental. Man of the match performance from Thompson. He's been unbelievable in this 4th period. Can he get the ball away though? Great defence by the Thunder. Fawcett comes in. Shimakawa. Time is on the side of Queensland. Bounces once. Knows how much time they have. The clock is winding down. The margin 3. And Victoria with it all to do.
Made a couple of changes, looking for a bit of a different lineup, particularly so they can get a bit more active on defence. Harrison and Rodriguez have come into it. A couple of 2-pointers that just add a bit more balance to their lineup. But it hasn't worked for them offensively. They toss one forward and can't get onto it. Shimakawa picks it off, and that does look like that could be the end of Victoria in this one.
Yeah, they had to risk it though. I understand the play. I get it. They have to chance their arm, but 4 points, 4 tries with less than 3 to go. We'll ride it home with the Thunder, and you Victorian fans out there watching will certainly try and see if the Victorians can get themselves across the line. They do so there, but they've really got to increase the intensity in defence. Can they force a turnover? If they can just intercept here, it will change the game. But it's so hard. Matt Thompson again gets around Fawcett. Can't get around Stu Robinson. Fawcett tries to dislodge the ball. Bounce pass. finds Shimakawa. Rodriguez can't make the late contact, and it's Shimakawa who maintains and holds this 4-point buffer Queensland have over Victoria. Rodriguez. Good pop pass. Finds Harrison. Now, what do? Do they try and block Shimakawa in? It looks like Robinson's trying to do that, but it's hard when you've got blokes like the number 8 in Whitaker. Look at the head go, the power, propelling his way down the court. Still Whitaker, dislodged, intercepted, big moment. Got to capitalise, need a try soon. Rodriguez, can he get across? Very smart play, intercepted though, Shimakawa. And what a great response by Queensland. They turned it over, but almost as quickly they regained possession, and the 4-point margin and the 50 points are up for the Queenslanders.
Yeah, did all the hard work, the Victorians, created the turnover through some great defensive play. They sent Robinson to Shimakawa, went one-on-one, tried to shut down Thompson with 2-on-1 against him. The play worked, forced a turnover, but then just didn't know what to do with it once they had it. Queensland managed to get it back, put one back on the board. They stretched the margin out to 4. Victoria's just got one back now, and it's a 3-point game. Still difficult with only 90 seconds to go. Good pressure here from the Victorians, though. Just swarming the offensive player. Whoever has the ball, they're sending numbers to them. Worth a shot at this point.
Shinichi Shimakawa, he doesn't just score them, he doesn't just set them up. His defence has been superb. This Queensland 4 on the court currently, Shimakawa, Whitaker, Vernon, and of course Thompson. That is as formidable 4 as you will see. And this final quarter, I'd go as far to say it's the best fourth quarter of wheelchair rugby I've ever seen. It has been seamless, it has been error-free, and it has been pure and utter class.
Yeah, I said in one of the earlier games that I thought the Victorians were the favourites to take out the whole competition. Well, I think Queensland have taken that off of them now. They have had a brilliant performance, particularly in this last quarter when the pressure has been on. They've lifted, and they'll go into the end of day one top of the table and very likely finding their way through to a gold medal game on Sunday now.
Robinson, he'll want to try and keep the margin within somewhat of a respectable range. 10-point victory over Chungnam will be helpful, regardless of the difference or the points differential here today. But Queensland, they'll be looking for another. And again, the combinations, they don't just have one or two combinations. It's been Thompson, it's been Shimakawa, and on that occasion it was Whitaker and Shimakawa. And 5 seconds remain in this contest. It's going to be the Queensland Cyclones who are going to win this contest. Great defence by Fawcett, but it's all too late. And the Queensland Cyclones, 51, too strong for the Victorian Protect Thunder. And what a great end to that clash. We knew that it was going to come down to a moment, and it was the defence of those 4 on that screen and all those teammates who had joined them on centre court. The Queensland Cyclones didn't just attack well, but didn't they defend just as good? Yeah,
brilliant defensive performance. They looked clean and clinical when they had the ball on their end of the court, but then swarmed as often as they could when they were defending. Managed to force some turnovers, stretch a gap in that last quarter and find their way to a lead that the Victorians just couldn't come back from that position. And you're right, just a balanced lineup. They all contributed to a great team performance from the Cyclones.
Yeah, gallant in defeat with the Victorian Protect Thunder, but it's the Queensland Cyclones who are undefeated, 2 from 2 here on day 1 in Adelaide at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby National Championships. It's been a pleasure to have your company for this, the Division 1 competition. But don't you go anywhere, because on the other side of this, we have international World Challenge action coming your way.
Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce?
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas Plan Partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final match here on Court 2 at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Two nations clash in this fantastic contest, both sides undefeated. It'll be Team Netherlands going up against Team Brazil in a fantastic clash, and we look forward to calling all the action. My name is Ben Eisenhuth, and alongside me is Jason Anderson. And Jason, we've called the domestic competition all day, but now it's time for some international flair.
Looking forward to this one. Be a high standard of game, no doubt. Both teams coming in off wins earlier in the day over on the feature court. Probably both slight upset wins, I think. The Brazilians getting up over the highly ranked Canadians, 59-53, and the Dutch with a 49-45 win against the New Zealand outfit. Great performances, and one of them will be undefeated at the end of the day.
They certainly will, and you can see on your screens there, ladies and gentlemen, Team Brazil, we welcome them to Adelaide, down here in South Australia. And we'll go through their team lineup. Number 7, Gabriel Feitosa. Number 11, Julio Braz. Number 12, Alexandre Giliato. Number 10, Daniel Gonçalves. Number 5, Alexandre Taniguchi. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. Number 21, Victor Costa Caldera. Number 3, Guilherme Camargo. Number 30, Andre Castro. Number 14, Hannah Cruz Ribeiro. Number 2, Lucas Janquira. And number 1, Versma Jr. Coach Benoit Labrec and manager Jose Oliveira Souza. Now that's Team Brazil for you. And they're looking to go 2 from 2 in as many contests here on day 1. But they will be taking on the team from Europe, the team from Holland, and this Team Netherlands. Number 2, Rasul Karabulot. Number 14, we welcome back Davy Van den Dop and captain. Number 8, Job van der Laan. Number 42, Hector Loma. Number 7, Ben Brasuin. Number 9, Hugo Van Ursel. And number 1, Scott Van Polen. And the manager and coach of Team Netherlands, Martin Van Hinte. So Team Netherlands, Team Brazil here on Court 2. Our final contest, our final match here on day 1. It's been a pleasure to have your company. We thank you for joining us throughout the call. And this international contest will be superb. The South Americans taking on the Europeans. Both these sides, plenty to play for. Both upset victors in their previous matches. And who will come away with the win tonight? On your screens there, the number 11, Julio Braz. And Team Netherlands looking to go with Davy Van den Dop, the 14 on your screens, who, of course, was a member of Team New South Wales, the victorious Gladiators in the 2024 National Championships. So the first contest will be Julio Braz and the number 8, Job van der Laan. Referee talking to both players. He's about to get us underway. The tip-off has commenced, and the last touch looked to be off the Netherlands, and the ball will go the way. In fact, it was off Brazil, and the first possession will go the way of Team Netherlands. Hector Loma looks to inbound. Tries to find Van den Dop. Instead, finds Van der Laan. Little tip pass, finds Van den Dop, whom also tips back to the number 42 in Hector Loma. And the Netherlands opened their account here on Court 2. And the Brazilian side will now look to respond to the number 2 inbounding in Lucas Janquira.
Energetic start here. Both last start winners. Brazilians, they're ranked 10th in the world, and the Dutch ranked 13th. So they'd be thrilled to get their tournament underway with victories against more highly rated opponents. Both get one on the board in the first 25 seconds of this game. There's a big hit against Davy Van den Dop. He was a winner here last year, as you mentioned, Ben, in the National Championships, but this time the pressure is too much for him. Throws it away, and the Brazilians have an opportunity to turn it over and score early.
Well, prior to this match, Gabriel Feitosa has been a very, very busy player out there on court one earlier today. He was instrumental in Brazil's win only a few hours ago. So how will Team Netherlands stop Feitosa? And with more tries like that through the likes of Hector Loma, they'll certainly be able to dent the Brazilian side and try and prevent them from going 2 from 2.
Yeah, Hector Loma with the first 2 tries for the Dutch. He's a 1.5, but has a little bit more mobility than you might normally expect from a 1.5. Very handy asset to have. Someone that they can throw the long ball to, the through ball, and give themselves an opportunity to score with some of their mid and lower pointers. This time he's got the responsibility of the inbound pass on his teammate Van den Dop. Those two have been going to the same barber by the look of it as well. The Dutch setting up here. Plenty of contact. You can see there's a lot of aggression, a lot of power in the defense. A lot of chair on chair.
And Davy Van den Dop now possesses the ball. Very familiar with the city of Adelaide. An integral part of the Gladiators' victory in 2024. And it's the Netherlands who ensure the score remains all square. It's 3-all. Lobbing pass over the top. Gabriel Feitosa tries to get past one, but there's contact from Van der Laan, who'll find himself, the number 8 will, in the commentary box and raises his left arm and apologises to his teammates. But it's the one thing you might see a little bit different from the domestic game to the international game. Probably a little bit more flair, a little bit more aggression. Maybe means just that little bit more when you're representing your home nation.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have both made big trips to come over here. Really important tournament for the Brazilians in particular. They've recently competed in a tournament in Denmark, the Kafora Egmont Open, a tournament in which they won the bronze medal. But they're also preparing for a big tournament later this year, the Copa America, the biggest tournament in the Americas. They're preparing for that and would be hoping to have some really good hit-outs. And so far, they'd be thrilled with what they've seen. Also had a couple of their reserve players or development players playing the National League, and we've seen them in earlier games. So they've got some real depth that's developing too.
Van der Laan trying to make his way into the other end of the court in the nick of time. He'll do so. Gets a bit of a nudge from Guillermo Feitosa, and you hear the screams of the Brazilian side. It's a turnover, and the first break goes the way of Brazil, who will look to try and extend their lead from 1 try to maybe a second. Julio Bratz gets past the defence there of Hector, and he'll wheel his way over the try line. And Brazil, dominant winners over Canada, whom invented the sport. And Brazil looking to try and again steal the ball. Van den Dop, the one-arm reach, but there is a foul call against Feitosa. He doesn't agree. He says, referee, it was clean touch, but the referee disagrees, and I've never heard a referee, I've never seen a referee in the history of sport ever change their call.
No, it doesn't happen too often. Pressure was up from the Brazilians. The Dutch a little bit lucky to escape in the end. The 2 high pointers from Brazil, Feitosa and Braz, both going at it, trying to knock that ball free, but just a little bit too much contact on the play, and Feitosa takes a rest over in the penalty box.
Van den Dop, the captain of Team Netherlands. Bounces once, bounces twice. An absolute gentleman is Davy Van den Dop. I was lucky enough to MC a function in 2024 down here at the Wheelchair Rugby National Championships, and I interviewed Davy Van den Dop, who left his family, left his hometown to come over and play with the Gladiators. And I've never interviewed more of a gentleman. He speaks fantastic English, and he'll give you every minute of every day. He's a wonderful man. And Brazil maintain that 2-point buffer. Try scored by Julio Bratz. Inbound, lovely touch though. Gets the fingertip. And the ball is taken back by the try scorer in Bratz. Great block by Feitosa. He then receives the ball from Bratz, and Feitosa too fast for Van den Dop. And a timeout called by Team Netherlands, and they're down early, 7-4, and nervous moments from the team from Holland.
Yeah, just need to regroup here. They've called the timeout. Probably a good decision. Just have a little chat through things. They've been a little bit loose with the ball. The high pointers from Brazil, Julio Brutz in particular, really active on the defensive end and forcing some turnovers and able to convert that into scores. That was 7-4 in this early stage. And Julio Brutz, he started brilliantly in this game. He's been on the scene for the Brazilians for a long time. He made a really big impression in the Rio Paralympic Games back in 2016. The Brazilians qualified for that as the host nation, and that was one of their first exposures to a real elite level international game, and their team has just come on in leaps and bounds since then. But Brutz has had a big impact in that tournament, but he's having a big impact in this game as well. His first 3 or so minutes, he's been everywhere.
As Van den Dop navigates his way past Julio Brutz, but Feitosa trying to come across in defence. Good defence by Brazil, but not good enough. Versma did his best to try and prevent the propelling and the rolling motion of Van den Dop, but the margin back to 2. Inbound now by Brazil. It'll be Lucas Jean-Claire. Lob pass from Brutz. Finds Feitosa. Gets around Van der Laan. Gets around Hugo. And gets around Hector. And another try by Gabriel Feitosa. He looks to be the man to stop. Brazil 8, Team Netherlands 5.
It's a little bit too quick for them at the moment, the Brazilians. Feitosa got it over the line. Managed to break free, but he had a couple of Brazilian teammates in front of him as well that he possibly could have passed it to if he needed to. Just a bit quick getting to the other end of the court, although Van den Dop has something to say about that as he breaks free, finds an opportunity for the Dutch. Risky inbound pass. Lucas Junqueira does manage to find his teammate, and then he makes a break for it. He's over halfway. He'll gather. Van den Dop gets back to stop him in his tracks, though. Julio Brutz crashes in, takes the ball off his teammate, but the refs aren't happy with the way he's gone about it. The impact's a little too much, and they have called for a penalty against Julio Brutz. Still talking it over. As you mentioned earlier, I don't think he's going to get his way.
Yeah, there's the emotion on display. It's the one thing we love from our Brazilian family and our Brazilian friends that have made their way across here to South Australia. They wear their heart on their sleeves, and on this occasion he will be doing all he can to try and prevent any further wrongdoing. But it's Van den Dop. Great blocking there by Van der Laan. Van den Dop, big contact by Feitosa. Pass not taken cleanly, and it's another turnover. A quick pop pass from Julio Brutz and Gabriel Feitosa, the man who scored 25 tries in their win over Canada. Wasn't he oh so impressive? And he's looking to continue that form line here this evening. Van den Dop, great spin move. Gets his way down the court. On your screen there's Feitosa. Is he going to propel and stop Van den Dop? Great blocking by Van der Laan, but great defence by Julio Brutz. Great Brazilian defence. Van den Dop holds onto it. Great pop pass, but again, there's yellow singlets everywhere. But Van der Laan is able to get himself over the try line. And the Brazilian defence is just sensational at the moment. Julio Brutz can't get the ball away. Van den Dop, he's not happy at the top of your screens. He knew that was a chance to narrow the margin. And guess who? Feitosa navigates his way past Hector Loma, and the margin back out to 3.
Yeah, Feitosa's been the name on everyone's lips after that earlier Brazilian performance. They were on the feature court earlier, had their victory as we've mentioned. He was a big try scorer in that game. There's plenty of talk off the back of that about his impressive performance, and it's flowed through to this game as well.
And Feitosa trying to steal the ball. Van der Laan, and I think a penalty try has been awarded to Team Netherlands. And it has, the penalty try awarded to Team Netherlands. The long reach, the long arms of Gabriel Feitosa. Inbounds. Julio Bratz. Stolen. Vanderlaan. Fantastic from him. Bratz is trying to get the ball. Wheels his way back. Big contact. Is the try awarded? We're trying to get confirmation. I'm not sure if the try will stand. 10-8, the score remains. I think it was considered a no try. I think his tyre may have touched the corner post as he crossed the try line, so the try will not stand. And the score remains 10-8, Brazil lead.
Huge impact on that play. Vanderlaan did well. Great reach on him. Managed to fish the ball free on the defensive side. And then just had a gap that he was trying to back into, but the impact was too much. Feitosa came across. Braz was there on the other side of him as well, but I think it was Feitosa who got the big hit that forced him into the corner post. It's really tight, but yeah, they haven't put the try up on the board, so I think it will be a Brazil ball with no try awarded.
And that man, Feitosa, receives the ball from Versma. Feitosa. Good contact by Hector Loma. Feitosa, he'll look to find the 11. Looks to find Bratz, but can't. Great defence by Team Netherlands. They had to match the intensity Brazil are putting out there, and they're doing that at the moment, but can they maintain it? Less than 2 remains in the first quarter.
Took them a couple of minutes, but it does look like the Dutch have now found a bit more rhythm. They've lifted to the intensity of this contest, both on the defensive end, forcing some turnovers, but now on the offensive end as well. You can see that Davy Vandendop forcing his way over halfway, tosses it forward, and Vanderlaan, he's been impressive so far. He heads over the line, and it's back to a 1-try game.
Lucas Janquira finds Feitosa. Turnover once again. Vanderlaan gets it. The Dutch, they've increased their energy. Their tempo is lifted. And they once trailed by 4. And it's now all locked up. 10 apiece. 1:30 remains in the first quarter. How will Feitosa respond? Tries to find his main man, Julio Bratz. Bratz, Hector Loma. And Julio Bratz will just be a little bit too quick on 2 wheels and gets the margin out to 1, and Brazil reclaim the lead. Loma finds Vandendop. Now Brazil go back to that intense defence. Really pressuring Vandendop. Great block though. Fantastic block by Ben Brasuin. And a wonderful pass from Vandendop. Finds Hector Loma. And it's 11 apiece. 1:07 remain in the first term.
Hector Loma's gone over a few times in this game. Looked thrilled with that one. Spun around after scoring with a big grin on his face.
Janquira inbounds to Feitosa. Julio Bratz. Lob pass. It's beautiful. They almost could play with their eyes closed, some of these athletes. The passing is precise. It's always on a dime. And that is wheelchair rugby at its international very, very best.
Sometimes those long passes can be difficult passes to pull off. They could be risky passes, but one like that one that we just saw was more of a through ball out into space. That's a lot safer. Now can they force a turnover? They can. Feitosa tries to get a handle on it.
And almost a turnover there. Feitosa was screaming his way towards the ball, and the ball got caught underneath his tyre, but nonetheless Brazil will inbound through the number 2 on your screens. Bottom left, Lucas Janquira finds Julio Bratz. 35 seconds remain. Brazil with a 1-try lead. Brazil, a famous country for many a sport. Of course, football. And more recently, finding themselves on the Rugby 7 circuit, the Rugby 15 circuit, and now, of course, becoming a formidable nation in the sport of wheelchair rugby. Julio Bratz, great blocking play, pop pass, finds Jean-Claire. In fact, it's Fairtosa, but it's a no try. And the try will not stand. So with 6 seconds remaining, there's an opportunity for the Netherlands. In fact, it is a foul against the Netherlands. So a chance once again for Brazil. It's one of those sports where in many a code the advantage would play, but on that occasion the foul called against the Netherlands. Faitosa, great hands, pop pass, finds number 2 in Jean-Claire, who then offloads to Julio Blatz. And on the stroke of quarter time, Julio Blatz ensures that the score is 12-11 because the try will not stand. So the siren, the horn, just beat Brazil to the quarter time break. But in fact, maybe the try did stand. We'll get you the exact scoreline at the end of this first quarter break, because at the break, it's Brazil leading the Netherlands. So we'll see you on the other side of this.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And we're back on second quarter action in this 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, this international event between the Brazilians and the Dutch. Brazilians were able to score a very, very late try to end that first quarter and take a 13-11 lead into the break. And they've started this one well with a very early try to begin the second term. And now off the Dutch inbound, Julio Braz trying to get his hand in there. Thought he might have been able to lock that ball down. Referees saw it differently. They've called the penalty. He'll go and sit out. 60 seconds on the side or until the next try is scored. So the Dutch will have a 3-person to 4 advantage. Davy Vandendop takes it forward for them. Has a look around to see whether his teammates have maybe put a block on Julio Braz back in the penalty box. They had. So Braz says, I'll take the inbound pass and get myself out of some congestion in that back court. Julio Braz weaving his way along the back court, tosses it in, but it's knocked free. Finds its way out of bounds. Wurzma Jr. couldn't quite get the handle on the inbound pass. Comes off the frame, rolls out of bounds, and there's a turnover. The Dutch will have an opportunity to score and bring this back to a one-try game as Hector Loma brings the ball in.
Got to capitalise here, the Dutch. They have to capitalise on these very few chances that are coming their way. As strong defence, Vandendop, great pass. Under immense pressure, Feitosa and Bratz were there defending so well and so gamely, but that is class epitomised, and Van den Dop finds that man once more in Loma, and the margin is within one.
A lot of congestion. Braz goes with the long ball out of the congestion and finds Feitosa. That combination, it's just been so difficult for the Dutch to try and stop those two. Every time those two can connect, it seems like the Brazilians get over the line and get themselves a try. Hector Loma tosses it in. Van den Dop trying to find his way through. Knocked back to him by Feitosa. Van den Dop went again, and then Feitosa knocks it away. Says, not in my house, I'm knocking that one out. You can see some fresh athletes now working their way into the play. A couple of changes for both teams. Hector Loma finds his way off. Vanderlaan also takes a rest. They've both been really important for the Dutch early. Their replacements have some pressure to try and lift to the same level. Van den Dop brings the ball down. Under a lot of pressure. Finds a teammate in Karabullet. Takes a bounce. Spins around, looks for a little bit of space in front of him. It's shut down. Braz gets there, knocks the ball free. He's a little disappointed, thought it might have come off Dutch hands last, but the ref says no, definitely off yours. And the Dutch will have an opportunity to reload.
Got to continue to capitalise. They must use these, I guess, lucky returns to the Dutch to try and score some tries. And another turnover from the Netherlands.
Penalty called off the ball there. It was Van den Dop. It's a little bit too aggressive. Some of the off-ball blocking. Big block late in the background on Hanna from the Brazilians. No, it's gone the Dutch way. So I'm not sure what the penalty might have been there, but the Dutch capitalise anyway. They've got the inbound and managed to score from it.
Hugo van Ursel, his first try for the evening. And the margin within one. So can the Netherlands turn the ball over? They may not need to. Big contact, Van den Dop, but a lovely lob pass. And Brazil earn themselves another try to extend the lead out to 2.
Yeah, Guriato. It's on the end of the long ball. Ball boggled around for a little while there. Looked like Victor was under some pressure, but managed to handle the ball well and find a teammate. Dutch coming back the other way. Oh, big contact. Van den Dop down the court. Doesn't face him at all. Big contact. Comes out of it. Powers away from his opponents. And pushes forward. 16-15. Long inbound pass. And how's that for the underarm pass? Just as easy as you like. I'll toss it forward. Let Julio Braz run onto another one. He takes a little bit of time, lets his team set up defensively, but eventually gets it over the line. Van Ursel and Karabullet, two of the fresher players into the game, combine with each other from the inbound. Van Ursel does really well to put the block on. Looked like he was probably going to be beaten for speed and not able to get to it. A big contact with Julio Braz, stopped him in his tracks on the defensive side, and Brazuin managed to get free then, find a lane through to score. Great team play.
Yeah, that was really impressive by Hugo van Ursel. He knew he didn't have the speed to try and outpace one of the Brazilian attackers to the ball, so instead he put his chair in the way, prevented him from making his way down to the end of the court, and allowed a teammate of his to score a try. And it's moments like those which really can give yourselves a try and narrow these margins and put yourself in a better position to try and be as close as you can come the halftime break in about 5.5 minutes time.
The Dutch choose to sit back on defence this time, so the Brazilians have a nice easy inbound off the back of the timeout. And they'll work their way forward. It's Julio Braz. Toza puts the block on. Andre Castro tried putting the block on, but it wasn't enough of a hole for Braz to get through. Looks for the high ball over the top. Finds his partner in crime, Toza. Those two have just been very difficult to stop. Karabullet now for the Dutch. He tried to find the pass over the top, but it doesn't work. Julio Braz cuts it off. And again, that 1-2 punch finds Feitosa over the top. That's a costly turnover. The margin just sneaks out to 3.
They need to do what they did in the first quarter, the Netherlands. They need to really capitalise on the Brazil mistakes now. But first and foremost, they've got to get their way down the other end of the court. Great offensive blocking by Van Ursel. He's been brilliant. That second man phase, that second man, I guess it's offensive blocking, I like to call it. He's putting his chair in the right position to allow the likes of Van and Dop and the likes of Karabullet to make their way down the court. Really impressive stuff by the number 9 and Hugo Van Ursel.
Yeah, just knowing his role. One of those low pointers. He's been able to know that that's his role, is to block, is to get in the right spots, help set up his teammates. He might not score often, but he's a big contributor to all of the scores they do have. Brazilians now. Feitosa over the top. Julio Braz just takes a little look around before he wheels it over. Hector Loma there for company. And Loma, he'll take the inbound. It's congested. High pointers from Brazil, both pressing, putting some pressure on. Loma has to spin. Go back to Davy Van den Dop. Time was creeping down, had to get it over halfway, did get it over halfway, and Vanderlaan finds his way into some space, and off the back of a great pass, he's over. Feitosa again.
So powerful, so powerful, Feitosa. Moves so well on 2 wheels, just incredible to watch.
Yeah, I can see why the crowd's been talking about him off the back of the first game. They'll be talking about him off the back of this game as well. He's looked brilliant.
Ben Brasuin, can he get the ball away? He did very well to get the ball to Van den Dop. He looked a bit nervous then. He copped a really big hit from that man, Feitosa.
The Dutch certainly noticing the impact that Feitosa's having. They sent 2 to him on defense that time, trying to block him out. Loma was with him. Brazuin was with him as well. They couldn't stop him from getting hold of it. And once he did, long ball over the top. Found the number 11, Julio Braz. Those two are super important for their outfit. The Brazilians, they're investing a lot into developing their squad. Actually hosting the 2026 World Championships in Sao Paulo. So they're keen to have as much of an impact in that tournament as they can. And the Dutch, through a great bit of play, they managed to score. Ben, I know you love that one.
Oh, Van den Dop's just unbelievable. He was in so much traffic. He was trying to do it all himself. But when he couldn't propel his way down the court, it was a lovely pass. Found Hector Loma, and that is what wheelchair rugby is all about. If you can't score them yourselves, you've got to be able to set them up, and that was just amazing from Davy Van den Dop.
Toza works his way down for the Brazilians again. It's a jam-packed schedule for the Brazilians. Mentioned earlier, Copa America coming up later this year. Obviously here at the moment. They've been in Denmark for an earlier tournament in this season. And the World Championships next year. They're a busy outfit. They're a deep outfit. Got a lot of players on their bench. They're not using too many of them so far. These 2 3.5s have been out there for the entirety of the game so far. They might give some run to some of their others when needed in the second half. Braz disappointed there. It's going to be the turnover forced against the Brazilians. Methodical build-up, but it didn't come off.
I think the Netherlands would like to be at least within 2, ideally 1. But if it's getting out to 4 or 5, it'll be concerning as Van den Dop tries to get his way around the 11 and the 7. does so. Great pass. Finds the number 8 once again in Job van der Laan. And van der Laan, it's a welcome back to the court, van der Laan, because he's fantastic when he is on the court on those two wheels. Number 8 from the Netherlands. Loma, can he outpace Feitosa? I'm not sure anyone can. He's just so fast on two wheels. And Feitosa will score another to ensure the margin remains at 3. He's getting some advice from the referee. The referee didn't like something there. I don't think he likes the contact off the ball, possibly. But van der Laan, pop pass, finds Van den Dop. Bratz there in defence.
Bratz stops Van den Dop's run, but he can't stop Loma. Comes from the back of the court. He's the one that inbounded it. And then powered his way down the court to be the one that also gets it over the try line. You mentioned about Feitosa having a little lecture from the refs. There's a lot of contact off the ball in this one. A lot of contact off screen. Refs have just had a little chat to a couple of others in the mid-court as well. Plenty of intensity in this one. See another hit from Van den Dop on Braz. Can't stop him though. Job van der Laan trying to stop Feitosa on the line, but couldn't quite get there in time. Now here's Hector Loma.
Big contact there from Bratz, trying to swipe at the ball. Van der Laan, not the best pass, but great hands nonetheless. Ben Brasuin. Can he find Van der Dop? He does. Lob pass Loma. Pressure cooker situation, but the Netherlands hold tough. The margin back to within 2.
Brazil under a lot of pressure there. Well done by Davy Van den Dop. Race there to get side by side with him and allow that easy handoff. And then that created space. Again, mountain of work going off the ball. Brazuin and Van der Laan both heading towards Feitosa. And it worked. They didn't have the easy inbound to Feitosa. Had to look to another player. Tried to get it to Junqueira. He wasn't able to get the handle. Ball gets forced out of bounds and a turnover. An opportunity for the Dutch with less than 90 seconds in this second quarter to pull the margin back to 1. It seems like Brazil have had their measure throughout most of this half, but a 1-point game at this point in the first half shows that the Dutch are very much still in it.
That's a big moment there. Big moment for Van den Dop. Big moment from the Netherlands. We mentioned we didn't want the margin to be greater than 3 or 4, and they've pegged it back to just the 1 with 1:10 remaining here in the first half. Bratz trying to get his way down to the other end of the court. Time is against him, but a great pass. Tries to find Junqueira. And Lucas Junqueira adds another try to his tally.
That's a real bonus for the Brazilians. Haven't had too many, if any at all, of their scoring come from their low pointers. It's been the 2 3.5s that have been critical throughout. So that to find Lucas Junqueira in a little bit of space and get that try, that's important for them. Gives them another avenue to score. In contrast, the Dutch have been getting it in different ways. Van den Dop finds Loma. Plenty of pressure down on the line. Brazil might have thought they were going to hedge him in and avoid him getting over, but they couldn't. Nice bit of power on the line. Forces his way over.
I love the contact from Feitosa. He's just so aggressive. He'll swipe at anything, even when someone's over the try line. I love the intent that the Brazilians and Gabriel Feitosa is bringing to this year's World Challenge. It's great to see.
And he's going to find himself on the end of another ball. That time it was a great feed. Bring the ball up court. Worsma Jr. was the one that fed him the ball.
They'll want to get within 1 here, the Dutch. Can the Netherlands get another? Can they do it? Van der Laan finds Van den Dop. 30 seconds remains.
Van den Dop works his way up. Big contact. Loose ball in the middle, but it works.
What a pass.
Finds a teammate. It was Brazuin. He passes off. Vandendop's got it. He's working the clock. Team support are letting him know just how long they've got left. Winds it down. 3.6 on the clock as he goes over the line. The ref unhappy with some of the action off the play. Having a little chat with the Brazilian coach over there as well. Plenty of back and forth. Not sure what they're arguing over. 3.6 seconds left in the half.
He's not happy, is he? Coach Lebrec is not happy about something. He's crossed his arms. He's disappointed. But his side do lead by the single try. They've got 3 seconds to try and get another. Gabriel Fertosa is equally unhappy. I love the emotion. The South Americans are the best at it. They love to show their emotion. They play to the dying minutes. And that's why they find themselves in front by a try. And obviously a big win earlier today against the Canadians.
Yeah, great camera work to pick all of this up. See the refs aggressively giving a couple of tees. Hasn't been happy. Some of the vocal coming from the Brazilian coach. Brazilian equally unhappy. Seen him pointing and gesturing. But eventually, the ball comes down and the Brazilians have an opportunity. The inbound pass from Junqueira. Fantastic pass. Knocked it forward. Julio Braz managed to get it just in time. And then he's given a bit of a gobful to one of the Dutch opponents as well. And then nearly cuts it off from the inbound pass. Davy Vandendop says, I'm just going to settle things down. I'm not going to force the issue here. And he'll see it through to the halftime break. Plenty of passion and energy in this one. The Brazilians are leading 28-26, and what a first half we've seen here.
Unbelievable first half. You use the word passion. There's plenty of emotion. It's international wheelchair rugby at its best. Both sides have been fantastic, but it's the likes of that man on your screen, the number 42, and Hector Loma. He has been amazing for a mid-pointer. When he's got his hands on that ball, he has executed tries. He's ensured that he is getting points on the ball from his side, points on the board from his side. Additionally, the likes of Brasuin, the likes of Van der Laan, and of course, how can we forget the captain in Davy Vandendop. The Netherlands, they wish they were within a point, maybe a try, but two, it's not out of reach, but it's going to be pretty tough for the Dutch going into the second half.
Yeah, they've done a great job hanging in there. The Brazilians look like they've been the classier outfit so far, but the Dutch have hung in, and a 2-try lead to the Brazilians. This is still anyone's game. Very much looking forward to the second half coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment with a very entertaining second half.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final half here on day one in this international clash between the South Americans of Brazil and the Europeans in the Netherlands. It is the team on screen, Team Brazil, who lead 28 tries to 26. It is going to be a very exciting final half. Towards the end of the second quarter, there was plenty of emotion, plenty of disagreements with the referee calls. And it's the likes of that number 11 on your screens, Julio Braz, and on the left of your screen there, the number 7, and Gabriel Feitosa, who are certainly going to do all they can to ensure it's Brazil 2 from 2 at the end of day one. It's Davy van der Dop from Team Netherlands, the number 14. Lobs a pass and finds Van der Laan. Patiently just keeping the ball in his lap. Bounces once, and it's a beautiful pass, and it finds the number 9 in Hugo van Ursel. And for a one-pointer, a very functional one-pointer, Hugo van Ursel has been very impressive, and that's not his first try. That's 2 or 3 for the young man from the Netherlands.
Yeah, he has been impressive. That time the Dutch had an advantage, a little bit of a unique situation with Brazil having won in the penalty box from the beginning of the quarter. So 4 on 3 for the Dutch to begin the quarter and use that to their advantage. Van Ursel, very impressive. He's got over the line. Yeah, and that low pointer that manages to get over and score just adds so much versatility to your lineup, less reliance on those high pointers. So he's been really important for them.
Hector Loma inbounds to Van der Laan. Bounces the ball back to Davy van der Dop, the captain of Team Netherlands. But powerful arms from Feitosa, tries to dislodge the ball from the grass, but wonderful offensive blocking from Van Ursel, the man we spoke about only a few moments ago. Van der Dop can't go that way. Defense from Feitosa, from Blatz, fantastic. The 2 high pointers, the ball in the grasp of Feitosa. And the referee says contact on the arm of Van der Dop, who just wanted to remind Feitosa, you did touch my arm then, young man, and you'll earn yourself some time in the penalty box.
Yeah, I think the first touch was clear. He was fine with that. He was on the ball. And Van der Dop just managed to move the ball around a little bit. And the second touch, the contact came on the arm, and he'll find himself over in the penalty box just for a quick break.
And Hector Loma inbounds to Davy van der Dop, the Netherlands with 4 on the court. Brazil for the next phase of play, just with the 3. And the margin back to 1. Van der Dop, Versma. And to inbound the ball will be the number 7 in Feitosa. Van der Laan. Try and use his long reach to try and dislodge the ball. Does so. Can Van der Dop get there? He can. There's the first break. There's the first turnover. And we're all square. Jop Van der Laan scores, and it's 29 apiece early in the third term.
Big moment, that one. If they want to try and get their noses in front, they've got to force those turnovers. They've got to be strong defensively. That time on the inbound, and they are again this time on the inbound. Wow, that's impressive play. 2 in a row. but the defence of the Dutch was able to knock it free, gain control, get over the line, and suddenly they find themselves in front.
Well, what you can't see off the ball, or off the screen I should say, is the offensive blocking by the likes of Van der Laan and the likes of Loma. Just amazing to put their bodies in the line and really prevent the likes of Bratz, the likes of Feitosa to get their hands on the ball. Very impressive. It's always the risk you take when you go with 3 high pointers. Of course, a 3.5 classification for Feitosa and Bratz. But nonetheless, they respond, as the Brazilians have done all day, very quickly with a try. As those two men, once again, are trying to dislodge the ball, but a lovely pass, a flick over the back, if you will, finds Loma, whom finds Van den Dop. And the Netherlands lead 31-30. Bratz pestered by Van den Dop. Great defence by Davey. Can he get past him? He can. That's really good from Bratz. The ball ripped out by the Netherlands, but the last touch was off Brazil, which means the Netherlands could take their biggest lead in this contest. Hasn't things changed early on in the second half? An inbound right in front of the commentary box here from Hector Loma. Finds Van der Laan. Great defence by Brazil. The ball dislodged. Wonderful defence. It was the number 12 in Guriato. Wonderful reach. Went all ball. Did not touch the arm. So no foul on that occasion. And it fell into the lap of Feitosa. And now 31 plays 31. Nothing separates these two teams.
Immediate impact from Guriato comes off the bench. Julio Braz goes and takes a break after the previous turnover. The coach says, come and have a chat with me on the bench. Guriato heads in, forces a turnover, and then creates a scoring opportunity. He'll be thrilled with that substitution.
Van den Dop, lob pass, finds Loma. You could hear the deflated tyre in the background, the pop tyre. But the advantage was played, and the Netherlands reclaimed that narrow margin of 32 tries to 31. So, albeit both sides are attacking exceptionally well, there has been a couple of loose errors, a couple of mistakes early in the second half. And this is what can happen. It's the second game for both these teams. A bit of fatigue will set in. If you look at the team rosters, the Brazilian side have brought over 11 players from Brazil, and only 4 are on the court, where the Netherlands have only brought over 7 players. So possibly the deeper bench for Brazil may be the telling factor. But with errors like that, the Netherlands take their biggest lead in this contest. And guess who? It's Captain Davey Van den Dop.
Important couple of inbound passes that have just gone awry for the Brazilians. Need to focus on those passes hitting the mark. They've looked pretty controlled outside of those opportunities. They've just tossed in a couple of inbounds that have gone the wrong way, and it's hurt them this quarter.
Gabriel Feitosa. It's so helpful having the likes of Guriato on the bench, who's just come on the court for Bratz and has just been absolutely fantastic. It's a really deep bench. It's a really deep side, Brazil, and that could be the telling factor come 20-30 minutes time. But Davey Van den Dop, it's his second home Australia, it's his second home Adelaide, and he's certainly proving why he loves coming to South Australia. As Feitosa, great defence, lob pass, another turnover off the tyre of Lucas Jancleira, which means it's another attacking play for Team Netherlands and a timeout called from Brazil, and they needed that only a few moments ago, because at the moment it's the Netherlands on top and they are rolling.
Yeah, you mentioned the deep squad for the Brazilians. They've brought a number of athletes over here. They're going to need to be fresh. They're going to need to have something in this last quarter, because they've tossed the ball away on too many occasions this quarter. They took a half-time lead and they've turned it into a 2-point deficit just with some sloppy ball handling. The Dutch have made them pay on a number of occasions. Vandendop finds Loma now. Works the ball forward. Van der Laan. Job van der Laan controls the ball. Tosses it down with the bounce pass for Davy Vanderdop to get onto. This lead continues to stretch out now. We see Julio Braz back into the game. He goes for the miracle ball over the top. Finds a teammate. It's Taniguchi. He's checked into the game for the first time. Looks like the Brazilians have gone for a new mix out there.
Yeah, I like it. I like it from Brazil. They needed to make a change. There was a bit of fatigue, a bit of, I guess, the same old play. So let's see what the likes of Blas alongside now Taniguchi, as you mentioned. Let's see how Brazil respond to this 3-point margin. Once led by 3, once led by 4, they now trail by 3. Last touch off the number 8, off Van der Laan. So Brazil will get a second crack at it. 35 plays 32. The Netherlands. What a third period for them. Van der Laan, Loma, Van den Dop have been sensational. And of course, Van Ursel as well.
Time runs down. Hear the buzzer going off in the background there.
So Brazil with some strange errors, some strange decisions. And the Netherlands, the stalwart of Team Netherlands, and Davy Van den Dop. And can you believe it? The Netherlands are now into a 4-try lead. Once trailed by 4 only late in the second term, and now early in the second half, they lead by 4 tries. Taniguchi. Still with Taniguchi. Great defence by Van den Dop. Well offensively blocked there by Andre Castro. Touched off him. The referee didn't like something. And one of the Dutch players in Van der Laan will find himself in the penalty box for the next phase in play. He must have struck the arm of either Andre Castro or Taniguchi. So really important for Brazil with a 1-player advantage to ensure they can peg this margin back to 36-33. Some running mechanical repairs go the way of Andre Castro. But what have you got to say for the change in this dynamic? The Team Netherlands have just come out in this second half and they're a new revived outfit.
They've been brilliant this quarter. They're ranked number 13 in the world coming into this tournament. This play far exceeds that world ranking. They've been brilliant. And it's some of the tactical stuff. I've loved Hector Loma spending a lot of time alongside the high pointers, particularly Julio Braz. On the defensive end, just trying to block him out, keep him away. And Braz's impact, he goes over the line for a try now, but his impact in this quarter has been far down on where it was through the first half. We've seen Faye Tozer now going for a rest as they've looked for a different balance of lineup. They've just had to try different things because the Dutch have been all over them. And some of those mid-pointers in particular have been really impressive against higher classification players and managing to shut them down.
Well, for those that are new to the sport of wheelchair rugby, players are classified in regards to their function. And 8 maximum points is your classification. And if you look at the starting 4, or the current 14 Netherlands, which are on your screen as we speak, the likes of that man on the bottom right of your screen, Van Ursel, we've got Van der Laan, we've got Loma, we've got Van den Dop. The quality, the function, the athleticism that these 4 men possess, it's unbelievable that collectively they equal 8 points in classification. They're just moving so well as a unit. They're combining as a team both defensively and in attack. And that's why they lead 36 tries to 33 as the captain, Van den Dop, a one-arm pass. And it's just precision. A little bit long on that occasion, but the long arms of Van der Laan reclaims the ball. At the moment, it's probably too easy for the Netherlands. I don't know what's happened here to Team Brazil, but the Netherlands have figured out Brazil, and they are really rolling away with this one.
Yeah, Brazil's really gone off the boil. They look a little bit lost out there. Some of the tactics, particularly in the first half, they just kept feeding their high pointers, and it worked really well for them. But This quarter they haven't been able to do it. The high pointers haven't had the same impact, and they just look a little bit lost. Can they get some composure back now? This is a little bit more methodical. They build it up. Julio Braz trying to work his way around. He's under a lot of pressure from Davey Vandendop though. Meanwhile, there's a lot of contact down low in the key. The ref says a little bit too much contact. Sends one of the Dutch players, looks like it might be Van Ursel, over to the penalty box. Says a little bit too much contact from you, and now the Brazilians will have an opportunity 4-on-3 to try and score.
Well, at the moment, it looks like Brazil are only going to score when they've got 4-on-3. It's just that the Netherlands' defence is just unbelievable. And it's a risky lob pass. It may be turned over, and it is. I'm not sure what they were thinking, and with 3-on-4, Netherlands down a player, they should score a try here. Van der Laan, ball in his possession. Don't forget, Brazil up a player. 4 Brazilians, 3 Team Netherlands players on the court. Vandendop gets past another. Unbelievable. And Julio Brat's a little bit disappointing. He almost just let him go past him. The Netherlands, 5 try leaders late in the third period.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen that throughout the calls that we've done today, of a team being a man down but still managing to force a turnover and score. Unbelievable stuff from the Dutch, and you're right, Julio Braz just didn't have the intensity on the defensive end then. You're trailing by 4 at this point. You're going to have to be able to put in a level of intensity on the defence if you're going to force some turnovers, and it wasn't there on that occasion.
90 seconds remains here in the third period, and Brazil will really want to try and narrow this margin. 4 tries, possibly going to be 5 shortly. It's just going to be a little bit too tough going into the fourth term, but they do have a player on the sideline named Gabriel Fertosa, who I'm sure they'll welcome back in the fourth quarter. As they say, their Ferrari's parked in the garage, and they're certainly going to bring him out soon. As can Van der Laan find the pass? He can.
Got a little lucky on that one. The Brazilian defence had some more intensity. They put the pressure on. Van der Laan dropped the ball down for Loma. It came free. Just Davey Vandendop was the first one to see it on the floor, pick it up and get over the line. But better from the Brazilians. They're going to need more of that.
And Taniguchi needs to find a collective pass. Lovely effort. Beautiful wheelchair rugby. And it's the pop pass from Bratz. He received a really difficult pass from Taniguchi, but Bratz, a lob pass over the top and a try scored by Victor. And Brazil, can they keep the margin at 4? Well, they won't for the moment, because it's Hector Loma, who has been fantastic in jersey or singlet 42 for Team Netherlands. And with 35 seconds remaining in the third period, Team Brazil will call a timeout. And I think it's really important, because they're going to have to try and score another try to try and narrow this margin, because going into the last quarter, 5 points is a really difficult, very difficult task. As you can see, Coach Lebrec, Benoit Lebrec, barking orders at his side, really trying to enthuse his team to see if they can narrow this margin with 35 seconds remaining in the third quarter. They do have the ball though. It's Victor. And here he is, the Ferrari, Gabriel Feitosa. Can't he move on 2 wheels? An amazing athlete is Gabriel Feitosa. Tries to use his muscle. It's great defense by Brazil. It's a beautiful pass. Timed well. And the try awarded. In fact, I don't think it was awarded on that occasion. It's a turnover. And again, the defense of Team Netherlands just so good. And Vandendop with 20 seconds remaining. Can he extend the margin to the biggest lead in this contest? 5 the margin currently. Will they make it 6? Great defense. 5 seconds. Lob pass. Can't be taken. Can be taken. And the try will be scored. Hector Loma, with less than a second remaining in the third period, extends the Netherlands margin from 5 tries to 6. And what a third term from our European friends, Team Netherlands. As you can see at the top of your screens, Coach Van Hint running off. He's ecstatic. Team Netherlands are ecstatic. They have just put themselves in a winning position going into the final term. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because you know Team Brazil will be coming right back. And as will we on the other side of this.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia
We are back. Short break that time. Quick games are good games, so they got us back into action nice and quickly. Brazilians probably hoping to forget about that disastrous third quarter. 7-try turnaround, led by 1 at the major break, and then find themselves down by 6 at the three-quarter time break. So they probably wanted to get out there nice and quickly. They score early, reduce the margin to 5. It's 41 of the Dutch, 36 to the Brazilians. And see some congestion as the Dutch have worked it forward. Van den Dop uses some reach, finds one over the top and just drops it into the lap of Joop van der Laan, who goes over and scores again. Margin back out to 6, just where it started the quarter. Again, a lot of contact off the ball. Ref off screen there, just having a chat to some of the officials here, letting them know of some of the contact, things to keep an eye on. Brazil Feitosa came back onto the court late in the third quarter after a lengthy spell resting up during that term. They're going to need something special from him. He was special in the first half, played brilliantly, but they're going to need him to produce something massive to finish this game if they want to turn it around. Hector Loma now with the inbound pass. Risky pass, nearly turned it over. Feitosa managed to get a hand on it, was going along that sideline, trying to reel it in. Looked like he might have been able to get it, but it's just bounced off the frame. It's gone out of bounds, and the Dutch will retain possession. So Loma inboards it. Joop van der Laan. A quick 1-2. Went from Hugo Loma on the inbound. Van der Laan got it, tossed it straight back to him. And the big number 42, Hector Loma, found some space, worked his way into it and scores for the Dutch. Taniguchi now bringing the ball up for the Brazilians. Didn't feature in the first half, Taniguchi. Looking for more of an impact in the second half. Fresher player. They work it through Feitosa. And they have scored. We talked a little bit earlier about Brazil having a very deep squad. They've brought over a number of players. They've got 11 on their roster, a couple of developmental players as well. They should be fit and firing. They prepared for this with an 11-day training camp in Sao Paulo earlier this month. Had 20 athletes at that, and then whittled it down to their squad that they've brought across. They'll need every bit of that fitness advantage if they're going to try and bridge this gap. They have brought it down to 5. The Dutch controlling the ball now. Possession is king.
Van der Laan's been my 3-2-1. He's been incredible for a player that's a 2.5er. Van der Laan has been fantastic. He's a big difference. Obviously, Davy Van den Dop, he doesn't need an introduction. He's just an amazing athlete. But Van der Laan has just been incredible as he looks to try and cover in some defence here. Does so again, Van der Laan, but turns it over on that occasion, and a big smile on his face. Number 8 there from Team Netherlands.
Right on time. Just as you're singing his praises, he manages to get that hand in there. It's the long levers. Such long arms. Able to reach on defence and get his hand in and disrupt. Then on offence, we saw him just toss a ball over his head that not many other players out there could have done. That's a real asset for them. Brazilians do get over and score again. Hugo Loma will inbound. Finds Davy Vandendop. Back to Loma. Needs to get his speed up to get it across halfway, and does. Joop van der Laan gets on the end of it. He's in some space. Just takes a moment. You're up by 5 deep into this game. Why not take a few more seconds off the clock? And there will need to be some running repairs just off screen. Taniguchi gives the signal and says, hey, get out here and give me a hand. Mechanic's on his way out. Brings the hammer with him. Gives a little tap. Taniguchi's back on his way. And we're back in action. Victor throws the ball in. It's going to be Feitosa to bring it up again. The Dutch packing the defence. Got to be careful they don't get 4 in the key. Give one away here, but they are parked deep in their own defensive area. Feitosa not sure which way to go. He's got a small gap, decides not to take it. Looking around for some options instead. Went for the high pass over the top, and it hasn't worked. Thought he had an option there, but it's spilt free. Victor was the player he was looking for. Bounced in front of him, hit that corner post, goes out of bounds, and the Dutch will take control of it. And every turnover like that makes it increasingly difficult for the Brazilians to come back.
Yeah, just the intensity from Team Netherlands. They've clearly just found a formula or a 4 that's just worked well. And they really have just turned this game on its head. It's been amazing to watch. A 7-try turnaround from the second quarter to the third, and they've really maintained that intensity here in the last term in the fourth quarter. And we welcome to the court that man there, Benny Brasuin. 2 hands, takes it cleanly, and the 1-pointer says thank you very much. And the margin back out to 17 Netherlands. They are a huge threat in this World Challenge at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby Championships.
Yeah, 2 international games on the go at the moment. Australians are taking on the Canadians over on the feature court at the moment as well. But they'll all be looking at this Dutch team with a level of surprise and perhaps a level of fear about what they've been able to produce so far. They're going to go into the closure of day 1 with a 2-0 record, undefeated, with some impressive wins over New Zealand and Brazil. They would be thrilled with how day 1 of the tournament has gone. Under 5 minutes to go in this one. Do need to still get the job done and actually finish this one off. Points differential, always a factor in these type of round-robin tournaments that then head into some knockout finals. So they'll be looking for the highest qualification they can get. And that means they'll keep pushing right through to the end. That means that Brasuin finds his way into some space, paused for a moment, accepted the pressure that came. Julio Braz gave him plenty of pressure, and then Feitosa came in late as well. But in the end, kept his calm, crossed the line, and the margin extends back out to 7.
Well, let's see what happens here, because the combination which started so well for Brazil is back. It's the 7 and 11. It's the Feitosa. It's the Bratz. It's also the Janqueira. And additionally, the number 1 in Versma. This is how they started, and this is what really put Brazil in a strong position early in the first or early even in the second quarter and going into that halftime break. So can they go back to what they were doing so well in the first half? There's a chance. tries to dislodge the ball, but the referee just says, no, you've got to take the ball cleanly, and you didn't. You took the arm of Davey Van den Dop.
I like the aggression, though. They've got to get aggressive on defence. They've got to spill the ball clear, create some opportunities for themselves. But no shortage of aggression in his game. He's been a very fiery customer out there, whether it's been against the opponent. He's had some words with them. He's had some words with the ref as well. On that occasion, he caught some arm, sits out, and now watches the man from the Dutch team whose arm he caught just a moment ago, Davey Van den Dop, wheel it into some space. Manage the clock now. You can see in the background on your screens there, still 20 seconds on the shot clock. Davey Van den Dop says, no, I've had enough of that. I don't need to chew the clock up too much longer. I will just cross over, put the points on the board.
They've just been a bit out enthused, I'd say, Netherlands. Have the team Brazil. The Netherlands have just been, they've been classy, they've been clinical, they've been a fantastic side in this second half. And Brazil, as I said in that first half, were just fantastic with their enthusiasm, with their aggression, with their emotion. But something's changed, and that something is the Team Netherlands. And that man on your screens, Captain Davey Van den Dop. Another try to add to his tally. And he is the most impressive player we've seen today across both the domestic and the international competitions. Davey Van den Dop, take a bow. He has been the difference, one of the big differences, and the reason why they lead 49 tries to 41 to Team Netherlands.
He's had some success at this venue. Mentioned a couple of times. He played in the national championships for the New South Wales Gladiators last year. Teamed up with Riley Batts to make a formidable high-point combination that ended up leading that team to victory. Their fourth consecutive national championship victory that was too. This year he gets the opportunity to come back, and he is absolutely thrilled to be coming back with his home team, the Dutch, this year. And hasn't he stood out? He's played a brilliant game. He's gone over the line a lot of times. He's set up his teammates to get over the line. He's been aggressive on defence. And he's leading this Dutch team to a really strong performance and strong victory.
An inbound pass finds Feitosa, who's been a little bit quieter. He was off the court for the whole of the third quarter. And that 7-11 combination has returned. Maybe Brazil were just trying, we mentioned off camera before, maybe Brazil were just trying another few combinations and just seeing whether they can rest the 7 and 11. But it was a huge, huge difference in that third term when both Bratz and Feitosa weren't on the court at the same time. So still learning, both teams. But both teams have shown plenty of skill, plenty of power, and plenty of class. And certainly we've mentioned a few times that man on your screen whom apologises from throwing the ball too hard at the ref, Joop van der Laan. He has been instrumental in this 8-point lead that the Netherlands hold over Brazil.
Yeah, I've loved the balance of this Dutch team as we watch Julio Braz find himself in an absolute paddock of space. Nobody near him, nobody in the same half of the court as he crossed the try line there. Yeah, I've loved the balance and the all-round performance of the Dutch. We've sung the praises of Davey Van den Dop. You just mentioned again about Joop van der Laan, who we've also been really impressed with. Hugo Loma has been important for them, particularly in that third quarter on the defensive side of things. Managed to swing the momentum towards the Dutch. Van Ursel, a low pointer as well. You know, across the board, they've had a number of contributors, and they'd be thrilled with their squad and what they've been able to achieve.
Welcome to the court, number 1 for Team Netherlands, Scott Van Polen. His first time on the court in this clash here today is Davey Van den Dop. Great defence, lobs the ball down the court for Karaburut. But it's good defence by Team Brazil, and you hear the team, they're still vocal. They have not gone to sleep, have Team Brazil. They are still trying to will their team to narrow this margin, and it really can be important when the points differential's added up as the finals looms on day 3 and day 4.
Sticking with this same 4, I mentioned this is probably their strongest 4. It's their preferred 4 they've had on the court during their best periods of play. Brought a big squad over, and through that third term, decided to give a few more of them some game time, test things out a little bit. It is day one. As we go deeper into the tournament, they're going to need some more flexibility, some more options. As we see in the background there, a bit of contact. Julio Braz finds his way to the floor. Scott Van Polen, been on the court only for a minute or two and immediately finds himself in some big contact and sending his opposing 3.5 player from Brazil to the floor. No malice in that one, just a bit of a tangle. Just having a look at the chair for Braz, making sure that he's set up again correctly in there. Got him up and about now. Looks happy enough. Inbound pass comes in. It's a sloppy pass. Brazil managed to get a hold of it. They get over the line. It's back to a 5-point game. I don't think they're going to trim that margin and manage to come back and win, but credit to the Brazilians. It snuck out to 7 or 8 there. Thought maybe they might have thrown in the towel, saved some energy for the coming games, but they haven't at all. The last few minutes, they've just stepped up, reduced the margin. Good show of fight from them.
Yeah, Coach Van Hint obviously trying to utilise the depth of the Team Netherlands side, and albeit fantastic from Scott Van Polen to make his presence felt on the court here in our last match on day one. We see the return of the number 7, of course, in Benny Brassoen, and of course that number 8 in Job van der Laan. And Davy Van Dot will sleep like a baby tonight. He has been very, very busy. There's a lob pass, finds that man once again in Hector Loma. The ear taped, both ears taped in fact, and he'll score himself another try, and the margin a bit safer, now at 6.
Yeah, nice contest in this last quarter though. It just shows you can have a couple of minutes of inattentive play, a few turnovers, and it can be really costly. For the Brazilians, it was probably more than a couple of minutes. That third quarter, the whole thing was a bit of a struggle for them, but outside of that, this game has been really evenly matched. 7-point advantage we mentioned to the Dutch in the third quarter. You take that away, and Brazil's really won the rest of the game, but they're not going to win overall.
Van den Dot navigates his way past Bratz. Still with Van den Dot. Great pass, great hands by Van der Laan, but it was a backcourt violation from Van der Laan, and we still can hear the Brazilian faithful, the team, the coach, Lebrec, the manager, Oliveira Sousa, still trying to will their team across the line. They trail by just 5. Let's see what happens in the final 80 seconds of play.
Big contact from Braz. Then Feitosa finds a bit of a gap, tosses it over the top. It went back to Braz. Got it near the try line, but I don't think it's counted. No, it has gone on the board now. Some conjecture of whether he got it over in time, but he did. Reduces the margin to 4. We're down to a minute to play. Dutch have brought it into their half. Ball got knocked free. It remains in Dutch possession now. Loma just gets moved along the court a little bit. Make sure they toss it in from the right position. He finds Job van der Laan. Tried to get those arms up, but Feitosa was able to reach in and knock it free. Ball boggles on the floor for a moment, but Feitosa regathers. He's off, uses his speed. Over the line. And Brazil are finishing like a house on fire. It's back to 3.
What a great response. This is a great response by Team Brazil. They were down and out. They were trailing by 9 tries, and they have just hung in there. And another chance. Wow, here we go. Backcourt violation. Backcourt violation, and with 30 seconds remaining, they could have been within 2. Who would have thought? It was all done and dusted only 3 or 4 minutes ago when the Netherlands led by 9. Can they possess the ball? Can Brazil get the ball back? But the long grasp of Van der Laan, who's clinging onto that ball, tries to find Van den Dop, can't do so. Instead finds Brasuan.
He goes with the offload. Davey Van den Dop, he says, let's settle things down. The shot clock's off. We're down into the last 20 seconds. There's no need to force the issue. Finds a small gap, works it over and extends it out to 4 with under 15 seconds to go. No sense of theatre from that referee. It was a clear over and back, but nonetheless, nice little play on call and close the eyes and let it go. And we would have been back to a 2-point margin with 45 seconds to play, but not to be.
Let the boys play, sir. Let the boys play.
Give the crowd what they want. The over-the-head pass, if that comes off, it's an absolute miracle. Manages to find Lucas, who then taps the ball forward. Would have been a great team try, but Davey Van den Dop gets in the way. The ball gets tossed free, and that will signal the end of the game. Ball finishes in the hands of Joop Van der Laan, who had a fantastic performance for the Dutch. And it is the Dutch. They get home in the end. Brazil with a lot of heart, but couldn't claw back that margin. It's 52-48 going the way of the Dutch. The teams line up and shake hands now. It's been a fierce contest, but finishes on good terms. I've loved that game. Highly entertaining. Ben Eisenhuth, been a pleasure doing it with you. What have you thought of that one?
Yeah, it was an amazing game. I mean, I've never really seen a game more of two halves, really. It's unbelievable to see. It was all Team Brazil in that first half. They were dominant, but again, Team Netherlands just hung in there till the end of that second term. And as the second half commenced, that third quarter was one of the more dominant wheelchair rugby displays I'd seen. We mentioned the names of Van den Dop, Van der Laan, Loma, and of course Van Ursel. The likes of Brasuan when he came on was fantastic. And Team Netherlands, they are deserved victors, and they are a team to certainly keep your eye on as day 2 rolls around tomorrow.
Yeah, they go 2-0 into day 2. That does draw a close to day 1 of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. What a day it's been. We're very much looking forward to having your company again on day 2. Please join us then. Thank you and good night.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.